hello everybody. Let's see if this is going to work. Do you mind, Raleigh? I am mind. Down, easy. Calm down. Nope, I know you've had your funny pills, and I know they make you weird, but you're not getting away doing. No, down. Poodle, behave. If anyone doesn't realise that my poodle is currently high as a kite at the moment. So wow. Yeah, you know. When I say high as a kite, I do mean high as a kite. Calm down.
Oh. Apparently not.
Hello everyone. Hello and welcome to Bruships. Questions are open. Quickly. Runon hasn't realised they're open. Just get them in quickly. Get them in quickly. And that should be fun. The poodle has... the poodle is currently on very high painkillers, very high all sorts of things. And he is with me the whole day today. Not just because he's unwell, but because he has started jumping up at everyone in the house to try and hug them in a very loving way. And so he's been given to me. So I'm going to apologise now. He might be more poodly than normal. Even more poodly than normal. But that's just the fact that my dog is high. And apparently no one else in the house, he's managed to wear through everyone else in the house's patience, not one of mine. Secondly, one of the things I'm going to talk about now is the joy of YouTube, which is every now and again, YouTube does two things. One, they go through and scrub people who are subscribers to people who they think are false accounts, or if you haven't watched the video in a long time. So, if you are an account which they've decided is a fake account, they'll scrub you from all the accounts you follow, whether you are or aren't. And this is good because some people are fake accounts, so that's fine. But sometimes it just scrubs people who've been on holiday for a month. Secondly, and this is particularly fun for me because of the amount of videos I produce, if someone produces 10 videos and you do not watch any one of the last 10 videos they've produced, they will start discontinuing you from following. They don't always seem to do that. It seems to me if you're someone like Drac or you're higher up, you have more subscribers, they're less inclined to do that. But for smaller accounts, it certainly seems to be roughly 10 videos, give or take 1 or 2. If you don't follow in a row, they'll discontinue. So this sometimes means that people like, let's say, Fleet will lose subscribers through no fault of their own. Just because that's the way YouTube works. Okay? So, that's that. I'd also say, I've heard about Fleet's fun he was having on Friday talking about future tanks. And
just future defence procurement generally.
Well, yes, using the example of tanks, I would say both sides got it wrong, because the Charlie 3 will do for now. The thing is, we've got to work out what's going to be the future procurement. The Charlie 3 will cover for at least another decade. Mainly because there are so many other things we have to get to first. The Charlie 3 is actually quite a good, reliable vehicle. If you've spent any time with them at all, which I've been lucky enough to do, and spent some time looking at, they are pretty fine, pretty well mature. It's kind of like the book. Yeah, they're great. And they'll do for now. But they've got no future in them beyond this generation. They have got no future in them. You cannot expand there anymore. The chassis, everything, design has reached the max volume. So the real thing is what we should be investing in for the future program. And then you've got 3 options on our timeline, really. The option number 1 is America, who's on a similar program, but they keep going off on mad ideas. And when I say mad ideas, just look at the last 3 muted replacements for the Abrahams. Then you've got Japan. They've got a program as well that's just about to start being developed. And finally, you have Poland. Now, honestly, if Britain could somehow pull together a group of Poland, Japan, and UK to develop a new battle tank, I think that'd be a freaking awesome vehicle.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if the next partner for tank development will actually be Ukraine. Ukraine likes the Charlie as a platform. They've said they like the Charlie as a platform.
I know. I don't think
and
it's going to sound strange. Don't take it the wrong way. I don't think they're going to be in the situation to be a partner in program in terms of being a partner for its development. I think this is why I said a joint Polish, British, Japanese program, because I think Ukraine might well join in that as a buyer, but they wouldn't need to contribute any money. They'd be contributing experience, but there'd be enough money across the other three to fund for that experience. So that makes sense.
I mean, the reason that I say they would be in it is because they want to regenerate their their domestic tank procurement. I mean,
They
Ukraine
do, but
has
they don't. There's a finite amount of money and time they have, money and people they have, and when this eventually is over, they are going to need to concentrate on rebuilding their economy first. Tank production is going to be something they're going to want, but
yeah, you've got a point there.
Confirmation should be coming through on Twitch and on YouTube. If it isn't on Twitch,
we have a problem, Jim.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
The question is, are you sitting here in Scarpa Flow looking at it?
I just may need to get.
If any of you know who Eric Sykes is, you know exactly what sketch I'm referring to.
Okay, that's interesting. Let me.
I don't know
Jonathan,
if
I'm
Dr.
going to
Clarke
check the archive to see if it's been grabbed. Oh, cool! Fantastic! I love it. This is great.
Oh, don't tell me. It's gone doolally again, hasn't it?
Well, for some reason, the string that I sent Dr. Clarke is broken.
Well,
shall I revert
so
to 13?
I sent him another string, and yeah. Woohoo.
Okay. This is believe it or not, this is what we have going quite a lot of time on. You all don't see on a regular basis that I do. Is this, which is a massive amount of strings, huge amount of programming coming in from Runon. This happens almost every session, every time. So yeah, we're just importing, fixing things. Okay.
And for those of you that have submitted questions, don't worry, they're all archived. If the system completely craps the bed, I have a copy. They won't get lost.
Right, it's copied, pasted, inserts. The only ones which are read are the queues closed messages.
yes.
Okay, and then just disable .13, and it's that should come in as its whole section now. Just disable the whole section. And then, I have no idea what I'm going to do with all the channel points I have for this channel.
Oh, look, in nicest way.
Get 100,000, get a free copy of a book. I don't know.
I was talking earlier with on the Twitch stream, and we were working out, basically how if I do next November another subathon sort of thing, donathon, subathon.
Oh boy. It is a pity that.
My current plan is to do 12 hours Monday, 12 hours Tuesday, 12 hours Wednesday, 12 hours Thursday, 12 hours Friday, and then do 36 hours between Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, you're gonna do yourself a mischief if you go that hard.
I'm doing an hour for every cell of a VLS cell on an Arleigh Burke.
Oh, come on, don't do yourself that difficult, otherwise you'll clobber yourself.
It'll be literally, Clarke does a Burke.
Don't do the Burke. We need you to not do Burks, because
The
you'll
thing
end
is,
up...
though, if I do it, I will then dare Drac to be able to copy it.
Oh, come on! The man's got enough on his plate as it is!
The man's wife will kill me, but,
Yes, exactly, and that is not something I need on my conscience, thank you.
More questions. Go
No,
Foxo!
stop,
Go
stop.
Foxo!
No, stop with the question, okay?
Hey, Leslie, you've just subscribed to the channel for 5 months, and that came over to Twitch. But
Dr. Clarke, can you pull down the questions open? Can
okay.
you pull down the questions open message?
You sure?
Yes, I'm very sure.
Can it be videotaped?
Hello and welcome to the channel.
Oh, thank you,
I hope
Mummy.
You're going to enjoy your time
As
here, and I hope you're going to have a lot of fun.
I'm not sure what that is, but yeah, there you go. Mummy.
Thank you, and
I'm fairly sure that's not my mum's Twitch channel. I know what my mum's Twitch channel is, I think.
All right, I've got Jonathan Moon's question queued up in there already, and right now I'm grabbing what's been put in the chat.
Yeah. I'm just checking my queue release button is working. Let me just check my queue release button is working, because if it isn't, then that just basically gives way too much power. Can I make one button initiate 2 things? Yes.
Yes, you can.
Right, and almost done it. Almost happy with it. Make that YouTube. Sorry, just fixing things with various options. There's almost so many options. There is always so many options. Right then, that is done.
That's
Now,
gotta be a bot.
there you go. My key release is just giving me timestamps.
And that's also not working. Okay. All right, I guess just start working through it, and if you can, send me a picture of or a screen cap of your actions tab.
Yeah.
Figure out why it's now broken. But I grabbed I can grab I grabbed most of what was in the chat, so we're good.
That's good. Right. Just quickly going to do this in front of everyone so everyone sees what I'm doing. Basically, everyone's going to see it. Boom. Boom. Done. So I've done that. Jonathan Moon. Question. What is the largest fleetable carrier at the end of World War II? Thinking of displacement, kind, number of planes, speed, range, endurance.
The largest what?
What
Oh,
was the largest
feasible.
one?
Well, the thing is, given material science at the time, there's no reason why. I'm thinking of displacement, kind of number of planes, speed, range, and endurance. You're basically talking about building the forestals early. That's basically what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's basically down to the fact that there is a practical limit to how many aircraft you can shove onto a carrier.
It's the main thing that
And
makes carriers grow in size is the size of the aircraft on them. People forget this.
Yeah,
It's always it's the size of the aircraft.
Because here's the thing, you've reached a point by the end of World War II with the Midway class that the carrier has overtaken the size of the aircraft it operates. But with the arrival of jet aviation, the aircraft rapidly catches up. The original straight deck Forrestal design that obviously they started building, but then immediately said, "Why are we building a straight deck carrier?" And of course, we know the Forrestals came out as angled deck from the start. The original straight deck Forestals are basically what you're thinking of as the largest feasible carrier.
To be honest, the Forestals were never really straight decked. They were differently angled, but I wouldn't really call it straight deck. Looking at some design studies from 1952 on the plan for the Forrestal class. Can I get this? Can I get this up? Let's see. Let's stick it on a desktop. That way I can find it easily. Let's go for images. Add an image. Browse, find on desktop. If I stick it on desktop, I should find on desktop. Okay, that's good. There we go. As you can see from the picture I just put up, that's from the 1952 design studies. There is nothing. That is a very early design study. And basically, the idea is you have a. Oh, good.
Hang on a minute. That's the USS United States.
No, it's actually one of the Forrestal design studies.
Oh, good lord! What a horrible. Ew. I'm glad they never went with that. Yeesh.
Not a word about the aesthetics. You like the Hosh.
This came very
Hosh
close.
is better looking than that.
This came very, very close. I think the thing that always got it for me was the escort carrier style island on it.
Ew.
Look at the island. It's out. Considering what we know about ships and design, but it makes sense. But still, with a catapult going off on that going off on the starboard side, there's an island forward of the catapult. There's also two crosswards catapults or some various things going on. I think they are actually nets. 4 catapults, 2 waist ones, 2 forward.
Yeah.
It's a fun thing, but yeah, it was. They're basically trying to work out how big aircraft were going to be as well. That's the problem. That's the scenario. But yeah, basically the Forestals. Honestly, one of the interesting things is when I start looking at some of the design studies for the Arc Raw generation. And in there, there's a design study which is about 28,000 tons in standard. I'd reckon. It's officially 27,000 tons in standard, but I can't find the DNC report on it. I can only find the paper which went in front of the admiral, the first lord of the Admiralty. So the one which went to a politician, which says it's 27,000 tons. But I've looked at some of the figures before, and they haven't come out quite that light. So it could be 27, but I reckon it's probably about 28,000 tons standard. And it's basically Arc Raw's generation, but it has an island which is about 50% longer, and has more space in it. If you can imagine,
Long Island.
it was more space in it, and it's got an armored deck, and it's got 16 guns on it, 16 4.5 inch guns, and it's
very nice.
It's a nice ship. It's got all the torpedo bulger things. You sit there and look at it and go, oh frig! If the Royal Navy had been able to build that instead of Ark Royal, she'd have been even scarier. And one of the things I noticed about her was she has basically the hangars are almost full length. Both hangars are full length, almost, for their size. So she could actually accommodate more aircraft than Ark Royal could have. She could have carried about 90 aircraft. And I'm talking 90 aircraft by the end of World War II. When I was looking at it, because I remember doing the maths, and the only aircraft which I had the dimensions of in storage dimensions with me, the two were a Fairy Swordfish and a Grom Avenger. So I checked it versus Avenger, and it had the space. It could accommodate, I think it was about 74 Avengers. And they're big.
Mm-hmm.
And so I worked out probably an air group of about 90 once you got a mixture of fighters, etc. and things going on. Although she could also have taken an air group of 74. Yeah, it's a lot of planes, but Ark Royal was we forget how big Ark Royal was. She was the Royal Navy strike carrier for a reason. She was big.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Runon,
Yeah.
I know you're fixing things, but what was the next question?
Coming right up.
Thank you.
I probably should take advantage of these fixing things and actually, use Powder Monkey for the first time.
Yes, you should.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow.
It's not like you've had an integrated, embedded in system that we've known has worked for 3 months, sitting in your inbox since the early part of December.
All right. I'll try and make it work tomorrow, but you've got to be there to help me.
And Cyclic is very correct in that you don't technically have to have it running on your machine. You just have to have it running on the machine of someone who has the logins for your YouTube account.
I volunteered Dragon.
That's absolutely not.
I volunteer Foxo. Go big or go extinct.
Oh, yeah.
I'm vetoing that one as well.
Dragon goes
Wow.
away.
Your two most faithful co-hosts, and you don't trust them to run the bot.
Oh, no. I absolutely trust them. It's just,
Henry Buffett,
Anyway,
shipping ships for Valentine's Day. I nominate ITS Amerigo Vespucci and USS Independence, CVA 62. Which ships would you ship together? Okay,
Valentine's Day, hang on. Valentine's Day, hang on, where are we? Oh, we're in February, I keep forgetting. Oh, wow.
It's 5 days away.
Please
tell me you've at least got something you've at least got a present for your family members.
Yes.
Good. It's 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
It's the time of year where every bloke I know and was raised with has 2 missions. 1, if they have a significant other, arrange a significant event for them. 2, if they have female relatives who do not have a significant others for whatever reasons, make sure boxes of chocolates arrive for them. Those are your 2 missions.
Mm-hmm. I know how this works. Where was I? Oh yes, shipping ships. Honestly, I'm shipping the Inflexible with the Italian ships because they are like literally halves of the same coin, and it's funny just to ship them together.
Runon?
I am going to defend my actions by saying that 1, we don't celebrate Valentine's the same way, and 2, I didn't fall asleep until about 8 o'clock this morning.
You don't celebrate Valentine's the same way?
No.
Also, can I ask how Fleet's name keeps changing from Hosh, Pandemic Patient Zero, to Boop, to Fleet of Oceans?
I've done nothing about Boop. That's
Oh
something
no,
else
not that again!
imagination.
Come on, I have my limits.
Now I can make it Boop. That's hard, but yeah.
Oh come on! I thought I said I like call me whatever age you like, but not Boo.
Okay, so shipping ships together, not normally what I do, but I'd say I'm fairly certain pretty much every dreadnought battleship and battle cruiser in the world in World War One era was lusting for Tiger. Because honestly, she had lines. Renown is cute, but Tiger was vavavoom.
I mean, personally, if I'm going to ship any two ships together, I'm going to do the greatest naval love story of the modern time, and that's going to be Prince of Wales and Repulse. Because I mean, they're just beautiful dance partners.
No. As I've said before, that was the experienced, brilliant, professional lady dancer who's given a footballer who's all muscles, no coordination, to dance with on Celebrity Come Dancing.
Yeah, and for the circumstances, they did very, 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 very well.
And apparently Fox so deserves after 8 mints. Both Fleet and Dragon are supposed to provide her with endless amounts of them.
Oh, hold on just a minute.
Because all the work she does
Dragon's the boyfriend. Dragon's the boyfriend. She is his responsibility. I have my own things I need to deal with. Thank you very much. Also, I'm broke. Still.
Mood.
Terrible. Terrible. So,
I only
next
have
question?
so much money to go around.
Next question.
Yep, sorry.
Let's see if the key release is working yet. No.
No, it's not. I can almost guarantee you it's not.
Dang you. What would if that
That's
happened?
my fault.
What would
Again,
happen?
in my defense, I did this at like 04:30 my time.
What would happen if the third-rate HMS Bellona was transported back in time to 1500 and arrived in Chatham with her crew aboard? How might that change future events and ship design? If HMS Bellona...
To be completely utterly blunt, and I'll let Dr. Clarke go into more detail because he will have the detail, you've basically handed control of the high seas to England and its follow-on regimes, simply down to the fact that while she is a future ship with certain things that will be a little bit beyond the curve, so some of her gun forging technology won't be reached until much later, you've basically handed them the blueprint for naval dominance.
But the trouble
form of
is,
that ship.
because of the way third rates and ship's line ran with terms of gunnery officers at this point, you've got people who actually understand the forging and processing aboard her. They won't have all the details, but they'll know enough to be able to kickstart the industry in that direction.
Even then, that just adds more fuel to my point. You've handed the British the I win button.
The main trouble you have, if you're going back to 1500, is you sent back a whole load of English Protestants to a Catholic England.
Yeah, there is that.
There could be issues.
Yeah. There could, in fact, be issues. This is very true.
Deraben, and also... I'm fairly sure in 1500 itself, we're only a few years out of the Wars of the Roses.
Hey.
I think
Yeah.
you have... Yeah, you'll have Henry VII.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the thing about Henry VII, though, is he's a very pragmatic king.
He is.
And those charts and maps of where all the money is and all the gold is in the world that the Bellona is going to bring back with it. Oh, he's going to have a field day with those. The woodworking carpentry skills are going to take them, because if you have the skills which went into the Bologna back in 1500, you're talking almost 300 years earlier, the amount you can get out of wood becomes far more efficient, so you actually need less trees to achieve the same result. Which makes your construction that much more efficient. That much more effective.
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically, it's going to be interesting. Yeah. The Iron Cannon era is going to be interesting because that's going to start off a little earlier. And if you consider the resources England does have at its disposal, the one major thing you might see is actually, if Henry VII sees this ship and realizes, thinks about how powerful it can make him, he might start investing in the infrastructure earlier. Because that's one thing. Henry VII doesn't like to spend money. Okay? Henry VII has a reputation of miser king, but you have to remember, he was rich in actual money. His contemporaries were rich on paper. He actually had the money. But he had the money because he invested in infrastructure. That's one of the things which his son lives off, is the infrastructure his father invests in.
Yep.
If you have something producing even third-rate equivalent warships, 74s, and you could probably get it going. You could probably, with it arriving, England could probably get it working up and going, and start producing them by about 1505. Start building, would you say, and be able to actually produce some by. Yeah, that's
to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, it's going to turn the world upside down very quickly.
Because to be honest with you, Henry VII is going to go. So if I spend the money I've been saving now, I have basically guaranteed returns of my investments of 300 to 400%. Yes, Your Majesty. Right. Okay. Go do that.
Yeah, because with all those maps, etc., with the fleet to hold it,
yep,
he could take over the New World.
Honestly, there is very little he could take over the New World. He could establish contact with China much earlier than historically. Yeah. I'm sorry,
he's made a lot of money very quickly.
You're talking about a British Empire that basically cements its place at the top of the food chain and stays there. I'm sorry, but with that much of a head start, and also, the British tendency for not brutally pillaging their colonies quite so hard as the Spanish did.
I'm just going to say a quick message to Leslie. Hello, Leslie. Hi, Limbo and Pun. I met a whole load of very nice Gurkhas in 2015 and around that period. So if I did meet them, hello again. If I didn't meet them, hello for the first time. I was spending a lot of time.
I am concerned.
I was spending a lot of time around Sandhurst and various other places like that at that time, and they always seem to have Gurkhas in charge of their security in those places. They're lovely people.
I am frightened.
Don't worry, Leslie's just traveling with friends. That's all we need to think about. Leslie's just traveling with friends.
Oh, I have no doubt that Leslie's traveling with friends. It's just mostly who those friends are that has me concerned.
All right, next question. Because I'm guessing
the
Q release isn't working. So I'm having to say next question.
You're talking to the Q release.
Yes. Black Horse, if HMS Hood was severely damaged and not sunk, would the Royal Navy go after Bismarck as hard as they historically did? And if not, would she survive? Yes, they would go as hard after her because they'd still want to kill her. You might not quite have ships completely disobeying orders to charge after her, but they probably would still go.
I mean, here's the thing.
Hard. But they'd also have to. Also, you would have the whole Hood rebuild project, which would probably take the place of Vanguard.
I would also point out that Hood was just a convenient excuse to concentrate the fleet against Bismarck and get everyone from
They're already concentrating the fleets already, so nice and sweet. It's already happening. It's a nice excuse for the politicians to explain to why the Royal Navy was abandoning everything to kill Bismarck, but that's because that's what they needed to do.
Exactly, yeah.
Alrighty, next one.
And for anyone who knows why I'm eating on screen, the reason I've got a pack of crisps, etc., and these things to keep me going, is because my sister did a very good job of cooking the lunch today. You had a choice of your gammon. You could either have the burnt to a crisp end or the raw end.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut because I might find myself over there, hat in hand. So I'm just going to keep my damn mouth shut.
Don't worry.
Good idea, Ruinon.
Anything you could say is not what is still politer than what my mum said. Carry on.
Yeah, I'm still going to keep my damn mouth shut because your mother
Let's
has
go.
the advantage of being, your mother. Sorry. All right, I'll send the next one through.
And the thing is, by the way, if the Royal Navy has third-rate equivalents to Bellona at that time, back in the 1500s, then then basically the Pope will turn around to the kings of Spain and Portugal and say, "You can complain at me all you like, but God has granted them this boon. Try and match it." It'll be interesting to see how quickly naval arms will develop.
Yeah.
I would
That's
say,
the old.
please note, it was impressive to be able to do that, especially in a fan oven. But it turns out that yeah, you need to actually turn the fan on in the fan oven, but leave it to one side. Poor girl, she was very busy today. She was very busy. It wasn't her fault, and we managed to sort things out. And yeah, luckily the raw wasn't too raw, so after a quick bit of carving, we could cook that up, and everyone got gammon for lunch, but just not much. It was fine.
Gammon.
If the boats used were not basically scrapped, do you think the World War II fireship plan would have worked?
World War II fireship plan? That's a new one on me.
Well, there's
Don't look at me.
Campbelltown.
That's the only thing I can think of.
There's a few scenarios like that where they basically are ramming things into things, and they're using ships to verify. And the Germans and the Soviets have sort of lots of fun. I would say the thing is, Seneca, as we've always said, my sister is an absolutely amazing civil engineer. It's her one area of weakness, and she'll admit to herself, is her cooking sometimes. Okay? So the thing is, her being an engineer is that she's great at that. It's just, yeah. Cooking is something she's all... And to be fair, she's done many, many roasts very, very well. This has now become a rarity. Think about it, how often she cooks the Sunday roast, and how often I have, with my mum watching, and how often I have been saying anything, there's been anything which has happened which is noteworthy. She's doing very well. The Italians have those speedboats, and the Japanese have, but yeah, World War II fireship plans. I think the trouble is, fireships work as long as someone cannot put down enough firepower to sufficiently undermine their structural integrity and their ability to stay afloat. And that's the thing. Fireships work on wooden ships because wood is naturally buoyant. Once you start trying to use all metal ships, etc., you're basically doing high-speed explosive attacks, and it gets more complicated, and there are more issues with. I'd say it's the thing I've been noting recently with the whole. I call them torpedo attack, remote-controlled torpedo attacks, but of course they run on the surface and various other things. But the Ukraine is using UUVs, or rather, uncrewed water vehicles, UWVs, really. They are useful. They're very capable, but they shouldn't work if you're carrying enough of the rapid fire weaponry to disable these sort of small craft. Because the thing is, it's a Junakol tactic, and we've been dealing with Junakol tactics for a long time. There've been lots of systems to deal them and to prevent it. And the fact that it's been working as well as it has recently is, to me, more symptomatic of the fact that the Russian Navy has been fundamentally underinvested in, but also has been fundamentally undermined by, I would almost say, systematic corruption on so many levels, especially in certain fleets.
I would also like to point out that it's basically the Black Sea Fleet was the politically safe, prestigious posting where they put the officers who weren't very good, but who were politically connected. The good officers and the good men go to the Pacific and Northern fleets because those are the ones that matter.
Yeah, basically the Black Sea Fleet has for a long bit of time been the politics only fleet, and basically this is what you have happen. You have a whole let's put it this way. If you wouldn't asked the Russians which was the fleet which was not expected to actually fight anyone legitimately threatening, actually go and do long voyages around the world, actually do any hard work, actually expected their ships to actually be in combat, they'd have said the Black Sea Fleet, and that's where the political children were often sent. And
if you are a competent officer
yeah.
If you were a competent officer in the Russian fleet, your posting options are basically, if you're very competent, you go to the Northern Fleet. That is the most important fleet for the Russian Navy today. Yeah. If you are still competent enough to be actually a decent officer, but not insanely good, you end up in the Pacific Fleet. Because freedom of action, showing the flag, still important. If you are not totally competent or not politically connected, so if you're not competent and not politically connected, you end up in the Baltic Fleet, whose job basically at this point is becoming more and more
to die.
We are here for the peacetime missions. In wartime, we are not expected to survive. And if you are not competent but you are politically connected, you end up in the Black Sea.
Yeah. All right. So, Cabdon, based on a bit from Tom Clancy book, what would happen if the narrowest part of the Panama Canal, a Panamax container ship, decides to not give way to a Russian destroyer and landing ship?
Well, the thing is, in the narrowest parts of the Panama Canal, it is not up to the container ship. Because, to be blunt, if it's
They go through single file, don't they, in the narrowest part at the moment, because of the various issues.
And also, to be blunt, the person in charge of those vessels will be pilots. On the Russian ships and the Panamax ships will be Panamanian pilots. The decision of when to go is not up to the captains and crews of those ships. The pilots are interested in keeping the canal moving and keeping it safe. That just fundamentally is impossible.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 30 minutes, Stafford.
Yeah, so just to be blunt, like, I know that Tom Clancy book says this, but I'm going to be honest with you, it's just not how... It's just not. The pilots maintain strict authority over ships transiting the canal.
Sometimes in fiction there is creative license given. Sometimes there is incredibly creative license given.
And at this point, we're completely off the license.
Yeah. Next question, please.
Boy, you got a license for that, mate?
Oi.
All right, so are we done with Sir Cavadon's question?
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to tend to my manufactorum. I may have gotten an 88-liter printer, possibly. I can print really big things now.
That's good. I'm slightly worried about you having such a big printer.
Almost as big as Fleet's obsession with French sovereign styles. Although I'm not even certain those are sovereign styles. I think that might be insulting to sovereign styles. And speaking
Aye.
of styles, Hosh versus Renowned at 1895. Renowned.
Yeah. Well,
Renowned.
yeah. Well,
Renowned.
yes. Let me be clear.
Yeah, Renown.
Hosh is only capable of fighting equivalents that are smaller than her and vessels of a previous generation, not including the admirals, because the admirals are bloody terrifying.
The admirals really are terrifying.
But
you look
but
at the
the
admirals
thing
in
is,
the 1890s. Just look at them and just
They're
remember they were the
they
equivalent of Britain's. Oh, you want to f around? Find out. An admiral's arrived. It was.
But
They're kind of
the
an
thing is-
on-the-nose version of this is an ironclad equivalent of an F-22. If you've
Yeah.
mucked around enough that this turns up, you're about to find out pain.
Yeah, but Renown. But thing is with Renown, that's just an out. Honestly, for any ironclad, Renown is an out of context problem, and the reason is simply thus. She has a fully quick-firing armament. Everything from her 10-inch guns through her secondaries to it's all quick-firing, which is just a massive step change.
Now, I will add something interesting. I have said, for a while, I have nursed this desire, and I haven't done it, to comment on one of Habitual Line Cross's videos, and gone, the F-22 should be introduced by the B-52 to the F around and find outs of previous generations, their various spirits. Because going through the past and going through history, and for the F-22 to find out who was the equivalent to them in the previous generations. You've mucked around. Now, please find out this has arrived on your doorstep. Good luck.
Yep.
This is, by the way, this doesn't get sent out unless we decided it's going to make you find out. It's not sent out for tours or for diplomatic events or nice times. No. This only comes out when you're going to find out.
Oh yeah. The admirals just do not leave home waters unless you are absolutely messing with things.
Yes.
This is what we send across the world when we need to balance the find out portion of the FAFO equation.
The Renown
Like,
is the thing wandering around the world saying hello to everyone. The admirals are the things that turn up when they've said hello and you haven't listened to Renown.
And in the ironclad era, the menagerie of British ironclads, things like Victoria, things like the 12-inch midships turret ships, things like the Inflexible, things like the other British dreadnought, Devastation. Those are the ships that most powers would be used to seeing. If an admiral shows up in the ironclad era, that is an out of context problem for you because that is
Colin Cameron, I have quicker, cheaper, and less painful ways to shuffle off this mortal coil than that particular course of action.
Okay, I'm going to say Bugman Boy's question, then I'm going to check why I've got a red message on the Powder Monkey development section. Bugman Boy.
That is the updated string. That is the
okay.
.14.1.2.
I'll set this question up for Fleet to start, for Boop or Hosh Pandemic Patient 0 to start off. It's changed. It's gone through that rotation again. What could the effects have been on the Falklands War had Argentina equipped its Pucaras with torpedoes?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, given that I don't think Argentina had airdropped torpedoes in inventory, given that airdropped torpedoes are mostly anti-submarine weapons, and if you want to drop them against surface targets, you would probably have to go looking for someone's World War II era stocks. Considering that nobody trains their air crews to do the style of torpedo attack that you would need to do in order to release those World War II or early Cold War era weapons, and considering the fact that you would have to make yourself incredibly vulnerable, it would be incredibly obvious what exactly you're trying to do, and well, the Pucara is not exactly what I call a subtle, stealthy, or very fast aircraft. You're basically just handing the Pucara fleet to the British on a silver platter and saying, "Kill me, please."
Fleet, are you suggesting that the Argentine pilots do not possess skill, bravery, or courage?
No, I'm
No.
suggesting the idea of trying to do torpedo attacks in the late 20th and 21st century with airdrop torpedoes from aircraft against surface ships is suicide.
Okay.
Because it is.
Runon, I just
Yes?
two things. One, Dan, you're home playing catch up. When are you going to log in? Two, I just pressed the Q release button, and that's what's popped up.
I am concerned.
Oh my!
Still doing the timestamps after I did input the new string. And what's the next question then?
Okay. Q might be a bit borked. That's okay. They're saved in the archive, so.
Yeah.
See, chat, this is why I set up a dumb archive. That all it does is take things in. Fox,
Foxo,
if you,
yes.
No.
if
No,
you can
you may not
Really,
be able to say
really,
to the swing fire
we
rated
need
gem.
Dan here to tell us if that's medically allowed. So we'll wait that for when Dan gets here, because Dan is the medical expert amongst us to tell us about medical reasons. Staff Johnson, World of Warships Cossack, pre or post
hang on. Whoa,
1938.
whoa.
Yes?
Foxo, roll me a d20 at disadvantage. All right, carry on.
I do love it when people say you have more subscribers if you made the channel less geeky, and I go, honestly, this is my channel. This is my people. We're geeks. Enjoy.
Wait, am I supposed to not be geeky?
I don't know. No, you're not.
You mean I
You're
have
supposed to be
in
you.
professional mode even when I'm here? I don't want to
No.
be in professional mode.
No, don't worry.
I want to be in meme lord mode. After all, we got somebody here who thinks the host is the pinnacle of aesthetic ship design.
Yeah, there's no reason you should be in professional mode when you've got to deal with that.
I mean, to be fair, I did. No, I said I like how she looks. She's not the pinnacle of aesthetic ship design.
You defend her at every opportunity, Fleet. Explain that one to me.
Simple, because she's attacked at every opportunity for her looks. Therefore,
Yes.
I am redressing the balance back to neutral. And of course, I'm directing people towards the appropriate ship to hate on for its looks, which is, of course, Long Beach. The horrific Q.
She's fine.
She's horrifically disgusting. It's
She's a box on top of a hull. What's not to love?
I hate it. Hosh looks better than Long Beach.
Yeah, okay, Fleet. We need to get your eyes checked. A beast of Nurgle looks better than Hosh most days.
Look, I will admit there is something uglier than the Hosh in the world. I will admit.
It's not the one that looks like a literal hotel block. That's just ridiculous. That's not necessarily ugly.
Okay, look at the screen and say that again.
Yes. That just looks ridiculous.
And do you know something better?
Here's one thing that I would like to know. Did the French engineers ever hear of
This is
I
how
don't
it
know what the
looked
right
like.
term
It
is,
looked
but
like in a
essentially-
photograph rather than a drawing.
the reason why
It doesn't get better. There's a reason I usually use the drawing. This is the
we don't
Carno.
talk about. Yeah,
The
Okay,
Carno.
but here's my
Yeah.
question. Did the French engineers ever hear of the concept of I don't know what the proper engineering term is for it, so forgive me, but stress accumulation points, e.g., why aircraft windows tend to be rounded at the corners instead of square?
we don't. We don't talk about Carno. Actually, no, we do talk about Carno because Carno. He's the
Jacob,
one ship that I will actually just.
Jacob, I'm sorry. I know what it's like to be wrong, so I have empathy for you, but you're just wrong.
I think
I
Poseidon.
don't make the rule.
There's a number of
I
people
just
claiming that Carnot has damaged their eyes.
I think that's because they're immune to Hosh at this point.
Okay. All right.
Unlike Hosh Pandemic Patient Zero, they have actually built up a level of natural immunity to the Hosh. Instead of Hosh Pandemic Patient Zero, who just decided to mainline ingest the Hosh virus.
So, next question.
It'd be
have
Stafford
it.
Thompson's, wouldn't it?
I answered it.
Oh, well, what's the next
World
one
of
then?
Warships Legends Cossack pre or post 1938. But I'm not 1,000% certain what that question is asking.
It's post 1938, but you know it's only just. It's pretty early war. How do you
Yes,
think
Poseidon,
K-25?
I agree. Cataracts have developed across their eyes.
Okay. How do you think the K-25 and similar series of air cruisers would have fared during World War II if they managed to make enough 5.25, and how might they have changed during the war? They've lost some of the 5.25 for more 40mm. How would they fared? They'd have been useful. They'd have been used. They'd have been all over the Mediterranean. They'd have been all over the Pacific. It would have been useful because, frankly, you need it. Because, as we've talked about before, especially pre the missile era, the important thing was you had it so that you had your fighters would break up the enemy strike as far away from you as you can. So you break the strike up, preferably into probably break it from squadrons up to flights. The heavy AA then breaks the flights up into single plane or pair plane maximum attacks, which are then able to be dealt with by the lighter medium AA. And you see, the thing is, the heavy AA is not supposed to be. People often go, the heavy AA, it isn't killing the aircraft. And you go, it's not supposed to be killing. It's supposed to be breaking them up by putting up such a heavy barrage that to avoid the fire, they break up.
That's the whole plan, Stan.
Basically, because if the aircraft at when Force Z is sunk, when Repulse and Prince of Wales are sunk, if the aircraft had attacked one at a time, I can guarantee you not a single, neither of those ships would have been sunk. Wouldn't matter if it's the same number of aircraft at all. If it had just been one aircraft attacking at a time, they'd have been able to dodge them. They'd have been able to dodge the torpedoes. They'd been able to offer enough fire, everything that they would have been okay. Okay, one at a time. The thing is, when you have enough aircraft attacking from enough different angles that they cannot dodge, that they cannot defend themselves, that they cannot maneuver, they are just basically sitting ducks. That's when they have the problem. That's when they get overwhelmed. And that's the whole point of aircraft. That's what you do with it. You attack from multiple angles.
And you can do so at
Next question.
speed, which...
Yes.
Hang on one second. Just for the record, gentlemen, these questions are all stored on the archive channel.
Yeah?
In the development server, which you all have access to.
I do, but then I have to open up... Hang on, no. Actually, I can just go to that.
Well,
so we're at Dragons 2000 questions. So if I do that...
Currently, it's Knight 6831, question 155. Would a Hermes-style G3 conversion be better or worse than an Eagle-style Admiral conversion? I feel like
It's the same style of carrier. Eagle fed Hermes, which then fed the purpose-built carriers of the 30s. Eagle and Hermes are the same style of carrier.
Although, an Eagle would be better because Eagle had a larger hangar.
Yeah.
So Eagle would be better because it's larger hangar.
I would also point out that Eagle is a conversion. Hermes is a purpose-built. You can't have a Hermes-style G3 conversion because
You could say you're using the Hermes style arrangement for hangars, etc. But
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, there is that.
But
It's more
yeah,
just ones
Eagle
the
style's better.
purpose-built ones.
Yeah. Steve Clarke, each of you are the procurement team for a medium-sized cruiser in the interwar period for a neutral Atlantic power. What nations designed do you alter for your purpose and why? Depends.
I'm sorry. Medium-sized cruiser, you say? For an Atlantic neutral power?
County.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but the perfect cruiser already exists. It's called Canarius. It's right there. It's sitting right there, staring at you, wondering why you aren't considering it. Or if you want a light cruiser, there's La Argentina. Or if you want a smaller heavy cruiser, there's the pair of Italian designs the Argentinians procured. There are 3 perfectly good cruisers. We could just sit there and go, I want that, that, and that. And
yeah,
it
but
fits all of our needs.
they're from completely different periods. Because Area La Argentina very nearly gets ordered force procured by the British. If it had left a few days later, it would have been force procured. So that's 1939.
Mm.
Whereas if the interwar period, yeah, the Canaries is earlier, but honestly, do I want to go for a county or do I want to? I'd say if I'm a medium-sized nation, which is not restricted necessarily by the naval treaties, and can therefore get away with things, I'd probably take a French design and make it work. And I try and go for something with 12 8-inch guns and 4 triple turrets.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna talk 1 second just to chat. The reason I don't mind the Long Beach, and I actually kind of like it, is because it is the brutal expression of function over form, and it works.
And also, have you seen the hull lines on that ship? Oh my god!
And the Hosh.
They need to come with a. I'm sorry, but they need to come with an age rating. Those hull lines. They are quite. They are the equivalent of when you're looking into certain cars' engines, and you remember, Top Gear would shout "filth, filth" for looking at them. Well, if you look at the lines of that hull along Long Beach, you see the epitome of American U.S. Navy cruiser hull designs, and it is gorgeous. Those lines are just perfect. They would make a racing sailboat sing. They're that good.
Also, Hosh could have like a rough concept of working, whereas Long Beach actually worked.
No, that's really
Bug Guy 8229, do you
know I'm right.
I'm
right.
Okay, alright. So, Bug Guy 8229, do you think all USN future cruisers and destroyers should be nuclear powered? No to the destroyers, but
No!
Cruisers, yes. Cruisers, yes. Because
Not
The
all
US,
of them.
the US great.
the problem for the US Navy currently is they do not have escorts which have got the same level of mobility as their carriers. They don't need a lot of them, so functionally, if you combine that role with a cruiser, it makes financial sense. There is no point in building a nuclear-powered destroyer. It is too much money for too little ship.
And of course,
So basically,
destroyers...
and the role for a cruiser, if you consider the role of the cruiser and the role of what you need a nuclear-powered escort for the US carriers, they pretty much dovetail. Okay, you might need to build a couple more, but it's far easier to build a couple more of the same design, even if they're nuclear-powered, than to go, I'm going to build a completely different design tree, so I have some cruisers which are conventional.
Yeah, this is the thing. You can do that. Yeah, like you should start with the nuke design and work back if you need a non-nuke. But also, to be blunt, the reason destroyers should not be nuclear powered is also because in the modern era, the destroyers are your presence ships and you'll show the flagships if you are not trying to make a statement.
I would argue your destroyers should not be your show the flag and present ships. They should be your higher status presence and flagships. They shouldn't. The trouble is the destroyers are doing the roles of light cruisers, heavy cruisers, and sloops at the moment, and they shouldn't be doing all three.
The thing is that the point is that in order for them to even fulfill the high end of that role, they need to be conventional, because unfortunately there are many countries around the world that have certain things they're not keen on atomic powered ships entering their ports.
Yeah,
As silly as that might be.
it is what it
Well,
is.
no, it's not. It's not silly. As much as I am a proponent of nuclear power, I I do understand why countries, especially New Zealand, is the first one that's in front of my mind. But countries like that would say we do not want a fission powered ship in our harbors. However, I am going to say that while current policy makes me question how long this will remain true, uh, the U.S. at least is going to have a very difficult time winning a quantitative race with adversary navies. So it's going to have to fight a quantitative race. And the easiest way right now for the U.S. to do it, because it has the infrastructure with its subfleet, is to make a nuclear cruiser surface asset. It is the easiest way that they can win a qualitative race versus adversary nations, namely China. But we'll have to see what public policy does over the next 3.5, 4 years to see if that actually happens.
And as the lesson of the Juno Cole will tell you, if you muck it up for 4 years, you can end up mucking up for a lot longer than that.
Yep.
So we hope we have to
Yeah.
always hope governments make the right decision. By the way, that goes for the UK government as well, which are just as nutty at the moment. Black Horse,
Yep.
would better intelligent communication to the Grand Fleet have intelligence communication to the Grand Fleet have changed the outcome of Balajolin? Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
I've talked about this before.
if-
If the guy hadn't tried to be smart and asked a smart question rather than asking Room 40 what was going on, instead asking them where the specific call sign for Speer was, the right information would be passed on. But he decided he was going to be a smart aleck. The guy decided he was going to be really clever. By the way, after the battle and after the results had got in, and when it's found out what he did, he was roundly.
Although I do want to ask, why did Room 40 have two separate handles for the same individual,
Because
but
he
based
did.
solely upon what?
Because he did.
Of course, the Germans did. Of course, they did.
He
Okay.
had one for when he was harbour, one for when he was at sea.
Why can't Germans do anything simply?
Well, to be honest, they thought
Because that would be-
They thought it would confuse Room 40. They didn't realise Room 40 had penetrated their signals to that degree.
Uh-huh.
Oh, crap. So they were kind of right in a way. Crap.
Yeah,
Dang it, Germany. Stop being right.
yeah.
Why are you booing me? I'm right.
And unfortunately, this one officer decided to interpose him. They sent off the information to him, and one of the assistant staff members of the First Lord decided to go in, asked his own question, where's this is, forgot the correct answer. They went off and sent this information through to Jellicoe entirely off his own back. And it was only about half an hour later when someone went, "Why did you ask that?" And then went, "You do realise that's his call sign, which he leaves in harbour when he goes away."
Oh, sugar.
And by the way, the person who asked him that question was his CO, who then probably.
That's
I get the
in the-
feeling
Oh.
that either a civil servant or a senior NCO approached his CO and said, "Ah, yes, I was very happy to help, Lieutenant Commander so-and-so with their question earlier about
try
Spears,
Rear Admiral.
Oh,
boy.
Rear
That's-
Admiral
I
decided
believe-
to be helpful.
that's a paddling. That is what I believe the correct term for that is, a paddling. You are now being paddled. Please, Yeah, you are now being paddled. You
Full
will not
Admiral,
resist.
full Admiral of the Fleet, his first Sea Lord at this point goes. Oh. By the way, I will say this because Dragon and Foxo are watching, and they're always welcome to join whenever they want to join. But the thing is, they might notice that if they check the schedule coming up for the for the Bruships, they might notice that one is listed with sci-fi as well as naval history questions, and that one is specifically for them to be in, because I know they wanted they'd like a sci-fi one, and they've been very upset because Fleet hasn't organised a sci-fi rambling.
Look,
so
I said
I'd do a sci-fi Bruships for them because I'm nice. I'm kind.
Okay, come on. You know full well
Now,
the reason that we haven't.
Chandel, watching your KUK Navy video, how would, if thanks to extensive promises from Austria-Hungary, France, and Britain, given by the Central Powers, Italy join Germany in the Great War?
So, if Italy has joined the Central Powers, you have created an out-of-context problem for the Entente. The problem you've got, essentially, is the fact that they now have... France now has to detach troops to deal with Italy. Now, this is something they can do, but it will tone down the number of offensive actions the French can partake in on the Western Front. It also means that
I would like to point
and...
out that if there's anything worse than trying to attack over the Austrian Alps into Austria from Italy, try attacking over the French Alps from Italy into France in this time period.
Oh yeah, oh no, I'm like the Italians will still try, but it'll be a constant nuisance threat that will have to be dealt with, which is all it really needs to be. Because then we get to the whole crux of the issue, which is you've possibly enabled a Central Powers victory in Russia before the middle of 1917, if not earlier, and at that point you have more than enough time for even if the Mediterranean goes no different, even if the even if the Italians and the Austrians do nothing else and they just sit staring at the French and the British, which I doubt they will do, given that they actually have enough fleet strength that they can. Well, even then, they probably might not, because you've also got the whole concept of, do we really want to risk our fleets, given that we plan to go back to staring at each other after the war?
I think,
but again, either way,
trying to get them to do joint action would be an interesting thing.
Even if nothing changes, the sheer fact of the matter is that you've basically set the conditions for a German victory in early 1918, because they will likely be able to smash the Entente powers before the United States can join the war. The French will likely not be able to calm the mutineers down. The French army will likely mutiny, especially given the extra pressure it will be under on the Italian front as well. That's the thing.
I don't. There is. You say that, but let me put in some clarifications. If you have that happen, you're never going to have Gallipoli. You're never going to have that happen in the Mediterranean. So next way, all those troops are not going to be deployed there. Okay. Also, the French are not going to be able to do almost any offensives at all. The French are going to be locked entirely into defensive positions, pretty much by securing the southern border, etc. They've got, but they are going to be able to rotate troops through those two battlefronts, and which could be something sensible. There's also. And this is going to sound really sort of rather insane, but think this one through. The main problem is the sheer amount of defensive firepower you have on the side and the fact that the German logistics runs out. But defeating Russia doesn't improve the German logistics situation.
It doesn't?
No.
But they get all that capacity back.
They get the troops back. But they don't get any more extra supplies coming.
Oh, okay.
Think about it. What's happened to the Russian ability to produce food? You're not going to get any supplies. You're not going to get any food out of the grain basket of Eastern Europe. That's Ukraine and Russia at this point. So you're not getting more food. So they're still so Germany's still going to be short of foodstuffs because they're not able to produce enough themselves. Unless they want to send troops into Russia to secure it, also to help them. So
and literally take food out of the hands of the people who are trying to eat it, which I'm not going to say they wouldn't do, but it'd be difficult to do.
yeah, so the nice way the scenario I see is that you possibly still get America joining the war, but also you have the problem that Italy is not going to be, even if you do get Italy to join, Italy's not going to be an active participant, a really active participant against the French and the British, because probably there's going to be some sort of deal done quietly, which by me, because otherwise the Italian colonies are going to get hoovered up.
Mm-hmm.
You could end up with another big battle in the Mediterranean. You could end up with a big battle. The French might actually have to build some of their finish more of their dreadnoughts off
Which should be good for them.
in the wartime. But it's just, I just think honestly, for the Italians, especially when you consider what their economy depends on in terms of imports, and the fact is the British can still shut them down. Because what are the Italians going to do? Launch a mission to try and seize the Suez?
They can certainly try.
There will likely be a North African campaign of some form, but it
Yeah.
will probably be short, sharp, and fairly quick.
Yeah.
Also, Foxo, what was the result of that D20 roll?
And also, what you're dealing with is what do the British have to do? In a nicest way, one of the things that's often forgotten in World War One is that realistically, whilst the British mobilised the Indian Army and the New Zealand, the Australians, and the Canadians, they don't mobilise as much as their African empire. They don't mobilise as much of the resources as they could get from the rest of the empire. Neither do the French. Both could mobilise a lot more resources if they politically wanted to. They don't for political reasons during the war.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're facing that with the situation you're talking about, then I could see a lot more people being mobilised from across their empires. It will have an effect for decolonisation, or rather Commonwealthisation, probably in the British running ahead of it prior to the war, and goodness knows what the Canadians will come up with, given more incentives. The Geneva checklist will just grow longer, but yeah.
That sounds about
At
right.
a certain point,
So
do you
whilst
think
I think yeah, you are right, Germany does have slightly more of a chance.
Like, I'm not going to say it's going to guarantee a Central Powers victory, but it might guarantee a peace that no one is happy with, basically. A peace where basically nobody wins.
It could do, but I think it could also, because the Germans could decide to take a risk earlier. It could push the Americans over the line slightly earlier as well. In which case, I could see this war lasting till about 1919.
Ugh. That's a horrible thought.
Because of the reality of what's going on there and how it would face, but, yeah.
Well, if the war goes on to 1919, do you think we get the Wilhelmshaven strike?
Probably.
Probably, yeah. I mean, honestly, you also probably get them go, we want to try this on Wilhelmshaven. This is very true.
You might get a Taranto strike as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, but what if we try this on the funny Italian people first and see what happens?
They might try it. They might do it simultaneously. They might try and do it simultaneously, knowing they're on it, and that would. What probably happens under those circumstances is the admirals might get converted. Well, the admirals probably get built for starters. There's going to be no mucking around. They're going to build them, but they probably won't build them. When you're faced with those odds, I don't see you building them as battle cruisers.
Lightly as they did.
They probably get built as fast battleships from the get-go, because the British do have a doctrine for a fast battleship. So at that point, which would be a 28-knot ship, so they would have done that. And if you build the admirals to be 28-knot ships at the scale they were, you can do that and include a lot of power. I mean, there are people who are talking about if they needed 12 inches of armor here, there, and everywhere. Well, yeah, you can pretty much do that. If you're prepared to take 28 knots rather than 33 knots, you'd be amazed at the sheer amount of weight you lose. If you're prepared to drop off those 5 knots. Right, Bomia Boy. Modern helicopters versus Von Spey's squadron. Bye-bye, Von Spey.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's it. Good night, Vienna. Like, when you're talking that level of technological difference, it's just... Yeah.
Desert Foxo. Can you go over or make a video about the early histories of Vickers? How did their quirks emerge? The short thing is that the Vickers have a policy of trying to sell whatever they have rather than necessarily developing what they have to sell. But that would be a whole video of itself, and I will do it. I think did I do a video about Vickers in the Year of Technology?
Not explicitly. At least I don't remember it.
No, I might add one in this year. How close are we to reopening questions? Not that many to go.
Not.
Not that many to go.
We have.
Desert Fox. So we've done Desert Fox, the one. And now Colin Cameron. Colin Cameron.
We have 30 questions in the queue. You gremlins put in 50 questions at the start.
Colin Cameron, if in future you do a vid about one of Glyn's settings like you did for Battlestar Galactica, which would you pick and why? Ooh. Probably.
See, now he's asking the important questions.
Probably the Peacekeepers one, because that's the most interesting to me. The trouble is the carriers and the some of the other things is because if the Dakota Confederacy and all that stuff, and that one, if I did that, that's basically going to be humans fighting humans fighting humans. It's not as interesting as humans versus other things. With corgis, and that's the thing, of course. The other thing that attracts me to there are ships which are carrying corgis in England in Peacekeepers scenario. So that I find useful, even though Raleigh does find absurd that they're carrying corgis and not poodles. He feels there should be at least some ships carrying poodles.
Just tell them that carrying poodles would introduce chain of command questions, and we can't really deal with that now, can we?
He's met corgis. How carrying corgis introduced chain of command questions?
Yes, but corgis introduce chain of command questions by immediately inserting themselves at the top of said chain. Poodles are usually slightly more diplomatic, and therefore there's more questions.
How did we get here?
Potentially.
Fleet, remember my comment a week ago about being a post turtle?
Vaguely.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to use that every chance you got.
Poseidon
I wasted a perfectly good American idiot upon you.
Okay, Poseidon 7307. What would happen if the proposed 170-gun HMS Duke of Kent was in line at Trafalgar? How might this Goliath fare in a battle against the Spanish and the French?
Well, congratulations. You have introduced the Spanish and the French to God. Simply put.
Pretty much.
Or,
if the Duke of Kent...
Or some form of God equivalent.
If the Duke of Kent was built and in service at the front of the line, probably Nelson would be aboard her. Because he needs a large ship which can smash into the enemy and basically keep going through the battle line.
Isn't she built with Sepping's improvements as well?
Yes.
Oh, it gets better.
She just, in the nicest way, there are going to be some French and Spanish ships which are just going to go, don't we have the largest ship in the fleet in the world? I think we did. That thing turned up. Oi, mama.
Night. You are a member of chat. That automatically makes you either a gremlin or a goblin. I do not make the rules.
Nope,
this is automatically either a gremlin or a goblin.
To be fair,
that is the way.
To be fair, because I'm not, because this is not a VTubing account, I've never set up. We have never come up with a name for what the chat should be referred to as.
No, it's the rules. If you are live streaming, you are the chat gremlins or the chat goblins. That is the way.
You know, you're not the investigators. You're not the gators from Arme. I'm trying to remember. You know, Doobie hasn't yet got a group. Doki Bird, well, of course, she has her traditionals. So, yeah, we don't really have a name for chat on this channel. So maybe that's something we should do a Bruships at some point in the future. Going suggest what we should call chat. What should we refer to you as?
Oh my.
Cadets.
Do we really?
You
sounds
will,
a bit-
and will
sounds a bit.
always
Yeah.
be either gremlins or goblins, depending upon how I'm feeling for.
Yeah, but you know that
This is
Hosh lovers. That's for people who are in Fleet chat.
That's Fleet's problem.
That's for
Fleet's
anyone
problem.
who anyone who is a subscriber to Fleet. Remember, if you subscribe to Fleet, that's because you love the Hosh.
no.
Especially,
I
especially
want
if you
to
join
grow.
especially if
want
you join Fleet's Discord.
I am
Yeah.
going to ask you to. I am really tempted to ask you to please kindly remove that little bit, please, kindly. Thank you.
Which
Which
little bit?
You know the whole you have to like host to join the server. Everyone is welcome in my server. You do not have to like host.
No, all I just said is if you join the server, you are admitting you like Hosh.
No, that's not. No.
Yes, I can remove that
Please do. Like, look,
on Tuesday.
I like the memes as much as the next man, but I feel like it is starting to. It's also confusing to people. Like they're wondering why they can't see the server if they don't answer a question that doesn't. So yeah,
What the question which says, "Do you worship Hosh?"
yes, that one.
I answered no,
That
and I
one.
still get to see the server.
Yes, because I gave you the roles manually.
Jacob, I thought we were Blackburn worshippers. No. I avoid the cult of the Blackburn on a regular basis. I avoid it. It's just something which has happened to me, and I don't know why. Karl
yeah, this.
Gasberg,
Oh yeah. Welcome. Welcome to cults beyond your control.
you
Yeah.
have
I
yes,
hope
but
you're
in this
happy.
way, you started the cult of the Hosh. I didn't start the cult of the Blackburn. That was
First things
started by
first,
Dr.
Hosh.
Dan. Karl Gasberg,
Hosh is not a cult.
the means of offboard targeting for SSGNs, from sub, super to hypersonics, basically they get the data sent to them from satellites, and then they load up and they fire. That's how you have the data. SSBNs tend to have pre-targeted data again because, despite people don't sometimes realize this. They go on. Oh, we need targeting data over this satellite system and this satellite system. SSBNs, Trident systems, etc. They target by taking star fixes to an extent.
And also,
I'm not going to go into the details, but they are
you know where
designed
a
to.
city is.
Fleet,
Yes.
this is a serious answer.
Oh.
Okay.
Fair.
So, when you're answering a question, it's a serious answer. Okay. So, when they're targeting, when SSBNs are targeting, and their missiles go off, the missiles are entirely internal because they're supposed to be able to be fired even if the satellite system's been taken down, if comms have gone down, if everything's gone down. The British system of command and control is brilliant, by the way. It's basically faith in the CO of the commanding officer. The Americans have all sorts of fancy systems. The Soviets tried all sorts of fancy systems. The Russians followed on with them, and so did the Chinese. The British, basically, it's faith in the commanding officer of the submarine. Do not get me started on the destroy of it, but also on how they do select them. And
Perisher.
The Perisher is just the course to be commanding of a sub, not the commanding of a ballistic missile submarine. Oh, there's more. Trust me, there's more. They navigate to an extent by the stars and internal. They are entirely independent, and they will have the targeting is to an extent preloaded of where they're supposed to fire in the event of a major war. In that it's preloaded in the submarine just goes bump. This set of targets because we're fighting this enemy. Go. Which is why you really want to make sure that Britain doesn't have any issues with its transmitting of its radio signals. Judging by some of the rumours about what's on the backup systems are.
Oops.
96831. Question 154. Of the G3, H3, J3, I3, J3, K2, and K3, which would be the most terrifying to have a Hermes-style conversion? K3 is pretty much the biggest and fastest, isn't it?
Oh, I live under a rock.
How did you get under Iraq? I mean, it's a fair distance away.
I mean, I'm on the other side of the globe, so I could arguably be under Iraq. depending upon how you want to look at it. But more so, I was saying under Iraq.
Well,
No,
think
I know. That was the joke.
we'll come up with a name for chat at some point. Again, there is the fact that I do realize that, and I know these because, as I've said before a few times, my mum is a major fan of several VTubers, and I, as you can see behind me, am enough of a fan that I apparently warrant being given presents by my mum, which are indirect, I think, presents for the VTubers themselves. We'll leave that to one side. To know what their fan groups are called. And I do like the idea of having something to call chat. I just don't know what to call
Goblins.
you. No, we
You're
can't
all
use goblins.
goblins.
Goblins and gremlins is actually already in use.
Don't care. It's accurate. They break things.
No, that's in a nice way. That's they don't break it. They merely submit questions. So, Captain, what would happen?
Breaks it sometimes.
That's not their fault. What would have happened in 1910 if a group of scientists in Canada had discovered nuclear fusion and beam weapons, and their potential is known?
Well, the United States definitely has a whole new category of weapons of which it regulates.
If it's in 1910 and it's in Canada, then America's probably going, oh, frigate.
The Brits have MacGuffins.
Because let's
This
be
is a
honest, in
problem.
1910, the American armed forces are not in any state that they can start invading Canada.
Yep.
I mean, it never stopped us before. Note, Fleet, I didn't say it never stopped us from being successful before. I just said it never stopped us before.
Yeah, it's one of the issues is that as long as it's actually kind of interesting about this. We are the longest period of the United States Senate actually funding defense.
Well,
For now, at least.
Before anyone says since World War, because it's gone on since World War II. No, it didn't. They cut it after World War II. It's since after Korea. It's the 1950s. They've been funding it since. Not the end of World War II. Not the end of World War II. Please don't think the U.S. Senate likes to claim they've been funding defense properly since World War II. They haven't. They tried to cut it down until they got Korea, which was a very big lesson. And then they also tried to cut it a little bit before before the Vietnam War. And
the Vietnam War happened.
They learnt the lesson again. So yeah.
Are you telling me that Congress has the institutional memory of a goldfish?
But pretty much,
no, we would never say that of the U.S. Congress.
If you have nuclear fusion and beam weapons, then A, the Royal Navy is growing massive. B, the
Incomparable probably gets built.
The post-war advantage the U.S. builds up with long-range marine diesel powered merchant ships really probably doesn't help. As much in this scenario, because there's possibly, especially if you consider their approach to it, probably what their approach would be like, especially if you've had beam weapons rather than nuclear bombs made, and it's fusion, which can be a lot more powerful than fission,
and a lot safer too.
As long as it's managed properly. If you have that all working, then yeah, there is going to be some massive changes to history. Also, I think air defense. You could have a whole new approach to air defense, because if you think about it, if you have beam weapons which will never run out of, which are powered by fusion reactors and will never run out of ammunition, but just keep firing at very high speed and quite long range. That's if you have those in place before you have jet engine technology, especially, then aircraft possibly don't come about at all as a weapon system. It's going to depend on how
they might.
It's going to depend on how rapidly they're built, but let's be honest. A battleship with a fusion reactor in it and those wings around it is going to be able to knock out a Zeppelin from miles away.
Yeah, but the downside for beam weapons is that it's purely line of sight.
Yeah, but so is most air defense weaponry.
But what I'm saying for shore bombardment or onshore bombardment.
I don't think it would replace the things like the 16, the big 15-inch and 12.5-inch guns, etc. For that role because they're high explosive. But I could see it replacing your secondaries on a battleship.
But what I would also point out, it's also for the Royal Navy. It's basically okay. Keep shooting them with the big guns. Shoot them with the big guns. Shoot them with the big guns. Okay, we now have direct line of sight. End his life.
Yeah.
Yes, but for ship to ship targeting in that period, it's always line of sight.
Yeah.
Well, it is, but there's also the fact that you want to make sure that you've got relatively clear line of sight because you don't want it to be disrupted by the water, the waves. You want to make sure you land a nice, clean hit.
Yeah, but if you're talking a plasma beam weapon versus a laser weapon, it's not going to really care about atmospheric dispersion.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is waves, especially given the height above the waterline, you're going to be firing this direct energy weapon. You're not talking about that much space between the surface of the water and the ship that's firing it. So, especially if the sea level is not completely flat calm, you want to ensure the least disruption in terms of wave and water impact between you firing and you hitting the target ship.
Yes, but I would also argue that you're talking about levels of energy which are so high that, oh no, I clipped a wave in half. Anyway.
Yeah, as said, I think it'd be secondaries and tertiaries which would find themselves replaced. Secondaries which would probably find themselves replaced on most battleships. They'd probably have to put them in turrets earlier. That would be a change. But it'd be very interesting to watch what would happen to most navies in the system because it would be intriguing. Right on. Steve Clarke. Each of you are in the procurement team for a medium-sized cruiser. We've answered that one. Oh, no, so this is for a neutral Pacific power. What nation's design do you alter for your purpose and why?
I stand by my answer. I stand by my answer.
Yeah, pretty much I stand by my answer as well. Have you seen the American
I'm
designs
sorry.
for the renewal period?
The problem is the British actually look at their designs and say, we need something balanced. And then they build something balanced. The Americans don't. The Italians are too short-ranged. The Japanese do not make a balanced design. The French...
An adapted French design is what I would be tempted to go by because they have a lot of good stuff there. They just need it to be... Basically, you need an extra 4,000 tons to make their designs work. And basically, if you're a neutral, non-aligned nation which isn't part of the treaty system, you can build that ship. And no one's really going to complain. Whereas if you build a battleship, people are going to complain. But if you're building a heavy cruiser, people are just going to go, "Oh, great! You've built an out-of-context problem for our cruisers," which means we'll either have to have multiple cruisers turn up, or we'll have to have a battleship turn up.
Hey, Cal, how's the face?
Okay.
James C. Stanley, what will be the impact of AI on the Navy and other services next year? Way too soon to tell, and probably the ways that will be the most impactful about until we're
with that. You've got to get there, basically.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I'd say AI as well is that there is a... One interesting things I've talked to people is what we're seeing with most of the AI these days are large language model algorithms and language model systems. And realistically, quite a lot of the what's called the AI sort of systems and use them, the learning software, etc. That's probably already been part of some of the targeting programs for quite a while. If you read through between the lines of what some of the advertisement for some of these systems have been, you'll look at their phraseology, and their phraseology for the last 10 to 15 years has been what we're now hearing about most of these models. Now, Stafford, should I ask my younger brother for the specs of the Tower PC he built me that works really well for Philae?
I'm not allowed to know this. There is a chat that I am not privy to that I am not allowed to know.
There is a chat.
Don't worry.
People, if you're interested in supporting the chat of the stuff for for Fleet, Boop, or Fillet, depending on who you are, what you want to call him.
Oh, come on!
Pandemic
I
Patient
can.
Zero. You will find that we actually have that on my Discord. The thing is, you have to ask for an admin permission to join it. The reason we have that set up for as admin requirement to join, for permission to join it, is so that Fleet can't join it and Fleet can't see what's going on there. So it's a surprise to Fleet. That's the only reason it is pretty much, other than Killix, it is the only channel which is at all protected, and the Killix one is basically a reward to people who do really good stuff in the channel and in the Discord server, and who are always doing good, chatting properly, and being friendly and helpful to people. We reward them by going, yes, you can, if you've demonstrated by experience that you are you are debating in earnest and good faith. Yes, you join the Killix and. Yeah, have fun. And basically, the Killix then serve as a group for me to look at and go, how good shall I nick you for a Master at Arms? And then if you're very good there, get to become Master at Arms if the flotilla leaders agree, and then the flotilla leader, and then eventually maybe a flotilla leader. If you're poor Runon, you could be tagged from basically day one with those things. We'll leave that to one side. Black Horse.
Again, post turtle.
Black Horse, why was the We Want 8 and We Won't Wait so effective in getting the ships? Because of the sheer amount of shouting they did at members of Parliament. Also because of how it's the classic thing in the UK system. Our politicians don't like to admit it, but the good thing about our system is our constituencies are just small enough that the public actually can find out who their representative is and can go and actually confront them in person if they want to. I'm not suggesting you should do, but there are usually quite regularly held events. There's quite often campaigning. I've done this quite a lot of times in my life. A lot of knocking on doors, canvassing as we tend to call it in the UK with the local MP. And you'd be amazed. Popular campaigns that get the public talking, which means that every other question the MP's dealing with on the doorstep is they're having to answer this topic, really do start to have an impact. Really do. You start off the day, the MP goes, we might hear something about this, but I don't think much. By lunchtime, they're going, it's all everything was talking about. By the time it's evening and we're going for a meal because we've been canvassing all day. We've done 12 hours knocking on people's doors. The MP's usually talking about, we're going to really need to do something. I'm going to have a conversation. It's making rapid phone calls to various people up their hierarchy.
And in the American system, I see that the commonly quoted number, wow, this is a really hot topic that I need to be very concerned about is like 20 some odd phone calls.
Yeah.
20 to 100 phone calls for an American representative to sit up and take notice. And if they don't sit up and take notice, then you know that either they don't care or the idea is way out, depending upon who you ask. Looking at you, Whitman.
I would say with the American system, it is usually 20 or 30 phone calls which actually make it through to the representative or the senator.
Yes.
It's from people who are powerful enough to get through to them. Chandler, if you could bring a World War II warship design to World War I, what would it be and why?
If you want my honest answer to that, simply put, it's an aircraft carrier. It's a mature, well-developed aircraft carrier with a good air wing.
They don't have one in World War II. It's a World War II German warship design.
Oh, simple. The Bayerns. Oh, no, sorry, not the Bayerns. It's the... Type 7s. Give me all the Type 7s. Send them the Type 7s with snorkels, the late model Type 7s with snorkels, and watch them starve Britain into submission.
Well, see, you're not too wrong on that front, but I would
say... Because honestly, I mean, Dr. Clarke will agree with me. If you remove the ability of a submarine to have to service in World War One, and or have the ability to charge its diesels while submerged, and it can just ravage through the oceans, casually shooting torpedoes at things. It's just good night, Vienna.
And the thing is, the Type 7 is not like a Type 21 or a Bismarck. They could actually sustain and support it.
Yep, and they could build more because the Type
Yeah.
7 is just an adaptation of a UB3.
Yeah.
I was going to say Deutschland class, but
Not
or
really.
no,
No.
Scharnhorst. Excuse me.
Scharnhorst could be. Scharnhorst would be good. Oh, thank you. There's a Foxo. Thank you.
Here's the thing. Yeah, because here's the thing. The Scharnhorst, the Deutschlands, they're all good ships for World War One. They are world beaters. But send back a Type 7 and some people who know how to build more, that's a war-winning change.
Dragon is being mean to me. This is according to Desert Foxo. How would you say Wild and Wildhunt? Can you get him to stop anglicizing it? Well, it depends on part of the country. It could be Wild. I'd say Wild. Because it's Y, not I. So it's not wild, it's Wild. Wild. I'd say.
Foxo, you still owe me a D20.
Does she owe you the D20?
Say again?
Does she owe you the D20? I don't know if she actually even understood what the question was regarding the whole thing.
Whether or not she
no,
can hit you over the head with a rail-launched air-to-air missile.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I would rather not be hit over the head with a rail-launched air-to-air missile.
I would rather you not like the host, but yet here we are.
Hey! Just a cotton-picking minute.
Oh.
I don't pick cotton. I twist wires.
Right, so Desert Foxo, has Fleet got Powder Monkey installed for tomorrow?
No.
I do have Powder Monkey installed. I just don't know how to work the damn thing.
Linguistics.
Sorry.
Bummer boy,
Really, Dan?
Yeah. Do you think the comparatively proportional low casualty figures in terms of lives lost and injuries for ships, sunk missiles, and bombs and Falklands is an anomaly, and if so, why? Not really. It makes sense for the kind of war you're fighting. It's between two medium powers, one a global power, one a regional power, and they're both they're fighting at the limits of the logistics in extent for both of them. Although one's limits of logistics is 8,000 nautical miles, the other one's limit of logistics is a couple of hundred. So realistically, it does make sense. And one of the things I often find people goes, our weapon system has this effective rate. And I go, you do realise if all the weapons in the Falklands War worked as effectively as they were marketed as being, you would have had you'd have wiped out each other's fleets twice over. With the sheer amount of weapons used. It's almost absurd if the weapons have been as effective. So yeah, it's no. But I don't think it's necessarily an anomaly. I think it's probably there's a reason for why it is. So it's not an anomaly. It's on the spectrum we'd expect for certain circumstances. So, Nightserum, if the Royal Navy had 3 Eagle-style Admiral conversions, Eagle, Hermes, and Argus, would it be correct that the Royal Navy operates US-level carrier air wings, but with far better aircraft? I'm not sure. The aircraft will go. It would depend on what happens, because you see, the thing is, if you're operating those 3 carriers and they've come in sort of at the end of World War One. Early 1920s, before the treaties, A, the US probably get 3 Lexingtons. B, there's going to be a bigger argument from the Royal Navy to have an independent fleet air arm, and they're going to be at that size probably large enough to justify it. But also, if you consider what probably happens with the tonnage limitations, because if you've got 3 40,000-ton carriers, arguably for both Britain and America, they're not going to want to have the limit at 120. They're not going to want to have the limit at 135,000 tons. That's not going to be the limit. The limit is going to be probably 10 carriers. Probably not 27,000 tons limit, but a 30,000 ton build. So they probably have a 300,000 ton limit, which means they'd have 180,000 tons left to build something. in a nicest way with that many carriers, that larger carrier force, you probably have a rear admiral aircraft carriers earlier because those 3 ships are going to be flagships, so they're going to be massive and big stator ships. But also B, you're going to have probably the fleet air arm be back under naval control. So the Royal Navy will have better aircraft than they did probably historically because they'll have more direct control and direct interaction of their engineers with the people building the aircraft, so they'll have a better idea of what's possible to ask for, so they'll be able to ask for better aircraft when they're specifying them. It's gonna be more. It's gonna be basically again like it was for the Americans. The American aircraft are gonna be designed around the American concept of operations. The British aircraft are gonna be designed around the British concept of operations, and they're gonna be better fits for that. And I wouldn't be surprised if the British are still going for long-range night strikes. So yeah, you'll probably still see something focused around that. It's ease of flying. But they might not have the same understandings which lead to it being the Swordfish. It might well be a monoplane that they develop at the same time. But it could be even longer range than it was historically. If you imagine a Swordfish with 1,000 nautical mile range, that's a scary asset. Swordfish has a range of, doesn't have that range, but
Fleet, I just want to let you know that you are safe from being hit in the face with a rail-launched anti-aircraft missile.
Well, that's good.
Foxo, roll the 1.
Well, that's good. I value my face. My face is the thing I use to,
Yeah, but don't worry. Dan is going to tell us whether it would actually be damaging, or whether it might actually benefit you by correcting your level to Hosh. In which case, maybe still we left to do it.
Dr. Clarke.
Let's see,
Careful.
Mitchell. How many destroyers lost bows? I think we're talking about a little over a dozen during World War II. Very few of them survived it, but very few lost multiple bows. There's only one destroyer which decided to lose multiple bows.
Bowmill Boy has an update to their question. Thank you for the answer, but I was asking about human cost per ship sunk rather than overall ships lost.
Oh, human cost per ship sunk for the Falklands War. Let me put it this way. It was quite good. They were quite good at recovering them and getting them out, and that is something you can do again in that scenario, because in that scenario the task forces were operating quite close together, and especially the ones around the Falklands, there's a lot of helicopters, a lot of facilities around them. If they'd been more independent, if the ships had been more spread out, then you're going to have a higher loss of life. So again, it's on the spectrum of what we expect for the scenario you're in, if that makes sense. It's not so much it's an outlier. It's an outlier. The Falklands War is an outlier if you're then conducting next wars in the middle of the Pacific and your ships are spread out hundreds of miles apart. Then it's an outlier in comparison, but it's on the spectrum of what we expect from this scenario. Black Horse. What would be done if USS Enterprise CV6 shows up in modern day? She'd be made a museum ship.
It actually might be something that convinces me to stay in the U.S. in the current climate after I weld myself to her hull.
Very true, Ruinon. Very true.
My reaction to CV6 showing up in, let's say, Norfolk is similar to the reaction of Drac or Dr. Clarke if Warspite showed up in Port.
No.
Especially if it was pre-Tallboy. Or not pre-Tallboy, pre-Fritz X Warspite.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of Tallboys, though, how many did Sleeshan eat? Sleeshan eat from Chandler Chandel?
Sleeshan? You mean the pre-Dreadnought?
I just live here.
She's the only German capital ship with that name during the Second World War. I've not got that wrong, have I, Dr. Clarke? The only Sleeshan in the Second World War is the...
As far as I know, I'm currently consulting Dr. Dan about the missile to your head. He's wondering whether it should be a small Seacat missile or a Talos missile. He's working out which one is better. What size of scale we should be going with.
Okay, Fleet's dead. He's not dense enough to warrant a Talos. That would be a waste of a Talos. Let's just be simple and go AMRAAM.
You can't just... Gentlemen, you can't just shoot a Talos missile at everyone you don't like. That's unethical.
It's not.
It very much is.
Well,
You cannot just yeet missile be upon you. That's not...
I'm not sure if Sliceum was actually attacked by any tall boys.
I am fairly certain. Like, I would find it very surprising.
She's used as an anti-air. She's used as an anti-air platform for most of the war.
Yeah.
Because
would
she basically
very
sunk and
much-
used as that because she got damaged.
Yeah. I would also surprise me if the British would waste a perfectly good tall boy on a pre-dreadnought battleship.
I mean, given the amount of ordnance
Um,
that the Allies were throwing around by the end of World War II, it's kind of like, well, we got one. Can we?
They'd already hit it with a
Please?
mine, an airdropped mine. No, I don't think she was actually hit by any tall boys. I don't think she was used as attacked by tall boys. There are several raids on her area which did include sort of bombers which were heavily armed. So one of them might have accidentally hit over a tall boy nearby, but I don't think she was ever the purposeful target of a tall boy raid.
I forget which one was bigger, Tall Boy or Grand Slam.
Grand Slam. But tall boy was much more accurate.
Garrett Zurkov, why didn't Britain further develop the tank post-war one? Can't be because of egos.
They did.
They did a huge amount of development into tanks post-World War One. Lots
mean,
of tanks.
Yeah, where do you think the dog came from?
Yeah, and I would also point out that if they didn't develop the tank post World War One, why aren't they still using Mark Fives in World? This is the thing. They did develop the tank post World War One.
British tanks don't get. British tanks in 1920s, 20s, and 30s don't get talked about as much, and British tank development in World War Two is often, again, they suffer from the fact they start war in 1939. But the British, barring a couple of yeomanry divisions which they transition in the Middle East, have a fully mechanized, motorized force by World War II. They're the only army in the world.
And then Dunkirk happens, and we're back to square one.
No, they're not. Nice.
Oh.
At no point after Dunkirk do they suddenly go right. And we're going to start We're going to get back horses. At no point does the British logistics. The only time the British logistics goes back to mules is when they're operating the jungle with the Chindits, and then that's a good reason you're using mules. So it's the thing is what's forgotten often is quite how many tanks the British supply to the Russians, and British tanks send tanks all over the world. Matildas and Valentine tanks go everywhere, and they are very, very reliable. Very, very, very reliable. That's their main saving grace. The British tanks, the thing that's often interesting about British tanks is they are often designed to be reliable, as if that was the British criteria.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're kind of known for their history in this period. You also have to remember one of the interesting things about the Matilda was its 40mm gun was considered a world-beating gun at the beginning of World War II.
I mean, the 2-pounder was a world-beating gun and would remain so for the majority of the early war period.
Yeah. Which is always quite disturbing to me that it's the same gun. It's basically a pom-pom. Stafford Thompson, what will happen to what will happen first? The UK 6th generation fighter or the rebuilding the US Navy?
Both, pretty much.
Good luck.
At the current rate of the U.S. government being what it is right now, my money's on the UK 6th gen fighter.
There's a Foxo. Realistically, how effective would HMS Renown's armor be versus 8-inch and up guns?
What range and what piece of armor?
That is basically the classic thing. What range, what part of her armor? But honestly, if she's in a one-on-one fight versus an 8-inch cruiser or even 11-inch gun cruiser, she's at the Battle River Plate, she's gonna be okay. She fights Sharnos and Eisenhower. They do some damage, but they don't cripple her or ruin her in any way, shape, or form. In fact, it's arguable that she does more damage to them. And they're firing 11-inch guns at her. She's a fairly capable asset, especially if she's modernized. She is, though, a battlecruiser. And it's worthwhile noting she does start off life. She was always she started off life as a battlecruiser 2 words. They evolved the design somewhat with refits and modernization into a battlecruiser 1 word. But she's definitely not a fast battleship, and she's definitely not got the armor to be a fast battleship. She just certainly doesn't have the subdivision. Interesting question, point from Cadaface on Twitch. You don't need the biggest gun against the Japanese tanks given their paper armor. Yeah. When will the queue reopen? Not long.
But I will remind everybody that Japanese tanks were designed for the situations they were fighting in. They were designed around the economy that was trying to construct them. You can't just say Japanese tanks bad without looking at the environment they were designed for and the army that ordered them.
Also, they do have some quite good tanks which are just sitting in Japan for most of the war.
We have 12 questions in queue. When we get to 8, I will attempt to reopen.
Right then, Donald Rumsford, and I swear you had that title in the beginning just to try and wind up poor Bruno. Would late generation fire control systems distinguish between firing at a certain point on the up roll and a certain point on the down roll?
That's a
The thing is,
no, I think they just calculate for the delay between the ignition solenoid and the shell leaving the muzzle, and once they get the appropriate degree of roll, they send that signal.
I don't think that. Yeah, I think they are more about taking advantage of the roll than necessarily trying to fire at certain points.
It's quite impressive how much calculation goes into the main battery controllers, because they're only the size of a American oven.
Oven.
Like, seriously, the ones in the Iowas are, you could fit them. All right, it may be a large American oven with cooktop, but it's nothing that it's nothing so large that you would only see it in an industrial kitchen.
Yeah.
You could see, I've actually installed those in some homes. They're big, but they're not that big.
Nice to everyone. I don't think that was your question. So I'm just going to delete this one. It won't allow me to delete, sad enough. Oh.
Yes, because you don't have those permissions in this server.
Cruelty.
I do, however.
Roar.
Do you think it's better to have SSGNs instead of larger SSNs with larger missile loadouts? Yes.
What's the difference?
SSGN is focused on launching its cruise missiles. SSNs are able to be therefore free to act as attack subs. And whilst they might have some cruise missiles on board, that's not their primary role.
Well, what I was getting at is that if you start adding enough VLS cells or guided missile capability to an SSN, you get to a point where essentially you've just turned. Congratulations, you've made a crappy SSGN.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. On a crappy SSN.
I think, but
I would say that the Seawolves are probably pushing about as far as you can go before you start typing and just fully investing in an SSGN. I am concerned about what they're doing to the Virginias simply because, my God, that whole form.
I would point out that if there wasn't a need for it, the US wouldn't be investing in the capability.
There is a need for it.
I agree that there's a need for
the missiles, but the trouble is that they're trying to get it without necessarily being sensible on it.
Well, I'd argue that
they're trying to replace the Ohios they converted into SSGNs by just adding more VLS onto their SSN fleet. And you said
I'd argue that the Virginias that they're converting are basically them taking the last runs of an exceptionally proven platform and using it to enhance capability they need with a system they know works, and therefore replacing older platforms with, yes, individually less capable, but more hulls that can be in more places at once. They might not be true SSGNs, but I'd argue it's a very smart way to
Yeah, no,
replace and rebuild
the
capability.
trouble is, Fleet, is battle cruisers get into trouble when you try to use them as battleships because they've got battle at the beginning name because people think they're the same thing.
Yes.
You've now got something which is badged as an SSN, is supposed to operate as an SN, but has the length and operating characteristics of an SSGN.
The it doesn't no, no. Mm. The thing is that it that comparison doesn't.
Really, it doesn't?
You're
Alright,
not.
yeah,
Yes.
the trouble you're having arguing against this tells me that you don't think it shouldn't. In your head, it shouldn't have the same
No.
problem, but you then remember
No.
humans are human, and oh my god,
No.
it probably will have that problem.
No, that's not. No, that's not the thing at all. I'm just trying to think of the polite way to say no, Dr. Clarke. You can't. That's
Well,
not. No.
I would
talking- you're
also point out, Fleet, that do you really trust the current U.S. administration when they hear that a
Already,
Virginia
US
class?
administration.
I'm going to go with the current one for right now because that's what we're stuck with for the 3.5, 4 years.
Mhm.
Would you really look at the current U.S. administration and trust them when making strategic deployment decisions to distinguish between a Virginia class SSN and a Virginia class SSGN?
To be perfectly blunt, I don't think they should have to. I think you're massively overstating the difference in the ability to kill enemy submarines and surface combatants with torpedoes that an SSGN Virginia has versus a normal Virginia. I
Wait,
think
take a
you're-
look at the
No.
hull of the SSGN conversions and
Yes, but
tell me that that's not going to impact their operational characteristics.
It will, but I don't think it'll impact them to a degree that it's not going to make them any less deadly killing machines to enemy submarines and surface combatants. I think you're forgetting that
No, but you're forgetting
SSGNs
SSGNs and SSNs have very different operating characteristics. One spends
The
its life
thing-
trying to sneak in quietly into places, get close, launch missiles, sneak out, right?
I would argue
What
that
does an SSN do?
I would argue that given the way in which SSNs have been carrying missiles for a long time now, and given that SSNs can also stealthily sneak in to places where they're not supposed to be, we see them doing this when they're conducting
Fleet.
operations that are
There is
politely, Dr. Clarke. I think you and Ruinon are barking up the wrong tree here and
There-
fundamentally misunderstanding how the modern submarine as an SSN or SSGN is used. To be perfectly blunt, and I'm gonna stand my ground on this one. I think
Okay, Fleet. All right. So you've pushed it this far. So now I get to be very polite back. Okay. So you're telling me that a asset which uses strike as an occasional capability and force enabler, launches 12 or so missiles, and will do initial strike, is the same thing as something which is going to launch closer to 100 missiles.
now.
No, Fleet, that's what
No.
you just said. You have just said they're
Yes.
the same thing. Okay? So just
Well, no, I've
yes,
said,
a yes,
I've
no
said
answer. No, you have made that case. So now you're going to have to deal with me coming back. So
I
did you or
said
did
you
you not
could-
just make the case that they're broadly speaking the same thing? Because I would argue one is orientated around doing the hunter-killer mission with strike as a backup, and the other one is orientated around strike as its primary mission, right?
But you
Because
can
one
use,
is the most. No, you
you
can't.
can use a hunter.
No,
a
because
use-
it's
a use-
extremely.
a use-
Would you use an SSBN as a hunter-killer?
No, but that's an
No,
SSBN. That's
No, because they're also because they're very valuable doing what they're doing. Do you want to use an SSGN as a hunter-killer?
I wouldn't want to use a purpose-built SSGen as a hunter-killer, but
And look at
stretch-
how many missiles the later version Virginias are carrying.
Yes.
How many?
Oh, let me think. What is it? It's 89, I think, or is it 100? I'm not entirely sure. They keep varying. It depends on the load, on what they're actually carrying, And if they're carrying experimental hypersonic, I think it's down to
Oh, and if
20
they're carrying
26
high experimental
before due.
hypersonics, those missiles are even more expensive. So really, do you want to use that as a hunter-killer?
It depends entirely on circumstance, but I'd argue that a stretched Virginia, is more hunter killer than SSGN.
No, it isn't. It is an SSGN.
Wait. Dr.
Once-
Clarke, can you do the class a favor and pull up a render of
I-
these
Rudolph,
block
I am
5
aware.
Virginias?
I'm aware of what the Block 5s look like, and I'm aware of the hull form that they have. I know. But I would also make the argument that while their use case will ideally be, Dr. Clarke is quite correct, you would not normally use them in the hunter-killer role. What my argument is that if Congress was to deploy a stretched Virginia as a traditional hunter-killer asset, the Virginia would not have any more difficulty undertaking that mission and would likely still succeed. That's
Well,
my point.
I'm glad you have a lot of faith in the U.S. submariners. Not that I don't
do.
have a lot of faith
I
in
do.
U.S. submariners.
I also think that the Virginia is an incredibly capable platform as it is, and you
in
might be
amazing-
getting a
Do you know how much bigger the Block 5s are over the Block 4s?
Yes, absolutely.
How much?
But do you understand how much bigger they are?
Oh, you're talking about adding like an extra 75% worth of another Virginia class into it. It's a long boy.
They've gone from 7,800 tons to 10,200 tons. And they're now the second longest submarine behind only the Ohio class.
Mm-hmm.
Not the Typhoons? Oh, okay.
Well,
The
Typhoons
Ohio's
are,
in American service. The Typhoons are Russian.
yeah, the
Yeah.
Typhoons are more stocky than they are. Well, they are long, but the Typhoons are also very stocky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The argument
these
the
are
argument
going
I
to
make-
be massive. These are not what
Oh,
you want.
yeah.
These are not SSNs.
Oh no, I'm not. My argument is that they're less than ideal for a role in which you'd prefer a straight Virginia SSN, but I would argue they're better off than a Ohio that's been refitted into an SSGN. They've got the sonar suite, they've got the smart
Yes, but-
torpedoes, they've got the quieting. They're
With-
much more capable of being multi-role submarines that can step into the hunter-killer role when required, rather than the Ohio SSGNs that you
You
really
keep
can't
wanting
ask
to
to
Yeah,
do
make-
but
that
you
job.
are
you're
a-
dragging your goalpost back here.
You're
dragging your goalpost back here, buddy.
Yes.
You don't. My problem
You
with
were
the
arguing at the
Virginias.
beginning that they were interchangeable, and now you're saying
Yeah.
they can do it
That's
under
the same-
circumstances.
Well, it's
In the
technically-
nicest
well,
way, fleet. No. No.
They're either interchangeable or they're not.
And the fact is, they're
You-
not.
The thing I don't like about them is
Honestly, they should probably be a
somebody-
separate class. So you should not be calling them
Yes,
Virginias.
they-
You should be calling them an SSGN, and they should be a different class. You know.
yeah. If you want to call them, I don't. Do we know what the lead boat of the Block 5s is supposed to be?
I think the Block 5s at the beginning is going to be the Oklahoma. So they should probably be the
So
Oklahomas.
Great. We're starting with a state name. Call it the Oklahoma class or the Oklahoma subclass. Although you should, like Dr. Clarke says, I agree with typing them SSGNs so that nobody in Arlington or Washington gets the bright idea of, well, SSN, they're the same thing. So let's send this out there to do this mission that it's not. Yes, it may be very technically capable of doing, but is not well suited to. And call it the Oklahoma class and not the Virginia class, because it's okay. At least the Hornet and the Super Hornet, the casual observer can look at that and say, oh, you just added a second seat. The Block 5s and the rest of the Virginias, I'm sure the engineering plants look similar. You don't see the engineering plants, but I'm sure they look similar. Ish.
There is a very big difference between the boats, and
Um,
that's before we get onto the Block 6 of the Virginias, which are frankly, start with the Potomac.
Yeah, I will just like to very quickly, with something we'll both agree on, is about just to Steve Clarke. The whole thing with SSGN, Steve, is that they enable you to put an awful lot of missiles somewhere the enemy doesn't know, and while yes, you do reveal your position after firing, you will actually get the chance to fire, whereas a conventional warship heading into the particular threat environment may not get the chance to fire, or everyone will know where it is before it fires. And they may have repositioned assets to intercept the incoming wave of missiles.
Is it the Block 5s
Whereas
or the
with
Block
an
6s which are going to be the SGN?
Whereas with an SSGN, the first thing an adversary knows is when 100 tomahawks burst out of the water and suddenly, oh dear, this is an out of context problem for us. I hope you brought air defense, because you're gonna need it.
The Oklahoma isn't getting it. It's only some of the Block 5s which are getting it. It's going to be Arizona, which is the first one, which is a really nice one because that was a battleship.
Oh, no.
yes,
Please tell me they're not doing that.
Yeah, well, the thing is, tonight, I would just like to point out is that SSGN specifically are submarines configured to launch cruise missiles as their primary role.
Yeah.
The Ascends
Hello,
are
Dragon and Foxo.
I was waiting.
Sorry, I'm sorry. The Ascends are attack boats. They are, as Dr. Clarke says, they are attack boats with a limited capability to conduct land-based strike and anti-ship cruise missile launches, like all attack submarines have been capable of since the 80s, by firing weapons out their torpedo tubes.
Basically, one of the things I've been talking to people about is that the SSGNs and the fusing of the two with SSGN and SSGNs is something which makes sense during the period when you weren't dealing with peer threats, when you needed to justify your submarine fleet, and this could mean the submarines could get increasingly involved in literal operations against terrorist forces and non-conventional forces and grey war. When you're dealing with wanting to have assets which, let's put it this way, if SNN is intelligence gathering mode, you don't want it to be revealing its position by firing its missiles.
Of course.
All those things. So it's a lot of missiles to have with something which is maybe not being able in a position to fire them. It's also a lot of missiles to have. It's adding on a lot of length and a lot of size to a vessel, which you may want to, may not want to, and these various things.
Yeah. Because the thing is, me and Dr. Clarke aren't arguing over the need for such vessels. We're arguing over whether or not it's viable to have a true multi-role submarine. Which, honestly, I can see his point. And he has an absolutely valid point. The thing that makes me sort of, and I would normally agree with him, the thing that makes me sort of go, is the fact that the Virginias lean more towards attack submarines with delusions of SSGN-ness, even in the Block 5s, than they do true SSGNs.
My brother and Carl, they have 80 some odd VLS tubes.
No, they technically carry 40 Tomahawk cruise missiles in this current variant. They do have some variants which are going to have multiple VPMs added in. Those are the Virginia payload modules. Each payload module has 4 vertical tubes, which can take 4 hypersonics or 7 Tomahawks. And once you add on 2 tubes, you now have 8 Tomahawk. You now have 8 times 7 plus 12.
If you're going, I will admit,
there has even been one design which I've seen which said, well, we could add in 3 VPMs and they're still calling it an SSN. At that point, it's an SSGN. No. I'm sorry. I would say even once you've added in 1 VPM, you are starting to head towards the SSGN territory, because if you consider the value of a hypersonic missile, you can launch 4 of those, and the cost, that's going to be a major asset.
Yeah, I will point out that my argument only holds water for the single VPM subs. If you go beyond 1 VPM, I'm sorry, you're in SSGN and you should not be in littoral waters or doing SSN things. No, stop.
I appreciate that you come around to our side of the argument, but I am going to point out that you come around to our side of the argument now.
Well, yeah, but like I said,
that was a wonderful lecture.
I have always been talking about these single VPM Virginias. Anything beyond that,
you need to specify that at the start of your argument.
Yeah, I really should have done that, shouldn't I?
To be fair,
that out of the two of us, you and me, Fleet, I am the one that's had the most in terms of any sort of legal training. But you need to mark your argument out clear. Otherwise, we will rake you over the coals.
Hey, look, it was a good
Think of what's
excuse.
been happening in various other channels lately, Fleet.
Hey, hey, it was a
Communicate clearly is a key.
hey, it was a
Okay.
hey, it was a hey, it was a good excuse to discuss SSNs and SSGNs. I
It
have done
was.
my duty. I have done my duty.
And I said it was a wonderful way seeing Clarke basically go full lecturer mode.
It's nice for a change, but I also will admit I can stand my ground against that. I didn't fold.
You
My
moved
ground
the
was a little bit
goalpost.
shaky.
You didn't fold, but you definitely hitched ropes to both the goalposts and slowly backpedaled.
I basically realized, oh shit, he thinks I'm talking about something else. Shit, Fleet, backpedal,
Language.
backpedal.
Nice main Fox. I don't need to do anything. We're just here basically occasionally chip in communications. That might be amusing.
Though we have got Knight 681's question as the next one, which is, so if the Royal Navy has 3 Eagle-style Admiral conversions, wouldn't they become the limit for tonnage displacement World Australian Naval Treaty? Now, I think I've already answered this.
And with that, I'm going to reopen the questions.
My thinking is... the question should be open.
There we go. Yeah, I see it.
The thing I've always said is that if you have 3 Admiral conversions, then the Americans are going to want 3 Lexington conversions. The Japanese probably are going to argue for 3. Might get 2, might get 3. It's going to depend. And it's going to basically be, right, these are 120,000 tons conversions. Okay, you're allowed these 3 vessels. Seeing as that would take up most existing tonnage, the only way you can get it to work is if you up the carrier limit to 10 vessels for Britain and America, which means if you work down the existing limitations, France and Italy are allowed 4, which some point they suddenly become very interesting, and maybe slightly more than 4 because they get 2.2 in tonnage recently officially, so they probably get 4.5 in tonnage. So they could do something really interesting to carriers. The Japanese suddenly have, well, if the British have Americans have 300,000 tons, because you probably changed the tonnage limit for carriers to 30,000 tons, and the conversion limit for these 3 is 40,000 tons. The odds are then the Japanese would get 180,000 tons, so they would probably only want to have. They wouldn't want to have 120,000 tons locked up in these 3 carriers, because that would be extremely expensive for them. They might be happy to settle for 2 conversions of the 40,000 ton range, because then that only takes up roughly 80,000 tons of their 180,000 tons. Which could mean that they can then muck around with their 100,000 tons and see what they can get. What they can build. What they claim is officially 20,000 tons as a carrier. Oh, for the British and the Americans, they go, well, that's great. We now have 180,000 tons to muck around with. And the British might actually build 6 30,000 ton carriers. They might not. And even the Americans might do the same, but they might do it, they might not. They probably want. They probably want more. They probably want more. It's going to sound strange. They probably want more hulls. The British. So if you've got 180,000 tons as your tonnage, you're able to work up to 20,000 tons. Is going to be too small. That will give you 9 boats, but 9 ships, but it's too small. 30,000 tons is good, but doesn't really work. 25,000 tons, that's going to leave some tonnage over, which you're not going to want to do. But if you think 25,000 tons, when you work it into 180,000 tons, that does give you 7 vessels, which leaves you 5,000 tons left over. So I'm gonna say they probably aim for roughly 26,000 tons, and fudge it. And that will give them 10 ships. Framing for 26. I don't think Courageous, Glorious, and Furious get converted. Courageous and Glorious get converted in this scenario. Furious was already converted, so they probably still would have, but I doubt they go for Courageous and Glorious as well. Take care, same penguins.
Take care.
Black Horse. Question. What were the most important ships that floating dry dock served, or the most unique use of them? Honestly, I would say you've got the example is probably the Goban. Or as it becomes, that the fact is the Turks do an entire rebuild of that vessel using the floating dry dock.
They quite literally buy one specifically for the job, and they do it, and they do an absolutely fantastic job on the ship.
Yeah.
Like we're talking, like I think they do a boiler replacement. They refit the turbines, but don't replace them. But they do a full boiler replacement.
Yeah.
Replacing her somewhat troublesome German boilers with French equipment, which is actually much better for them. Like the work they do to Goban renders her an extremely viable combatant, basically until she is retired.
Yeah.
They render her more than capable of matching up against the Ganga in the Black Sea with the help of the modern destroyers and submarines the Turks also buy. Because the Turkish ship has a speed advantage, but most importantly, with the replaced boilers, it now has a reliable speed advantage over the Russian ship, meaning that even if it is damaged, it will likely still have the speed, if necessary, to pull away from the Russian ship. And against the Greeks, I'm sorry, Avarov, I love you, but refit Yavuz just cleans your chronometer in 10 seconds flat.
Kavdun, what would happen if either Iowa or Des Moines started running mock gunnery drills on a Soviet cruiser, one that's messing with US carrier by doing mock missile drills?
But both sides just go, oh, we're posturing now, are we?
Yeah,
But
basically. As long as it's more, basically they're gonna the Soviets will probably try and film it and claim it's American aggression, American imperial aggression, and the Americans will film it and point out the Soviets, and it'll just be more posturing. It's not.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing as the American ships going, oh, the Russian missile cruisers are pointing their tubes at us. Okay, point guns at them.
Yeah.
Which happened.
Yeah, quite right.
It's just a bigger version of that.
Desert Foxo. Hey, Foxo, you're here. Here's a question.
Yep.
Realistically, how effectively would HMS Hood's armor be versus 8-inch and up guns? As I understand, her belt is tapering on the either end. The thing is, again, she's built as a battle cruiser 2 words originally, and is converted while in construction to try to be a battle cruiser 1 word. So it's going to be effective. The question is going to be at likely engagement range. It's going to be effective, but again, it's going to be effective against the first couple of shots. 8-inch probably more effective against that than larger guns, but that's always the way. It's always the way. Hope that answers
So I
that.
was just wondering, even if her belt keeps out the rounds, given how she's built lighter than a battleship,
Yeah.
would there still be shock damage behind the armor?
Yes.
Well, that would happen even with a battleship. I mean,
Yes,
battleships are built tough.
yes, but the greater subdivision of a battleship limits the shock damage more.
It might not be quite as large of an area, I'm guessing.
This is why I keep to the description of Vanguard being a fully armored battle cruiser, because she still has the subdivision behind her of a battle cruiser, not a battleship, and not even of a fast battleship. And that's the distinction. That's why subdivision matters as much as armor. Because it limits the damage to an extent.
Essentially, Hood could keep out the shell, but she would still take damage from it, even on a non-penetration.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Asher, have you done anything on China's? Goodness, there's a lot of questions just come in.
Whoa, Nelly. Hold on to your hats,
Asha,
folks. Here we go.
News to channel. Have you done anything on China's anti-access area? I think I have done some videos about that, but that was back a while ago. I probably need to do a more up-to-date recent one because it's nothing new, and some of it's actually got a lot of problems with it doing it because if you A, the weapon targeting, and B, the actual weapons themselves, if you use them because of how similar they are in profile to other weapon systems, when they're launched, then the fact you can't tell what they are until they're up at height and moving could mean you're in trouble with whichever leadership you're firing it at. Because if they interpret your ballistic missiles being launched rather as being anti-ship weapons as being land attack strategic weapons, you might find yourself dealing with a massive nuclear response and then going, "But we didn't launch them at you!"
Yeah, and you'll also point out that there's a reason why the Chinese developed an entirely new range of launcher erector vehicles for their anti-ship ballistic missiles. It was exceptionally clear signaling that you will know where these launch vehicles are. We're not going to try and hide it too much, so you'll know exactly what is on them, because there's only a certain thing that can be on them. And we've made that very clear.
But there's a small problem with their next generation they made for their next generation ballistic missile. Guess what they did?
Oh, please don't tell me they were idiotic enough to adopt that same launcher.
They didn't adopt the same launcher. They adopted a derivative of it.
Aye.
Which looks
you were going so well, Chai.
Yeah, this is why I say there's problems with using those weapons.
They literally spent all this time telegraphing, and they were really good at it until they literally shot themselves in the foot.
Oh, there were also other issues like the co-location.
Come on, China, you're supposed to be doing.
Anyway.
It's like, come on, China, you're supposed to be better than this. Come on, like.
No one
you're
is
actually
better
one
than
of the more.
No one is better than that. Stav Thompson, when is Runon going to send the strings to Philae so he has a smoother system for his channel, as Ghost Fox alluded to?
I have them.
He's had them since early December.
The main ones have even now been shown physical proof.
I will now give 60 seconds for Foxo and Dragon to tell off Fleet while I decide to get some sandwiches. You know.
Like
Fleet,
we have now even...
you need to install it. I do not care what you say.
Also,
it's been installed for ages.
Yeah, but he literally gave you an instruction manual.
Oh, it's installed. I tried it once, then I forgot about it.
Yes, but to quote your statement earlier that you don't know how to work it.
Well, I forgot.
Actual skill issue, Lamau.
Yes,
Lamau.
literally. I am technologically illiterate.
Next into the chat window every time you question not rocket science.
I tried that. Also, which chat do they go in my own Discord server? I forget.
I don't know. Could it possibly be the one called Stream Q&A Log?
All right.
No way.
You know, Fleet,
I tell you what,
it does seem like Runon has made this as easy as she could for you. And
all right. I hear you all, for goodness sake. This coming Monday,
you mean tomorrow?
I will. Yes. If you want to be pedantic. I'm trying to say something here.
Yep.
But anyway, I will attempt to use the system.
Okay. Now, Craig H. YouTube Defence Circles Australia are looking at upgrading Megami new FFM. Would a smaller frigate like this be of use to the Royal Navy? Its new systems, weapons, cross-training between the three nations. That's what a Type 31 fills the hole for the Royal Navy. Jumping into setting up a whole new production line, etc. All these things is probably not sensible for Britain at this point. Ongoing future ones might be, but it's not at the moment.
Yeah.
It's going to keep Type 31 and then it'll be 32 and then it'll be probably 33, all the same design pattern.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the thing. If the role of the general purpose frigate for the West is filled by FREM, the RN has needs for frigates that are either A, not filled by FREM, B, FREM is far too much ship for.
No,
or,
this is FFM, not FREM. Mogami on new FFM.
No, I know.
It was a specific question about Mogami and new FFM and smaller frigates. FREM is not a smaller frigate.
I know.
Frem,
I was
Frem
going.
is a Type
I was
26
going,
counterpart. You're talking about the wrong generated
was-
type of frigate fleet.
I was going somewhere with that, Dr. Clarke.
Okay, carry
I-
on. But you're off talking
Oh.
about large frigates, not light frigates.
Yes. So the RN has its own counter for that, and then of course for the small frigates, you've got usually most nations will produce a domestic design for that, or a local multinational. So the Japanese have produced the FFM, which Dr. Clarke has already mentioned, but the UK again already has a ship that fills that role. So again, it comes down to need and desire. So the UK doesn't need large frigates because we have our own version, which otherwise you'd usually expect Frem to fill, and we don't need small frigates because again we have our own program for that replacement. That's what I was trying to get to. Basically, the UK is procuring all of its frigate needs domestically at this time. There is no plan to procure foreign frigates because our next generation is all domestic. The generation after that might be multinationals.
No, I don't think so. The legacy of the Horizon class has basically left quite a lot of bitter taste in a lot of people's mouths for the British. Next question. What was the reason Glowworm was out of formation? I will leave this to Fleet, as Fleet needs to do more history questions. I'll put it down.
Ay. It's always me in it.
Hey,
At
you're the
least this is
burgeoning historian of this
This
group.
is-
I'm just the one
And
This
hey,
is-
who's
definitely. I think
This
this one's actually quite a
this
nice
is-
one, all things considered.
This is the sort of specifics that I generally do not go out to find.
Right, like Glowworm's a classic one, though.
I am aware. I know that glowworm intercept.
Okay, at least 3.
Oh, oh yeah, I do actually remember this now that I've actually looked it up because I actually do remember. I used to know
Glowworm's
this.
the one that rammed Hipper.
Yeah, Glowworm was actually off looking for a man who went overboard, and she was on her way back to rejoin Renown when she encountered 2 German destroyers, and then Hipper loomed up, out of the gloom, and Glowworm said, and to use the more polite version,
Challenge accepted.
to use the more polite version, sod it, we ball.
No, I think I agree with Runon. Challenge accepted. Like, they realised, we're not getting out of this, so... Well, might as well give it a go.
And you know what? Credit to Hipper and her crew. As soon as it became clear that Glowworm was no longer offering resistance, she stopped and immediately began to rescue survivors.
Sorry, I skipped a bit, going from one thing to t'other, because of lag.
Oh, you used t'other. I am so happy. Thanks very much, mate. Love it. Love it. Absolutely love it. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Absolutely lovely.
Let them finish, Fleet.
I'm from way up in North London.
That's not.
Bookstore.
That's
Oh,
not. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You do not come into.
You can't even say mine, so this isn't yours.
Angry actual northerner noises. But carry on, Dr. Dan.
Did you actually answer the question of why was Glowworm out of formation?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Fleet,
did.
because they were picking up they were trying to pick up a sailor, and then
Yeah,
wearing
who went
what was
overboard.
Fleet's comment.
Which
Man overboard! Leave him.
What's depressing is they picked him up, but I don't know whether he actually then
Oh.
survived the sinking of the.
If he did survive, I wouldn't. That could induce all sorts of survivor's guilt.
Yeah,
Oh,
because the thing was that the Germans had lost several sailors and a couple of soldiers, I think, overboard, and famously Lutyens had said that they weren't going to slow down, stop, or go back for anyone. So, and the other issue was that Renown had lost most of her other escorts, so she ends up with just Greyhound, and then there's this kind of moment where supposedly, at least, the kind of the home fleet kind of found out. What do you mean Renown is out there with 1 destroyer as escort?
Where did
Renown's
the other
out
one
there with
go?
just 1 destroyer as escort. We sent her with 4. Yeah, but 2 detached to get fuel, and 1's gone to go and pick up somebody who fell overboard, and then their compass is broken and their radio's on the fritz.
Mhm.
And I don't care. I sent her out with 4. 4 is the bare minimum. Send more. Do something.
Yeah,
How did we get here?
there was a lot of panic going at that point. There was a lot of panic going at that point.
They were kind of like, she's one of our very, 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 very best ships. She's the one that actually works and goes fast and is
Yeah.
in commission.
Mhm.
We can't let her be U-boated.
She's just been modernised as well.
To be
Yep.
fair, I would also point out at this point in the war, 4 destroyers as a screen against a U-boat is. It's definitely some form of deterrent, but as we found with operations conducted by British carriers at the time,
No.
if the U-boat is in the right place at the right time,
No, so the aircraft carriers that got sunk. So there was only one, and they were conducting air operations, and they'd actually detached at least 2 of their screen. So Courageous only had 2 with her, because she'd sent the other 2 to go and help the merchant ship that had been torpedoed.
Yeah.
So she only had 2. She didn't have 4. That was the point.
And doctrine was she should have had 8.
yeah. I would agree. The
And-
thing is, I would actually go to Dr. Clarke and say, you really need 8 to have an inner and outer screen to basically force a U-boat to have to stand off to a point where a torpedo attack on a fast-moving capital asset is no longer a viable.
But also, don't forget, you can predict where an aircraft carrier that's doing flight ops is going to go because it's to do with the wind, and they can't be zigzagging properly because they need the speed.
Yeah.
How
And
did Ark Royal have when she went down as an escort?
She had loads,
About
but
12.
but the thing is, she shouldn't have sunk from the single torpedo
Yeah.
hit.
That was their
That's
poor
the
use of
big
damage
thing
control, as I
that-
recall, wasn't it? Because of the captain's battleship.
As I've told about, the damage control guy was following what all his training had always brought him to do, and he'd forgotten was that
you're on an aircraft carrier, mate.
Yeah, the rules for damage control had been established, but were different for aircraft carriers because the aircraft carriers are very top heavy, so you
Yeah,
flood
and
immediately.
But also, it was that after the loss of Courageous and Glorious with so many of their crew,
Yeah.
the big worry was that they would lose more people. And so he was trying to save all his sailors, and so kind of evacuated and then sort of sent damage control parties down.
No, it's
No,
far
is that
earlier.
one not true?
No, that's later in the whole debate. That's well beyond the point.
Okay.
That's the captain, not the damage control officer, who's doing that.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
The damage control officer needed to order counter flooding immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the other problem I'd heard was that basically because she'd been being worked to death, a lot of the watertight doors were more that's by name than function.
No, that's Jamie of Armored Carriers who regularly does that one, and that one's a mixed bag. Yes, she had been. Yes, there were some issues, and yes, there were ship parts which needed probably to be better maintained. She did need to be probably out of service for a long time, but this is one of the trouble when you've lost Courageous and Glorious, and you then had also Churchill's decided to pause construction. You've got no slack in the system. And so she hadn't been given a proper refit. But I don't think even if she'd had a proper refit that necessarily the fact that the damage control officer resisted doing what was literally the doctrine for how to manage damage control on a carrier until he was literally hit over the head by someone with the booklet going, this is what's in the booklet. But we don't let water into our ships. Read the booklet. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember.
Please.
Yes, I'm supposed to do that. And by the time they start counter flooding, it's too late.
Yeah, it's a series of errors, and it's sadness-inducing.
That's sometimes how war goes. That's just the way it can be.
It's just a series of that was unlucky, and then that was unlucky, and then that was unlucky.
It's always the human factor. It is always the human factor that decides things. Pretty much.
Humans always muck things up. Jonathan Moon, question: with the ships that lost bows in World War One or Two, was the polythemes or the torpedo ram concept really such a bad idea? Yes.
The thing, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
The thing with the torpedo ram as a concept is it's something born out of an extremely narrow technological window, where the ship is where the ocean going battleship is slower than 15 knots when it's actually going flat out. The torpedo is a weapon of somewhat close range, but long enough that you can actually have some degree of standoff. That the primary and secondary battery of ships is not accurate and rapid firing enough that even if you are within about 2,000 to 3,000 yards, you're unlikely to get instantly mulched, and that you've just received machinery that you can compact down to achieve speeds of 18 to 20 knots on a small hull. It is a combination of all of these factors coming together, and that window lasts about 2 to 3 years. And the unfortunate problem is that window is gone by the time the ship's commission. It exists when they're designed, and it's gone when they commission. Because by the time they come into service, the quick-firing gun exists.
I think it's questionable whether it ever existed.
No. There absolutely was a period when a torpedo ram would have been a viable combat asset.
Was there?
The problem is that it was such a narrow period that it was basically a blink and you'll miss it moment in naval history.
But
And
no, it wasn't, because as soon as you started putting something like that together, all anyone's going to do is go, oh, let's slap some quick-firing guns on our nice ship, and oh look, we can buy a gun from nice Mr. Vickers or Mr. Armstrong faster than you can build a ship.
Yeah,
the
that's the trouble.
thing is when these ships
This
were
comes
originally
around
designed,
before the
quick
quick firing
firing
gun, don't they?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the thing. That's what makes them viable.
They
But the
come
problem is
around
the quick
just
firing
about
gun is
before the quick firing gun, and then the quick firing gun comes in. It's kind of it's all sorts of fun things.
Yeah, this is the thing.
Let's move on to Colin Cameron's question, because frankly, no. Just as we've spent more time on torpedo round than it really deserves.
I have a soft spot for the
by the way,
Runon,
Runon, just the point, I have turned it on in the command section. So I did go into the commands and turn on. I did that automatically. I presume that was that's always part of the criteria.
Oh. Well, it may have been borked when I sent you the new patch. I'll look through it and figure out what's going on.
Okay.
with a stick.
Can I just check? Oh, can I just quickly check, Runon? That's not going to distract you from.
If you say
building
Minecraft
remain-
server, I will mute you.
I knew where that was going the moment he opened his mouth. I
Yeah,
knew.
I want to play Pixel Mom with you. I'm trying to decide whether you'd be a Sorowak or a Geodude.
Shall we move on to the next
Let's
question?
move on. Although
Last
speaking
choice,
of
please. Thank you.
Minecraft, at some point, me and Dan might have to play a Minecraft game together, just to get ourselves ready for when we have to lead Minecraft teams, so we're fluent with the controls. So when Runon does make the server, Question.
Just keep dreaming there, buddy. Keep huffing that copium.
Question: given they have been made ready, if Goban had actually sailed close enough to Malta for the 100-ton guns to fire, and a hit with its first shot, what damage could be done?
I've been waiting for this one. Congratulations. Goban is now dead because because I'm sorry, that shell is going to render her unable to make a speed greater than probably 18 knots, and at that point, if she's lucky. And at that point, I'm sorry, that's 2 Invincible class coming over the horizon, and I'm also damaged, and I'm also near Malta. And is that a flotilla of destroyers leaving Malta?
Yeah, it's
A bad day.
it's a very bad day. It's a very, very bad day.
Could you imagine the jubilation from the gun crew for hitting?
Oh God, that would be something that films would be made about. Like there'd be
They would be
it'd
very,
the
very
British
happy
version.
and excited.
It's
But-
basically the British version of the Norwegian film about the attack on Blucher. You know
Yes.
that film where the film
Yes.
the Norwegians made? There would be a British version of that with a 100-ton gun going off and a massive hit forward as Goeben goes down by the bows for a minute. And
Yes,
everyone's cheering and celebrating.
Lovely.
Rumsfeld,
Next one.
read my lips. I am an apostate. The only
Of hate?
loyalist religious army I have are my sisters. And that's because I just wanted some nuns with guns. I
Okay,
reject your God,
okay.
Emperor.
All right. Warhammer 40k, enough of talk about it. Let's move on to Night Secret One's question. Could the 9 RCN ships have got to the crash site of Swiss Air at 111 faster, which crashed into the Atlantic Ocean, killing Captain Zimmerman, Flight Officer Lou, and all the 12 cabin crew and 215 passengers? Probably not.
Honestly,
Because they'll have
honestly,
been racing as fast as they can to get there. So if they could get there faster, they would have got there faster.
and also at that point, I mean, I know searching for survivors is something that we always do, but if you're talking about a plane that slammed into the Atlantic Ocean at speed and hasn't done a controlled landing, then I'm sorry, but at that point, you're basically looking for bodies to confirm who's died.
Well, no,
But
to be fair, it wasn't even that. It was
You
just
still
a
race there.
crash.
You still race there quickly as you can, just in
Oh,
case.
of course,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's why I say you
Uh,
you always do that, but it's
yeah.
just the sad truth of air crashes like that is that unless it's if it's an air crash where the aircraft has impacted anything at any significant degree of speed, your chances of survival wherever
Oh,
you are is
okay.
slim.
For some reason, the human body did not evolve to survive going from several hundred miles an hour to naught in the space of less than a second. I don't know why. It's clearly a sign of, I don't know, some sort of
Unintelligent design?
Poor design. Now-
divine mistake.
Stafford Thompson, with the hesitation nuclear power service combatants, what's more likely, functional railguns or large caliber guns returning?
Functional railguns.
Probably is, but the railguns that are going to return to make them worth their money, especially for the initial variants, you're probably looking at roughly 9.28 to 9.8 to 9.2
8-inch. This is the thing. You're either
Actually,
going to see
they've worked out with the 8-inch ones they were testing that they might actually would have been worked better if they'd been slightly bigger, because it's actually slightly easier when it's just slightly. It's one of those things which is looking like it's going to turn out the sweet spot is about 9.2 inches.
The thing is, you're either
For 100 years, the 9.2 inches returning.
The thing is that we're basically looking at a fact where you're looking at I reckon you are going to see the main naval gun of destroyer and up-surface combatants return to 6-inch, and with some carrying 8-inch guns as the quest for
Please note, actually, no,
longer.
destroyers never carried 6-inch guns. It's just returning to 6-inch guns for vessels which are roughly 6,000 tons or more, because they are cruiser-sized. So
Yes,
you know,
thank you for the clarification. That was
cruisers
needed.
used to have smaller guns.
But
I'm sorry. I think at least one World War I tribal class was equipped with a 6-inch gun.
We don't talk about that. Let's move on.
Listen, just because the chief petty officers figured a way to duct tape a 6-inch gun onto a tribal's gun mount does not mean it was necessarily equipped with a 6-inch gun.
I would also, of course, point out the fact that we don't talk about the German destroyers either.
That's because
And those technically weren't 6-inch if you're being really pedantic.
They're technically 5.9 inch.
But again, we're approaching a world where we need where the need for larger shell mass and longer range in a naval gun is becoming paramount again.
Yep.
And
I'd almost say
did you want to go first?
Well, I was going to say it's almost that we're coming back round to we can now launch a projectile if it's sufficiently big caliber that has most of the capabilities we want in a missile, but which, because we've got a lot of the
Missile bits?
structure, you take away a lot of the missile bits that make it big and to some extent some of the expense. and some of the storage issues, some of the cost goes into the gun barrel and things, and the propellant cost in terms of size.
Lee,
And
you
lo and
good over there?
behold, the thing that goes
Nope.
the thing that goes flying through the air is not that dissimilar.
The problem that I have with this argument of let us embrace the guided munition is that it removes one of the big advantages of the modern naval gun, is in that the whole point of the naval gun being fired is that you don't remove some of the cost of the missile, you remove 90% of the cost. The whole thing with naval guns is that yes, we have guided munitions, yes, we use them, but we also like to retain the idea of shooting dumb shells at dumb things.
Goodness me,
Fleet,
yes.
What
yes.
I think you're forgetting with this one is, in a magazine, you can normally carry 200 to 400 shells. So you can carry quite a variety of those. You might carry only 100, and you can select between different shells what you want to have, etc., what you want to load to fire, etc. So the thing is, it gives you the choice to choose it. You might decide to have a few of the really long-range guided shells for if that scenario comes up. You might like to have some of those anti-submarine shells.
Yeah,
which are really cute.
It's a capability that we have.
That's the thing.
It's like the versatility of a Mark 41 VLS. Only kind of with more tube equivalents. It's just to do with you know, it's the same reason why rockets or missiles work so well for aircraft, because they don't want to be lugging around all of the weight of the gun barrels and things for something that big, because they don't have the space for the ammunition. Except the B-52.
And
the AC-130s.
Yeah.
Right then.
One thing I would like to just carry on. No, it's just I wanted to say that a lot of people forget, and that the 5-inch naval gun of today just casually reaches out to 25 miles. It's like people say, why don't we have bigger guns anymore? We the 5-inch is so piddly. I'm like, yeah, the modern 5-inch gives you the reach that you used to have to get from large caliber naval guns.
Yeah, but you scale it up, and you imagine the range you could be getting from a 15-inch gun these days.
This is why I say we are seeing a return to longer range guns, because now we can actually go, okay, we can push our modern guns to increase in size to get more range.
Okay, here's an interesting question. What is your favorite misconception you enjoy educating? This is from Stephen Meyer, who's been a member for a month. Thank you. What's your favorite misconception you enjoy educating those uninformed about? And which non-Bismarck misconception are you tired of with how widespread it's become? I'm going to go first, which is normally I let you all go first, but I'm going to go first myself on this occasion. My favorite misconception, I don't really have a favorite one I enjoy educating those about. The one I find most fun is when I'm surprising people with, is when I'm explaining to people just how small the ships were. Because they often think that these ships would have been thousands of tons, would have been massive, and they're actually quite small, especially in the age of sail, etc. They are really not that big. And the amount of times when I've taken groups around who is the first time they've seen a ship, first-rate ship of the line is HMS Victory. And don't get me wrong, she's big. But the reaction of most people is they've seen Warrior, which is a frigate for her period, and then they walk along and they see Victory. And Victory is shorter. And they're looking at her and going, they all fit on there. Yeah. You had 700 plus people sitting on this ship. You had all these people on this very sort of small space. It is interesting experience. So yeah, that is one of the ones I enjoy. Which non-Bismarck misconception are you tired of with how widespread it become? There are many. I'm not really tired of them, but I have to say the one I find that has become most pernicious is some of the things you get about, especially battleship admirals in the Royal Navy. And as I said before, if you're going to accuse the Royal Navy admirals of being anything, it's destroyer admirals, and especially even the American ones as well in that period. And because they mostly come from destroyer forces, not the battleships. And B, the Royal Navy has the largest carrier arm of any nation in the 1920s and 30s. they have the most. The only reason the Royal Navy loses its carrier lead and really isn't producing as many in terms of World War II is because of a guy called Winston Churchill who pauses carrier construction. At the same time as the Americans are ramping up their carrier construction, the British pause it because Churchill goes into, well, this is like World War One, so we need to pause all capital ships and carriers and cruiser construction and just build escorts because the Royal Navy won't have escort programs. And it takes about 2 months for him to realise, because Kit explained to him, oh, the Royal Navy had already started escort programs before the war had even begun, and were already building the Flower class and the Hunt class, so I didn't need to do that, and actually, I've caused months of disruption. Because I've tried to move people from yards where they build large ships, like battleships and cruise liners, to yards where they produce things like trawlers and small merchant vessels, which are producing corvettes, etc. And it causes all sorts of fun. Now for everyone else.
Ooh. It's what I actually need to try and think on.
So my favourite misconception in work is that all people who are muddled suddenly become very muddled have a urinary tract infection. They don't. It's a condition called delirium. And the fact that you might smell a little bit of wee because of it is because you're incontinent, because you're confused, and so you've probably got a few dribbles on your trousers or whatever, and it's sort of stayed there and gone a bit stale, and that's what smells. And your urine's gone dark because you're not drinking as much, because you're confused, not because you've got an infection. It is not because you have a urine infection. And if people keep saying it, I am
well, I don't have a feeling this has caused issues today.
No, I just wrote a small essay in somebody's notes to say, can we please make sure that we don't label this person who does not have a urine infection as having a urine infection when what he has is delirium on a background of dementia. And raised inflammatory markers, but not a urine infection. How do I know? Because they tested his urine, which you're not supposed to do, or with a way that you're not supposed to do, and it didn't show signs of infection, but they misinterpreted it. The test, which you're not supposed to do because you can't really interpret them.
Dan, I feel like you and my mother could swap stories almost endlessly.
So what was nice today was that at least one of the people who was kind of hanging around with me was saying, no, I like working weekends with you. I learn things from these rants because you actually explain why you're grumpy and what people have done wrong in sufficient detail that those of us around you actually learn stuff.
We know not to do this ourselves.
No,
or just kind of the information about why.
There's the debate as whether Dan is turning into me or whether I'm turning into Dan, but we'll leave that to one side.
I'm older.
Oh.
Naval-wise, it would probably be that the Royal Navy has at numerous points, including I think just prior to World War One, had more submarines than the Germans.
Mm-hmm. The thing that annoys me the most is the one where I have to go
on, please.
It is the one where I get questions about the modern day, and everyone goes, goes on about the question. We usually start something along the lines of, because China and Russia are X, Y, Z, why on earth, and obviously Western equipment be X, Y, Z. Why are we not doing X, Y, Z? And I keep saying to people, and it's basically usually runs something along the lines of a person not considering China or Russia or other or insert non-Western potential opponent here as inferior. And therefore, why isn't the West responding in X way to their threats? And the thing I have to keep educating people and keep hammering home constantly is, A, China is definitely approaching near peer to the West. B,
approaching near peer.
Yeah. Well, look. Oh no, look. I always like to hedge. So I always undersell rather than oversell. I say they are at least approaching near peer, if not already at peer. Russia, despite its losses in Ukraine, is absolutely still a threat that must be taken seriously. If they weren't, they would have lost the war by now. Thirdly, Just because Iran isn't equivalent to the US in terms of raw output of equipment, manpower, and materiel, do not discount their ability to construct weapon systems that are incredibly effective at what they do.
Also,
It's basically stop discounting threats to the West just because they don't operate F-35.
also, just because, yes, somebody can kill you with the latest sniper rifle, they can also kill you by throwing a rock at you or poking you with a sharp stick.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be brilliant, it just has to be done right.
And
Depressingly.
the problem
It's
you have
surprisingly
for a lot
great.
of the West is that in many ways, it's not that they don't know how to deal with these threats. It's that for 20 years they've had their entire funding and organization predicated on the fact they don't have these threats.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to take a while to work out. And that's also one of the reasons why you have some of the wilder, more interesting ideas coming out. And one of the troubles you have is that a lot of people who are proposing these ideas are what I would call technologists, tech future, who place ultimately a lot of faith in technology. And whilst I place faith in technology, I do also realize that quite a lot of technology in a war zone has a habit of being found to have problems. Because either human-made problems or the world of a war zone created problems. And that's one of the reasons why some of the technology you use actually in war, people go, wow, that's incredibly out of date. Yes, but I can make this variant of this system so it can actually survive in the scenario we're in.
Yeah. This is why if people say to me, so Fleet, if you're fighting a war and you have an option between a platoon of up-to-date Abrams with all their systems and a platoon and basically a full company-sized regiment of T-55, what are you picking? My answer will always be T-55. Because I can keep, even if my supply situation becomes constrained, even if I only have a wrench and a bunch of spare parts, I can still keep those vehicles going. Whereas the Abrams small tank platoon, there's less of them for one thing, so they can't cover as much of an area, and they're less likely to be as easily maintainable in the field.
If I have, you really pick T-55s?
I wouldn't pick T-55s. Personally, I would go with the smaller number of Abrams, because even if there's less of them, if I spread them out, they'll be just as effective over that wider area, even with less of them, than a larger number of T-55s.
It's not like that, Dragon. It's the case of if you have less vehicles, you need less trained mechanics. You need less trained mechanics. You need to feed less people. Feeding people is hard.
US military. You will be feeding a lot of people, and they will have very high calorie needs.
Yeah.
But you were going to say about yours favourites, Fox.
The bloat is not just in the supporting arms. Is not just notional.
Yeah. I'd also say that the 55s, you do realise they stored their shells in wet containers.
Oh yeah, I know. Like the T-55 isn't perfect, although to be fair,
the wet container, by the way, is its fuel tanks. It stores its shells in its fuel tanks.
T-55 was a wonderful piece of inventiveness, but
no, it wasn't.
No,
it wasn't.
But good God, Russia.
But actually, that's going to be amusing when we get around to what the ones I'm going to have, which I'll put you in. Because Foxo, you want to do yours quickly?
Foxo? Yeah, go on, Foxo.
Okay. First things first. TVs no longer work like it's the 1990s. Okay?
What?
You're small and 5'4". I can pick up a 55-inch and a 65-inch TV. They are all plastic and LEDs now.
Yes.
You do not have to call your two sons over to help me carry your TV. It is no longer the early 2000s. They no longer weigh more than your car.
Were they being gentlemanly because you're a lady?
No, they were being annoying because I'm trying to get in and do their job and I'm behind. And they refuse to let me work on it because they think it's too heavy.
It sounds like they might be trying to be gentlemanly, but from the wrong way, from the wrong place.
Let her do her job.
Yeah. And the funniest one is, oh. You
need a moment to think about it, or?
Yeah, Dragon, you do yours first.
Favorite misconception I enjoy people educating people on? probably the more niche one is in Star Wars. The Empire starfighters are actually very good. People always say, "Oh, TIE fighter's terrible." All this. No, they're actually very good fighters, especially for a large-scale empire. To the same degree, Dark Angels aren't just these zealots who go around hitting everyone over the head, screaming about the fallen. They actually do other bits. As for favorite non-Bismarck,
I can hear the E in the background there.
we can talk about that later if needed. But because I will be able to go on a full
TIE
rant for
fighter
this.
thing, it's the we don't need shields. It's like, how much time and effort did you put into training that pilot allegedly? Oh, many years. And you're not going to install a shield generator.
To be fair, the Empire did then have fighters which did install shields. Because when I say the TIE fighter, I mean the TIE series. Because people really think the Empire has no good fighters and are always terrible, and no. A actual TIE fighter beats an X-wing in one-on-one combat 90% of the time because they are a better fighter on average and have better trained crew.
And I would also point out the fact that this is the scale of the Empire sort of washing over people at times. The Empire is so vast, has so much resources, has so many people at its disposal that, yes, it can spend extortionate amounts of money training experienced pilots and throw them away as though they're expendable.
Although they don't even do that. But no, they're not.
I know.
Do that. We've been over this fleet.
No, Dragon. I said.
And I would say we do actually have a sci-fi Bruships coming up, so we should really save this for them.
But also, our favourite non-Bismarck misconception is one that's going to come up.
Work tomorrow.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to quickly finish this up. Is that British tanks are terrible. And to a degree that Britain didn't do much in World War II. I'm getting very tired of, British tanks throughout World War II and the Cold War weren't very good. They were just inferior to everyone else, and that Britain didn't play much of a role in World War II. It was mostly America. I'm really tired of most media portraying that it's the only things in World War II was America, Russia, and Germany.
Yes,
it gets really tiring.
It does.
Siam Theatre enjoyers represent.
My biggest grump misconception, and this applies to both current and modern, is just because you don't understand the logic behind why somebody may have made it doesn't mean there wasn't logic there.
Mm-hmm.
It might, at the end of the day, come to find out that no, there is actually no logic behind that decision, or at least no objective logic behind that decision. But that doesn't mean it wasn't there ever.
Now, Kavdon, silly question. What if on the flight of her destruction, the USS Akron is replaced with a Dreadnought class from SBY? And Akron and the facility building them are replaced once it passes over them.
Miracle of mercy.
Ooh.
That has a wave motion gun and a wave motion core and positronic shock cannons.
The US just wins global politics.
The US could literally threaten the world and get away with it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, the US just wins global politics. So this
Dreadnought class, while they're the mass production ships, are very, very strong. And as I said, that's more science fiction one. So
we're talking about the Dreadnought class of space battleship Yamato.
Yeah,
I know. That's just an out of context problem.
You can't counter that.
That's just an out of context problem. Black Horse, why did the Royal Navy think Germany was going to break out into the Atlantic and not think of the possibility of them invading Norway? Because the Royal Navy believed that they didn't really understand quite how bad the Norwegians were at defending themselves. Or rather, let me rephrase it. The Royal Navy knew how good the Norwegian military were. They didn't understand how reticent the Norwegian government were going to be about actually activating that military. If the Norwegian government had behaved like anyone would normally do, which is not to send out people warnings by telegram and mail, but to actually send out a radio message calling people to alert, they would have been alert, and by the time the Germans invaded, they would have been annihilated, because the Norwegians would have been in positions, and frankly, any German troops getting off those ships would have been wiped out. But also, the fact is they didn't do it. The Norwegian government stabbed their own force in the back. It's a literally accurate stab their force in the back myth, but it's not a myth. It's the actual... one-time politicians have actually literally done it to their own forces, and they did it by the way they were mobilizing them, because they were worried about them being... They were worried more about their own forces. They were doing a French than they were about the Germans invading.
The other reason is because the Royal Navy had looked at what the Kriegsmarine had, looked at what they had, looked at what the Kriegsmarine had, looked at what they had, and went, the Germans will never be so stupid as to try and invade Norway with such a tiny, tiny navy against the Royal Navy. But they might try to break out, and the intelligence as it got drip-fed through suggested a force that was more likely to be trying to make a breakout than it was and it was kind of, so it was something like possibly a Scharnhorst and a Hipper class and maybe a pocket battleship, Deutschland class going out was maybe, and some destroyers was the report that got through to the Admiralty and then to the commander of the Home Fleet. And so he's there going, okay, well, there's no transports, and they're heading due north. They're gonna, and they'd already seen the Germans make several passes through the northern waters. So they were like, so that's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, it looked for all the world like a mass breakout attempt. Yeah. It's exactly the sort of force you would expect to be in a mass breakout attempt. The two main capital units, plus assorted raiders, plus a large screen to help them bully their way through whatever Royal Navy forces they encounter on the patrol line.
Yeah.
Okay, this next question is confusing me as to which it's supposed to be.
Okay.
So, Runon, can you... Because you've added something to this question, I think.
No, that's Discord's formatting. Bud Guy, and then that question that is forwarded from Terminator is from what's his face, Rumsfeld.
Okay. So, Bug Guy, and then it's Rumsfeld. So, Bug Guy, question: what class of mid to late warship or submarine would make the biggest impact if they're available at the start of war?
Unpopular and perhaps overly stated opinion, Type 21.
I'm going to go with Essex class. Can you imagine if the Americans had the Essex swarm in December 1941?
What are the questions? Submarines.
Americans had the Midways.
No, it was ship class or submarine.
Yeah, ship class. Submarines.
Okay, so, I'll go with Midways, except they were only ever going to build 6 of them. It's more like, what if they had the 40-odd Essex class?
I mean, you can all see where I'm coming from with the Type 21s, right? Especially if we're sort of having them take the role of the Type 9s or Type 7s.
Oh yeah, we can see where
it's a dark place filled with love for the Hosh.
Yeah, but I would say probably I'd actually take the battle class back.
I'm trying to think what,
because if you could take the battle class destroyers back, so considering how much 40mm they have on them and their other weapon systems, those things would be an out of context problem for the Mediterranean and for the for most of the campaigns. If you've got battle class in Norway, then the Germans are losing a lot of aircraft.
Yeah. I'd say battle class. Honestly, wouldn't mind seeing Vanguard brought back, because that would be a rather useful ship for the Royal Navy to have.
Yes.
But she is just one, rather than a full class or class of...
Even having that just one allows them to free up units elsewhere.
And it allows them to put Hood into refit. And let's be honest, if you have Vanguard in her fully complete form versus Bismarck, Vanguard with Prince of Wales versus Bismarck at the Battle of Denmark Straits, then that's not a pretty time for anyone.
Don't Vanguard have the stag mounts as well?
It's a pretty time for the people who wanted to do the nice short film, The Hunt and the immediate sinking of the Bismarck, instead of The Hunt for the Bismarck. It makes for a much shorter film. It's only about 10 minutes long.
Now,
much quicker to get through. For those of us with ADHD, it's brilliant.
Can we get Black Horse's question about the Royal Navy? It was just before Stephen Myers. Was there a Royal Navy World War that was built that, if sent back to World War I, would cause them any/all?
Huh?
We definitely did that one.
We did? Okay.
Yeah, I definitely
was there
know we did.
Was there Royal Navy World War II design that was built that sent back? Yeah.
You did it for German.
Oh, we did it for Germany. We didn't do it. If we did it for the British, if you take World War II design, if you want to change World War II completely, you take back an implacable class.
Like I said, it basically the answer is the answer I originally gave. I thought it was just any combatant, but no, like it is. It's an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, you take that back in Implacable. That's enough aircraft to make Wilhelmshaven into a.
On
Picnic.
time.
That's not a good place to be.
into a salvage merchant stream.
Okay, from Rumsfeld then. Could some hypothetical German government in the early 1920s have retained at least some shipbuilding capacity by outbidding other scrappers for everyone's old ships and squirreling away all sorts of guns and armour and keeping the infrastructure going? At no real cost, what sort of Reichsmarine could this make in the event of war? Unfortunately, the problem is what you tend to get in terms of scrap isn't going to include the guns and possibly won't even include the armour. Because often ships go through a defenstration before they're sent for scrapping. Why do you think the Royal Navy have so many spare barrels sitting around at the beginning of World War II, etc., for various things? It's because they stripped it off before they send the scrap. Now, the thing is, yes, Germany could get some, but it's not going to help your shipbuilding much. Because, again, scrapping isn't shipbuilding.
Yeah.
Are we going to get Dan's
Germany...
video shut now? Or are we going to just get... Because it keeps... occasionally it flicks between the two. If they have both of
the Weimar Republic... The fact that the Weimar Republic maintained the ability, the mature ability, to build cruisers up to about 5,000 tons, provided they weren't trying to overload them, and torpedo boats up to about 1,500 tons as mature designs that worked, given all of their restrictions, and of course the Deutschlands, after building no capital ships for nearly 20 years, is nothing short of impressive and is a credit to the design teams that the Republic maintained. Let's not forget that.
It is. Captain, a week after the Munich conference, it becomes known that some prospectors in Poland have discovered oil in the country, an estimated 800 billion barrels. What happens?
The Soviets immediately invade. Some provocation will be found.
In the nicest way, they've invaded before and they've been beaten by the Poles.
Yeah, the Red Army is also not in a state.
The reason why the Polish army is not in the right places to defend against really the Germans is because every time they've been previously mobilized, they've been fighting the Soviets. So whilst the Soviets might want to invade, I'm not sure if they will get to straight invade. I'd say if they have that much oil, that's still going to take time to get online. But Poland's suddenly going to have probably a lot more money flowing into it.
Depends when.
It's after a week after the Munich conference.
Oh, they're in trouble.
They're in trouble, yes, but they're going to have money coming in, but they're just not going to be able to do it. But also, it's going to take you a good 5-6 years before you're going to get any oil out the ground.
Yes, that is true.
Because when you found prospectors have discovered oil in the country, it takes time before you first have to work out where you can most easily access the oil. Then you have to set up the infrastructure to get the oil and all these things to exploit oil. You might not even, in that way, the war might come and go before you actually have the oil open up.
Yeah, it depends how much money the Reich throws at it.
Drakenred. Linguistics. And I'm only saying that as a preemptive just in case I get told off by cousins.
We all live and die by the linguistics.
By the little cousins. Dragon 2000. Hello, Dragon. You've asked a question. As a part of a nation roleplay, I was told for an NPC nation, I had to make them their ultimate battleship. That was to be a ship of 150,000 tons and at least 20 knots. How feasible is this? You can do it. I've got one in service at the moment, which is 112,000 tons in Dreadnought, Ultimate Dreadnought, which is armed with 16 18-inch guns.
The primary, because the YouTube cut it off. Basically, my main question was: they have 1950s equivalent to our tech? Is it actually feasible to make a 150,000-ton battleship?
Oh, absolutely!
Because in the end, I think it had 12 21-inch guns plus a whole plethora of other things. Because I was also explicitly told it has to be big and powerful, but it doesn't necessarily have to actually work once it's at sea.
Thing is,
But-
it's an aggressively
It's the metallurgy I'm curious about.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
it's,
could
it's
do
an
it.
aggressively silly. Yeah, it's an aggressively silly capital ship. It will function, but what I will say is that the ship itself will likely be a showpiece and not much more.
It was meant for a fascist nation similar to Italy, Germany, and Japan. So
That's well, no.
you
see,
can,
the thing-
their,
the thing-
their Führer wanted the most powerful ship in the world.
Yep.
And gave a blank check.
Well, the thing with that I will say is that in theory, if the ship is built correctly, it will be the most powerful ship in the world. If those guns are engineered correctly, if the turrets are arranged correctly, this probably would explain its incredible mass and the bloat of it all. If the thing has some recourse to how it's actually going to function, then it has the potential to be what it claims to be. If, however, they've cut corners, if the turrets are cramped, if the guns don't have a robust reloading system, if the turrets aren't entirely power operated, if the engines tuned more towards
How many
speed
guns
rather
did
than
you give it
reliability.
12, 4 triple 21-inch, based off the German 21-inch they had. We can make this theoretically.
The
They couldn't-
crop. Oh, the crop.
Right
the
again,
crop.
I say based off was very loosely. I was
Loosely
just
based.
told to make it not necessarily work.
Look,
The
in
crop
nicest way,
sliding breech
in
block.
nicest way, it would work. It would work. It would just. We prefer a screw breech, but it would work. It would work. Okay.
Good.
It would just.
That's the only bit I need.
It would be very
was
slow to
metallurgy.
fire, but it would work.
Hmm.
I was listening. You see, the fleet was going off on all these things, and I was going 21-inch guns. Which variety? Which variety? How many? This is going to be. I was doing the quiet maths in my head.
Yeah, and you'll notice the moment I got told what it was. I
will say it's not based off our actual world. It's all sorts of fancy other things, but those were basically it. The nation is basically a German lookalike now,
Right,
so I went with German.
I'll quickly answer Black Horse's first question, then we'll go on to Black Horse's second question. So Black Horse's first question: why is HMS Unicorn not an aircraft carrier other than being an auxiliary? That was literally why. Because she was a forward aviation support ship and she was explicitly built to fit those criteria, so she was not an aircraft carrier. Because if she was an aircraft carrier, she would have come from the aircraft carrier tonnage. And so they specifically built it to the auxiliary, so she was a forward aviation support ship upon the honour of the admirals involved. Black Horse.
Yes.
Which were more effective in World War II? Sea mines or torpedoes? What do you want to do with them is the question. Because both were darn effective. Both cost a lot of cost a lot of ships for their value. But basically, if you want to deploy something which you don't want to have to keep using, you deploy the mines. If you're using an immediate weapon to try and take out opponent, torpedoes.
I think they may be asking tonnage sunk.
Petchington, screw breach. You must mean interrupted thread breach. Yes, but okay. Yes, we'll go for an interrupted thread breach. But everyone, it's an evolution. It got there.
Yeah.
It's not a sliding breach system. Broadly speaking, interrupted thread breach is a screw breach system. Okay.
Potato, basically.
It's basically
if the shoe fits.
That's a slider. That's the design tree it comes from. Okay. So, Frank, well, I'll not mention divorce. Thank you, Frank. Captron. Prior to Falklands War, some company in Argentina develops an anti-ship air-launched torpedo that has a generous launch window. Made for an A4. What happens in Falklands War? Nothing changes.
No, I'm sorry.
Because the trouble is, you can still have a good torpedo like that, and that's great. But to get into the range of the torpedo, you still have to get into Sea Dart range and all these things. And in many ways, actually, you make it easier for Sea Dart. Because you're not... It's one of the things is Sea Dart was actually designed to engage bombers, which were going to be firing missiles. The problem for Sea Dart was often when the aircraft got closer in to drop the bombs. So the thing is, if you're any weapon which allows you to stand off, actually makes it easier for Sea Dart to work. This was a problem, which was the problem the Royal Navy had. One of the major problems they had with their air defenses in the Falklands War, was they were designed around their perception of what the Soviets would do, which was use a lot of standoff weapons, not a lot of weapons like bombs. And the trouble is, the Argentines use a lot of weapons like bombs, which meant they came into close range, which is also why you don't have the sheer abundance of 40mm. You don't have the close weapon systems. You don't have the things which you'd seen on World War II ships the Royal Navy had, and they actually had sitting back in stockpiles in places in the UK, weren't fitted, because that wasn't their appreciation. So, the more the Argentinians stand off, that actually makes it better for the British, conversely, because that fits what their weapons are designed for more.
Yeah, because
the thing is... and I just wait, before Fleet jumps in, before people jump in, I want to check the chat. Does that make sense, what I just said? Because if it doesn't, I'll clarify it. But I want to make sure that made sense.
Could you clarify more?
So,
if I may,
engagement envelopes. If we start off with engagement envelopes, if you're designing a weapon system, it's always designed around what it's likely to be used as. So the British were designing their missiles, especially their long-range missiles, area defense missiles like Sea Dart system, around engaging bombers and large missiles coming in from over the horizon as a long-range threat. They were not really focused on arming and firing at things which were closer in range. So when you're getting closer, you actually start to get into brackets and issues for the missiles in terms of their arming distance and in terms of their engagement distance, as the radars are tuned for. So the radars have to be tuned like sights on a gun. If you're sighting your gun, you have to sight it so you can hit a target at long range. If you want to hit that, you can then change your sights for slightly different depending on how your angle of what you're going to fire with what range you're likely to use your gun at. It's the same with radars in this time period. They need to be tuned to ranges. So those things are tuned to deal with longer range weapon systems.
Yeah, you had the US adopt the similar threat profile in terms of what they thought the Soviets were going to do. However, because they did it because A, they did it earlier, and B, they basically got the same experience of being engaged by dumb bombs at sea that the RAF did off Vietnam. So the RAF, Royal Navy, god damn it.
Language.
The US Navy got these same life lessons, but earlier, and the Royal Navy just caught up. Yeah.
Yeah, we're hand waving the whole development issues, Edward Green. With the questions, we hand wave some of the problems. We do it sort of questions because me and Flick can sit here splitting hairs and taking questions apart all day, but that's not really nice to people, and that's not what we're here for.
We don't.
Neither of us
like
are really Simon Cowell, are we? That's not really our style.
No.
However, we do take
try.
a pound of flesh out of each other, so you know.
Oh yeah,
it's fun it's fun to see Fleet try.
Look, I have to get my hits in somewhere.
We answered this question earlier. The RCN ships and the Swiss Air crash. Steve Clarke.
Yeah.
You can take one development back into World War I from 1935. What do you choose? Radar.
Yep. That's not even a contest. I am wholeheartedly agreeing with Dr. Clarke there. That is not even a contest.
Can you imagine Jellicoe with radar?
He would be over the moon. I can actually
Congratulations.
tell where they are.
Okay. Is it naval invention?
It just says one development.
It's radar.
One development.
It
Yeah.
is
Just one development.
Let's be honest, radar helps everyone. Back in 1935.
Yep.
Radar helps.
Radar is for everyone.
Radar helps with counter-battery fire from your artillery. Radar helps with your air defense of your fighters and your fighters against Zeppelins. Radar helps with targeting of your ship guns. Radar helps with maintaining the Dover barrage. Radar helps with pretty much everything you're dealing with. The answer to your problem? Radar.
So we're taking this back to World War One.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would you better take antibiotics?
Oh, it would be considering what comes next, but yes, in nice ways for fighting the war, radar.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if you take antibiotics, you can preserve manpower, and manpower kind of becomes a critical thing in World War One.
If I wasn't taking radar, one thing I genuinely would be interested in bringing back is the Rolls-Royce Merlin. Give the Rolls-Royce Merlin to Britain, because giving them a powerful aircraft engine that could then be used as a land vehicle would actually create. Because keep in mind, a big problem for British development is getting good engines. It's a problem for everyone.
Okay, honestly, like I was about to round on you with like a ton of bricks, but you said specifically to take it back as an engine. They go, oh, we can't use this in the aircraft. It's got too much power.
No, you could use it in an aircraft at this point. You would, but yes,
no,
they were already looking at potential things. The problem is it will be heavy, but
it's not the weight that's the problem.
It's the structural integrity of the airframe.
Yeah.
Throw it at Blackburn. The habit of making aircraft out of steel might help them there.
Okay,
it's why it'd be interesting.
Before we start justifying this is the Blackburn as an aesthetic choice, we're moving on to the next question. I am vetoing moving on. Counterface, at what point does a battlecruiser stop being a battlecruiser and become a fast battleship? When the subdivision and armor coverage are sufficient for it to be in the battle line.
Can I just go back for a second and say, antibiotics don't count as a technology, unfortunately.
Yes, you
it was can. Development, not technology, wasn't it?
Yeah, it says development.
Sorry?
It says development. It's development.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry. There's several. But yeah, never mind. Sorry. I'm knackered, so I'm gonna head to bed.
Take care, Dan.
So.
Take care.
Enjoy.
Yeah. Bye.
Godspeed, Dr. Dan.
I'm so hoping he gets tomorrow off. If he does, we'll try and get him on. We'll try and get him on Ramblings.
Yay! More people for Ramblings.
And have a day off.
Happy fleet noises.
He needs a day off. He is one of the most overworked people I know. If I could abduct him down to Cornwall for a month to give him some rest, I would. That's one of the reasons why I want to get the spare bedroom sorted out so he can basically come down here when he wants to run to get away from work.
Isn't that the real reason the whole Bruships trips even happen? They're not actually to go and look at ships. It's to give Dr. Dan a break.
They are to an extent, yes, they are. They are about that. But the reason we took Dan with us first time, and we always take Dan with us, is A, it's incredibly nice to have your own doctor with you, but B, it's the only time he gets a holiday, and he's our friend. He wouldn't take a holiday. He honestly doesn't take his time off unless we drag him away. And we have to be very. He's one of our friends who's the most hardest working, nicest people you'll ever meet.
Of course,
but,
absolutely.
Since he's now a single man, and he's been single he is single for a couple of years now. Everything was finalised while I think we were in Australia, not before then, but I think that was it. He really does work too much. And this comes from a workaholic. But the advantage of me being a workaholic is I work 6 foot to 8 foot from my bed most days. So in the nicest way, my commute time is measured in minutes. And I'm a functioning insomniac as well. So there is my time off, down here is my work time.
Yep.
That's a big difference than Dan, who has to drive and do all sorts of things. Also, I've got to get him a new rice cooker, because his rice cooker's broken again. I know he won't get around to getting himself one. Hendrik Bover. Question. What would the shipbuilding program of France and Britain look like if Germany started in 1934 and by 1941 had 6 25,000-ton battleships and 3 45,000 tons carriers and 48 times 3,500-ton light cruisers?
Congratulations! These are the 6 Lions by 1941. Those are the 5 KGVs we have. Oh yeah,
no,
those
the KGV. In the nicest way, if the Germans are building that many from 1934, then the KGVs do not get order. And A, the Second London Naval Treaty probably never happens, and because France isn't signing up to it, let alone Britain. And B, the Lions are the opening gambit.
Oh no, Dr. Clarke. Dr. Clarke, you'll notice I said they were the KGVs. I didn't say what they looked like.
Yeah, the nicest way it will be the Germans will have more ships. Yes, the Royal Navy will have exploded, and these things called the Town Class, and the Crown Colonies. The Town Class. The Town Class will have basically been, okay, so how many of these can we build? And if they've got carriers and they've built a 45,000-ton carrier, that's going to be the world's biggest carrier for the world. That's going to be big. That's bigger than Lexington's, etc. Officially, unofficially, what comes out from Britain is going to be bigger. Because the British can build bigger. Because in a nice way, if the Germans have got to, if the German shipbuilding program is able to sustaining that from 1934, then that will have required significant investment in infrastructure, and the British will have been watching that. And France's will not be much smaller. Basically, the thing is, these things never these things never happen in a vacuum. So if the Germans are doing that, the British are going to react. So are the French, but also so are the Americans. The people who are going to suffer most are probably going to be, well, the Japanese are going to be looking at it going, what the frigate's happening, and the Italians.
This is the thing.
It's going to just cause a general naval construction race, and the sheer amount that's going to be built by everyone is going to be a nightmare.
This is the thing. This is what I comes back to again. Was actually the first time you were on Ramblings.
Yeah.
That whole thing regarding the High Seas Fleet. Nothing happens in a vacuum.
Yeah.
The whole question gave the British just enough time to react, which then forced everyone else to react.
And also, if the Germans are putting all that infrastructure, all that industry into building those ships, then what are they not putting industry into? What are they not building in terms of their land forces, etc.?
Therein lies the whole problem.
And if they are doing that as well, then what's happened to their economy elsewhere? Bug Guy hit 29. Remember 6 months. Oh, cool. I'm guessing if they've got member this long, is that YouTube or is that a Twitch thing?
And that's definitely a Twitch thing.
YouTube has members, Twitch has subscribers.
Okay. Bug Guy 89. Question: how would the world react if the USN responded to the Queen Elizabeth by starting to put 16-inch guns on New Mexico's while matching the Queen Elizabeth speed? The world isn't who you have to worry about. It's the Royal Navy are the ones who react. And if the Royal Navy see that immediately happening, then in the nicest way, well, that's pretty much to an extent what the Americans do. But if the Americans are upgrading their speed, that's going to force the British and the Japanese to both want to upgrade their speed. Because the British usual advantage was the Americans have volume of fire, the British have speed and
slightly punchier guns.
Slightly punchier guns. And that's the whole debate in terms of how the British and Americans.
Oh, I like that term. Slightly punchier guns. I'm going to put that on a T-shirt.
Okay. By the way, for those interested in T-shirts and other things which support this channel, there's a link down below to a shop in Spreadshirt.
Yes, I am very glad that you caught on to the hint.
Yeah, but I very rarely advertise it. I really should do better.
Yes, Dr. Clarke. Give in to the advertising.
There are mugs and everything down there. I like the mugs. I'm when I eventually get my own kitchen set up, I'm going to order one of each of the mugs that are available. So I have one for all occasions. So people when they come to my house,
you're just paying yourself.
Yeah, but
technically,
I don't care. The nice way about then I get a couple of quid back for each one I purchase, so it's cheaper.
Hey. I love that.
I think it's about £1 per mug or something like that.
Nice.
Team Lockup. Remember one year. What would be then the perfect hunter killer sub for the US Navy? It's called the Seawolf class. Take it and modernize it.
Well, I'd argue that the early Virginias are also pretty good.
No. Let's put it this way: what we're talking about is the F-22 versus the F-35. And the Seawolf.
Oh yeah, you know what? I'll accept that. That's actually a fairly decent comparison. I will absolutely get behind that.
The F-35 is a great aircraft, but in air-to-air killing, the F-22 is good lord.
Yeah, I'll accept that. Although I'd argue, what's the new SSN they're building? Oh, they haven't given it a class name yet. They want to lay it down after they finished the first batch of their new SSBNs.
You're talking about their AUKUS member.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be that they haven't named yet, but that's basically call that the American branch of the AUKUS family.
They're basically going, you guys can have the version that's good but costs what you can afford. We're going all in, and we are not stopping until we get what we
No.
want.
Have you seen what the British, in nicest way, the only subs which the Americans will admit are getting up there are on sort of par with the Seawolves are probably the Astutes.
Okay. We are cooking over here in the UK then. Nice.
The British
Good to
submarine
know.
the British have very few programs which you can necessarily say are world beating. Our SSN program, pretty much there. That's about it. Okay.
I mean, of course, the torpedoes help. The lightning rod of holy goodness me. That is a spearfish coming at us. Can't run. Can't hide. Can't dive. We're dead.
It is effective, but yes, the Astutes are very, very good boats. They are very, very good boats. But the thing is, again, the British can afford that because, as I try to explain to people, the Americans need a certain mass, so it's kind of like goes back to the ironclad age, etc., and that sort of period when everyone else would the Royal Navy. You might go, well, hang on, your ship's slightly better than the Royal Navy ships. Well, that the Japanese would regularly basically take a Royal Navy design, make it a little bit better, and then they'd order one. But the Royal Navy was ordering 8.
Mm-hmm.
So for the Royal Navy, if they ordered that same level, they could maybe afford 6. So for them, it's far more practical for them to have 8 vessels than 6 slightly better than their original 8 would have been. But for now, it's kind of reversed. For the Americans, it's far better to have the mass of the Virginias, and then for the British, it's basically the British were going, we'd rather have something which is pretty much Seawolf level, and the Astute is okay. The differences between them and the Seawolf, there are some, but it's more a case of this is how we approach it, rather than necessarily better or worse. It depends on the situation and what they're aimed for.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the reasons also why, for the Australians, having the British involved in AUKUS was quite so important.
Mm-hmm.
Because the British are pretty darn good at designing boats which are for a smaller crew. The Americans like to have a larger crew.
Mm-hmm.
Which fits their crewing.
Indeed. Hey, we're going places tonight.
Hendrik Bofa. Question. Fleet based on a 135mm point defense twin?
Well, hang on.
PD twin?
I'm sorry. Let me have a look. Where are we?
Okay, while you're looking that up, I'm going to go with 96831's question. What is the idea that the British planted a magnesium sulfate-based incendiary device on Swiss? No.
Wait, no.
No.
That's not even. That's really not in good taste.
No.
It's one of the
No.
conspiracy theories about it, but
No.
Basically, there's a couple
there are
of theories.
conspiracy theories, but there's
Due to the increasing level of magnesium and a number of things found on board, plus there being a former British agent was meant to be on the plane, there was a theory presented at the time that MI6 was the ones who took down the entire plane down.
You don't need
it was categorically denied and found completely silly.
And you don't need to. An aircraft hitting the water at that level, you don't need to do any addition. So anything like that would actually reveal your involvement. So you wouldn't do it.
And the reason why the suspicion is basically the magnesium thing caused the plane to go down, and then it hit the water at that speed because of it.
Yeah.
I understand their logic where some of these people have made the claims from.
Don't give any.
But I can understand where people are coming from, even if I entirely disagree, because I actually thoroughly agree with the NTSB's overall readings. We have quite certain evidence of what actually happened. We have the actual recordings. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
So basically, I will just say one thing about Hendrik Botha's question. 135mm point defense twin. The problem is at that point, you are no longer a... But, yeah, okay, let me be clear. every weapon on a modern warship from a 20mm from a 20mm Vulcan Seawiz through a vessel's point defense missiles through a vessel's primary 3, 4, or 5-inch main gun can be used in an anti-missile point defense role. However, a 135mm point defense twin is at that point that's a vessel's primary gun armament. It is not primarily a point defense asset.
The
is
only
far too
scenario
much
where I could
gun.
see that being necessarily effective is if you're A, loading it with some sort of shrapnel rounds, and B, you're using against hypersonics, and you're basically sticking up a shrapnel barrier in the path of a hypersonic because they can't turn.
Yeah, this is the thing.
That's the scenario in which that, and when you're dealing with hypersonics, then that's probably is a high. That is, but then you're calling it a point defense system. These are very the ranges you're dealing with. Calling it point defense, it becomes
Yeah, this is the thing. Yes. This is the thing when it comes to like every weapon on a modern warship, apart from the crew served 50 cal 20mm. You know what I mean, Dr. Clarke? The things that are served by crew have no sensors. Everything apart from those is a point defense weapon. Can be used to engage incoming tracks. So this is a common misconception because
crew-served weapons have been used as point defense weapons, and they have been as recently as the Falklands War successful. So everything can be a point defense weapon. It just depends on what the target is coming. Is what I would argue. Let's move on to Cavdon. How would the arms race change in a scenario with the 1910 beam weapons and fusion in Canada? And how concerned are the essential powers?
So basically, what you've got is you've got two different responses. You've got those who are looking to compete with the British Empire directly, and those who have other powers they can compete against. So for the Italians, the Austrians, and the French, you're looking at them turning their arms race on each other, and just going, at that point, we're not even going to bother competing with Britain. We just can't. So we're going to turn our attention to each other, like they almost were historically. The Germans are going to do one of three things, probably all three at the same time. Scream hysterically, laugh maniacally, and then the army's going to rock up to the naval headquarters in Wilhelmshaven, probably enforce and go, yeah, I'm sorry, but you are now worthless. Give me all your funding, because at least then I can decide the war on land and then negotiate from the British when they can't get to us.
Yeah, and then they realise the British can cut off the Baltic coast as well at that point if they have no navy.
Oh no! I'm aware, but the thing is, they're going to have no navy anyway because the British will just rock up with beam weapons. So at that point, it's better off going. We've won a total victory on land. We are willing to negotiate for far less than we otherwise would be able to get, given our current position, as long as the war ends in what is essentially a minor victory for the German Empire.
Yep. Daniel Phillips and. Shall we open up the questions again and get a few more in, so we can see us through to midnight? Because we've got about 40 minutes. Right. So I'll put.
Don't like that chuckle.
I'll put questions live up.
I really don't want to have to.
Daniel Phillips. Don't worry. Just the fact that the bot's not working is fun.
A problem.
Suboptimal, but
Look,
not unexpected.
Runon, if you're very
Using
nice
patterns.
to Dragon and Foxo, they might help you. Or rather, Dragon might. Foxo would probably look at you and go...
Stop nicking off with my members of staff.
What do I need to do? Like,
just thinking...
Lee, I'm sorry, you don't pay minimum wage. I'm gonna... Of course I'm gonna wander off. Run.
It works again! I'm a genius! I don't know what I did, but I'm a genius!
So, questions are coming through,
On office cookies.
So, Daniel Phillips.
praise Runon.
Germany builds battleship carrier pairs based on the same hull and lead up to World War II. What do the two types of fleet carrier look like, and how would they fare, assuming Graf Zeppelin design is the start point?
First things first, I just need to very quickly get this aired from what I know and what we all discussed. That is not physically possible. Germany does not have the infrastructure. But
they'd have to build other things.
Yeah. Putting that to one side, however,
question.
if the Germans are doing this, then I'm sorry to say, all they've done is given the Royal Navy basically an excuse to batter down the doors of Parliament and demand the funding that they've been asking for ages. And suddenly, when the Germans enter the Second World War, they're looking at, oh, that's 5 KGVs that are actually Lions, and that's 5 more building to an improved design. That's also 6 armored carriers, nearly fitting out.
Basically, I think this point is what they do is they build a Scharnhorst, which was a battleship, and then Gneisenau, which was a carrier.
Yeah.
Huh?
So that's what I'm taking out. They build a Bismarck and a Tirpitz. Bismarck's a battleship, Tirpitz is the carrier. That's what I'm saying. Battleship carrier pairs.
Oh, I see. Oh, that. Oh, I get it now. Okay. So at that point, that's actually more interesting because
that's more interesting, but
if
that's going
you-
to mean that I don't think you necessarily get the carrier's construction pause for the British.
Well, no, you won't do. You probably will definitely get the battleship construction pause because there's only
Or because of
2
Churchill.
German capital ships. Well, no, even at that point, I'd argue that he might be right, given the sheer lack of German capital assets.
Yes, because you've now got 1 Scharnhorst and 1 Bismarck.
Yeah. And the thing is, at that point, you've basically got... you've got opportunities, but you've also got opportunity costs that come with them.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, you have carriers. Now, given that these will be coming into service earlier, you'll likely see the Bf-109T not be considered. Because the Germans did have plans for a biplane carrier fighter of roughly equivalent performance to the Gloucester Sea Gladiator. And if that is adopted, while it might not be as straight-line capable in the air as a Bf-109T, it will actually be a fairly competent asset for regular carrier operations and not killing its pilots. You've also then got the Fiesler 167, which will be a fairly effective torpedo bomber. Again, also a biplane, but again, very useful for carrier operations. This makes the Norwegian campaign interesting because you'll probably have 2 task groups. You will have the forward group with Scharnhorst, aka the battleship, and you will have a group supporting it, which is the Gneisenau, which is the carrier. Yeah. And at that point, you may actually see Scharnhorst locking horns with Renown, reporting her position to Gneisenau, which will then result in a strike boiling up. At the same time, Renown will be saying, I've locked horns with Scharnhorst, summon the swordfish, and you're going to have this incredibly weird action where these 2 ships are banging away at each other with their main guns, and then suddenly halfway through you're going to get the shout of, for God's sake, get the anti-aircraft guns up, because there's Fiesler 167s coming in from one side, and Swordfish is coming in from the other, and both ships are going to then start maneuvering wildly to avoid the other side's airstrikes.
I think the problem you're more likely to have, though, especially, is also Courageous won't be used as she was. Because the Germans have carriers, you're not sending out a carrier out doing assembly hunting, you're going to have a carrier on other duties.
Yeah.
So she won't be lost that way. Glorious is probably not doing the same thing she is, so she's probably not the way she is. The British are probably operating in pairs of carriers, and by April 1940, you might even have... Well, let's look at her. If we consider good old HMS Illustrious... Now, she was commissioned in May 1940, and she was paused. So she's probably in service definitely by April 1940, if not earlier. So that means the Royal Navy would have Illustrious wandering around, as well as Ark Royal, as well as Courageous and Glorious. Yeah, that to me, and that's also, again, if the Royal Navy haven't paused, they also might have started construct. There's going to be a whole. If the Germans are doing this, there's going to be. There is almost a possibility that Indomitable is turned into an Implacable. It's basically an Implacable, not a halfway house, but is a modified illustrious design, but is actually a full-blown implacable design. So it could have a really interesting impact on the war. What it would do is probably mean that the Royal Navy carriers, you have a lot more in service earlier on, and that's going to have an impact on things like Taranto. It's going to have an impact. So basically, whilst it would actually strengthen the Germans, and it's something they could viably do, it would, I would argue, make their forces more effective. It would also cause other issues for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm in no way actually denying that.
Dr. Clarke, please change out the banner when you get a chance.
Already done. Okay. So, Nightingale 1. Is 36,500 metric tons a more likely stand displacement for an Eagle-style Admiral conversion? Not well. Let's put it this way: it's going to be somewhere quite large. I think, in nicest way, 37,000. Considering the weights of the ships that they were, whilst they probably be done before the Washington Naval Treaty, I would say they're going to be closer to 40,000 tons than 37,000 tons.
Yeah,
because they're going to be
right.
And also, they're probably going to. How would the British build them? If you consider the experience with the Ben Macherie, etc., I wouldn't be surprised if they have they retain quite a solid armored deck, and certain other things. So yeah, they're going to be interesting designs. And also, that's quite a big hangar. If you consider how big the Eagle hangar was, if you put it over a vessel the size of an Admiral class battlecruiser, those 3 Admiral class battlecruisers, that's going to be a big hangar. That's going to be a lot of space. That's not going to be light, and it's all going to be steel construction. The British don't believe in wooden decks.
Nope.
So
what's that? Wood on a carrier deck? Get that out of here!
The British
Give me some steel.
No, the British just don't like flammable material. They're basically paranoid about it. The British are.
Why don't the British like wooden flight decks?
Ben Macherie. Basically, the Royal Navy hates flammable material.
Yeah. Can't you make wood non-flammable though? Just by laminating it.
Not to the level at which the Royal Navy would be happy with it.
Yeah, for the Royal Navy, there is everyone else accepts this, and this is not good enough for us.
The Royal Navy are probably still to this day the most paranoid navy in the Western world about fire aboard ships. They are absolutely they have. It's kind of like that and torpedo defenses and defending against submarines for the large ships. The Royal Navy are paranoid.
Yep.
It's the legacy of World War One and World War Two. What's the difference in subdivision between a battle cruiser and a battleship? Okay. So
here we go.
How am I going to describe this? Okay, when you look at one, you get the idea of a honeycomb structure. So it's something like it's a honeycomb. It's smaller rooms interlaced. When you look at the other, you get a chocolate box structure or lozenge structure where it's sort of there's sort of a constant spacing. Okay, that's what you're sort of looking at. So basically, about the smaller the rooms get, the smaller the average spaces get, the more they're divided up, the more there's thicker walls, and the boiler rooms are divided up into fewer boilers per room, etc., and all these sort of things. The more it's subdivided, the more closer it is a battleship. And again, it changes as time goes on. It's kind of like the armor, the thickness of the armor. As time and technologies get better, you can achieve more subdivision. So the subdivision you're talking about for a battleship, when you're looking about something in World War II as a battleship or a fast battleship, and what you'll be talking about for a fast battleship in World War I will be slightly more subdivided. The one in World War II. It's as me and Drac I often talk about it, as technology, especially power density, changes. As engines get more powerful, not just in terms of per ton, but in terms of space they take up per cubic foot or cubic meter, your subdivision changes. And also, the thing is about subdivision and the level of subdivision, that allows you to actually hang more armor on your ship, because you can support it more from around the hull.
This is the thing. Power density is one of the biggies that really drives warship construction and development in the Age of Steam and Steel. It really enables some of the massive shifts you see in the way things develop. Without the increase in power density given by steam turbines, Dreadnought just isn't.
No.
Or not as early.
Knight, no, 30. I'd reckon I don't think they'd be more than 40,000 tons because you're getting rid of the turrets, you're getting rid of so much of that, you're getting rid of some of the armor plating and all these things. You don't. They're not going to be that heavy in terms of sound displacement, but I'm reckoning roughly. I am reckoning between 37 and 40,000 tons in sound displacement is definite for the Admiral class carriers. That's where I would fit them. I don't think they can be much lighter than. They're definitely not going to be lighter than Lexington was. And Lexington was officially 37,000 tons. They won't have 8-inch guns on it.
Lexington was officially 33,000 tons on the nose.
33,000 tons, yes. Yeah.
Pigs will fly with that displacement.
Yeah.
No, Fleet, are you suggesting that the U.S. Navy's engineering and ship design branch would be lying?
I'm not suggesting. I'm not suggesting it.
In a nice way, it's just as creative as some of the British accounting going on.
Oh, come on! I had a good.
Anyway,
oh, come on, Dr. Clarke! I had a punchline there.
Yeah, but I could see where it was going, and it wasn't worthy of you. Drakenred, you're better than your punchline there. You need to start hitting your level. Question: if the 75mm
also better than Host, but yet he still hangs around her waist like I don't know, barnacles.
Yeah, but we'll get him there. Sometime he's got to start valuing himself realistically. It's like any situation in this case.
In a relationship with the host? Good luck with that.
If the 75mm AA mount had been available in 1944, would it replace the 40mm quad? Potentially on some ships. I don't think it'd be a universal replacement of all 40mm quads, but I think some ships would probably have had some of the 3-inch AA mounts because they're good. So it would be an as they can implement it on vessels that can take it sort of scenario, not a blanket change over everything. Craig H. YouTube defense circles. Australia are looking at the upgraded.
Did that one?
We did that one then. Okay. Nice to hear from. If one of the Eagle-style Admiral-class carrier conversions, Hood and Repulse, run Empire Cruise, of Hood and her converted sister, which will get the most attention? Hood, because it was going to be looking at the big sexy guns from the press. Most of the navies are going to be looking at that carrier and going, "Oh my lord, that's a lot of aircraft."
Yeah.
So the press attention will be on Hood with the big sexy guns. The navy's attention is going to be looking at that carrier. Craig H, where does one listen to ramblings? YouTube, Twitch, or within Discord when they happen? YouTube is a good place to listen to ramblings. Fleet is trying to grow his channel, so supporting on YouTube is good.
Yeah, if you're not in Drax's Discord server where they take place, YouTube is absolutely the place to find them. My channel is linked in my Discord.
He doesn't really do enough on Twitch yet. He needs to grow his Twitch really.
Hey,
the problem is that I'm trying to grow YouTube first. I want to get to the point where that's monetized.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people I have actually received questions from people saying, "How do I give money on YouTube to you, Fleet?" And I say, "You can't. I'm not big enough yet."
Hey, Fleet. You want to know what would be real nice if somebody actually did in the development of the spot?
Don't you dare! I'm doing it tomorrow. Don't you dare! No,
stop it. If they created a set of commands that you could put into the chat that would highlight certain individuals' YouTube channels.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I did.
Oh, for the love of Mike. I get it. You are a brilliant woman who has created marvelous mechanical marvels.
Okay.
Also, Dr. Clarke, the Q release command is now working again.
Woohoo! Sorry.
But yes,
you can go back over to...
have we caught up on there, though? Or has it got...
Yes, we are. I have been manually transferring every question that we've answered.
Hello, Italian Military Archives. Nice to see you.
Okay.
Dr. Clarke, the Italian Military Archives has shown up.
Hey, mate. How you doing? How goes the world? Oh, by the way, if you want something, IMA, what you really want is you want to get your own version of this wonderful system, Powder Monkey, we're using. You need it because, especially with you, with now you have 2 channels. 'Cause Italian Military Archives now has 2 channels, an English language one and an Italian one, and this way they could actually be broadcasting on both and have questions coming in on both, and they could be organising them together into one question set. So really, IMA, you need to get in contact with Runon for a copy of Powder Monkey to be made.
Oh, no.
It's really good.
How did we get here?
Look, in nice way, we have this wonderful system. I'm not keeping this to ourselves. It's brilliant. Runon's done excellent work, and it's really, really useful.
I also agree with this statement. I definitely know what I'm talking about. I definitely am familiar with the system. Totally, honestly, definitely. I definitely don't feel my horrible.
Is that why you left .10 in the update folder for 3 months?
I definitely don't feel as though I'm staring at my old coding assignments and literally wanting to scream aggressively because I have no clue what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Just saved it there. Well done, Fleet.
And Dave Harrison, I do agree. Nah, paranoia is the irrational delusion. It's out to get you. The Royal Navy has empirical proof of centuries that fire really is out to get them. I agree. There is that. They really do have that.
Stafford, here's why I'm likely never going to actively charge for Powder Monkey. One, there's 2 reasons. One, it's built on top of somebody else's software. I don't think I have a commercial license. And 2,
we're losing you.
One, it's built off of somebody else's software, which I don't think I have a commercial license. And 2, the second I start charging people for it, like affirmatively charging people for it, now I'm on the hook to support it.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is,
if
you do support it very well, and it works very well.
Yes, but I could also leave tomorrow and I would probably still feel bad because I'm a sucker like that, but at least I'm not under any meaningful legal obligation.
Yeah. But it does really help.
There, you know.
She does, but it is really helpful. Yes, IMA. Yeah, if you want to be contacted with Runon, she's on my Discord. She's one of my admins. As said, this is a great system.
They said I.
It really does make life a lot easier and a lot more helpful.
Don't worry, Runon. If ever you need a place to hide, you're in my server. You are basically one of my chief technical admins. I will not make demands of you. You can hide in my server forever. I'm happy to have that be the
Your
case.
existence makes demands upon me. You like the host.
Right?
You sit on my updates for 3 months.
Okay.
I'm not responsible
Right
for
then,
my
next
competence.
question from Knight 681.
Yep.
Next question from Knight 681. Would a Japanese-style interpretation of the treaty be enough to get away with 15,500-ton county-class cruisers with 234mm guns? No.
Because here's the thing:
the Royal Navy would have loved them.
The thing is, the Royal Navy likes to cheat. This is very true, but the Royal Navy cheats in ways that are subtle, they're very much undetectable, and most importantly, incredibly plausly deniable. A 15,000-ton county class with 234mm guns. I'm sorry, you can't say that's a 10,000-ton ship with 8-inch guns. It's just not gonna fly.
I would say this also another thing. The Royal Navy tends to cheat by writing the rules so that it's automatically what it does is within the cheat codes.
Basically, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's
that's how the Royal Navy does it. Remember, look at the definition for standard displacement. Just see how much that works in favor of the Royal Navy, especially once you realize water is armor.
Surely the Royal Navy would never be so dastardly as to stack the deck in favor.
That's their basic policy.
Yeah. We're not saying that is the case. We're not implying it. We're outright, literally holding a sign.
That's their entire policy for an entire history. You know, the U.S. Navy.
No. The Royal Navy is more couth and more civilized than the U.S. Navy is.
I love the U.S. Navy, but they literally have a history of being far too honest for their own good.
Yeah.
On a regular occasion, they actually tell people what they're doing. That's the first rule.
Cheat,
Don't
always.
say. Budguy8829. What would you build instead of the Alaska class, and would they even be built if cruisers had a maximum gun size of 10 inches instead of 8 inches? Probably they wouldn't be built if you had them at the 10 inches instead of 8 inches, because they're not enough of a jump, realistically. And also, if I was building, instead of the Alaska class, honestly, you might as well build more. If you got them into service at the beginning of the war, they would have been very useful for supporting the carrier groups and the fast carrier groups. If you don't have them in, because you could have maybe matched up one Alaska with one Alaska with each of the carrier groups, and they actually have something which could, if necessary, do enough of a fighting retreat. It could hold back enemy Congo class until the carrier got away.
Well,
it would die furiously, but they could do it. But the thing is, if you're going to build something instead of it, I would say probably build Iowas. They could do the job.
If I may.
Yeah.
If we're talking about a world where cruisers are 10-inch, that usually means that capital ships are bigger, which means the Iowas will be bigger, which therefore means you talk about the Alaskas holding off the Congos. Here's the thing. If we're talking about a world where cruisers are bigger, the things that kill cruisers will be bigger.
No,
and
the
more
Congos wouldn't be, because it's basically a treaty definition. The Congos would still be built. It's Washington Naval Treaty definitions.
No. You've taken the wrong point from what I'm saying.
No.
If
I think
if
you're
the
saying
cruisers,
that somehow the treaties being one way is going to go back in time before the treaties and make the Congos bigger.
Nope. No, the things that kill cruisers will be bigger. Not the Congos. The Alaskas were built as counters to treaty cruisers. So if treaty cruisers are bigger, you might see the Alaskas built not as large cruisers, but as 9 14-inch armed with a new 14 battle cruisers. Proper, full-on US battle cruisers. Whether that's 2 words or 1 word, I leave up to you. Which would therefore actually give them an actual fighting chance against the Congos. Because the Iowas will likely be bigger still than them.
They carry escorts.
You see where I'm coming from now? You can see the logic. You can see the thought process.
No, because once you've got cruiser at that level and you're doing this, you suddenly the middle level doesn't really make much sense. Because you're upping them in a nice way. You're already talking about a 20-something thousand ton Alaska, right? If your cruisers are 10-inch, etc., they're going to be 15,000 tons. So for them to have a similar advantage, you're talking about maybe about 30,000 tons.
Yeah, because the Iowas will be probably. Honestly, you probably don't see Iowas in this world, given what the battleships must be for the cruisers to this size.
Why?
Iowas are a status asset.
Well, I was thinking you probably just get the No, the Iowas. I'm just thinking in a world where cruisers are so big, you'd probably think that capital ships would be bigger, wouldn't that be the usual way that would usually go?
Bigger,
because you'd
by
want a
how
larger
much?
gap.
That's the thing.
Quasi-long-tanner question mark?
It's bigger than this practically big.
The capital ship, the limit for a capital ship is how much?
Let me
35.
35,000 tons.
Yeah, if the cruisers are 10-inch armed with
15,000 tons, then the battleships are going to be 40,000 tons?
Well, wouldn't it be an increase in percentage displacement rather than a flat 5,000-ton increase?
Yeah, but that's still going to put your battleship class into the 40 to 45, which is the same tonnage as an Iowa at one.
Well, yes, it is. Well, yes, it is. But remember, the Iowas are escalations above what was extant.
Okay,
so
but you still get the Iowas. You just get them 2 whole generation.
No, I would argue that you get something equivalent to a slightly less heavily armored long tanner.
You're not getting a slightly less heavily long tanner on 40,000 tons.
Well, no, you're not, because it wouldn't be that.
You might get it on 50.
Yeah, exactly, because that's what it would be. Because if your starting point as a treaty battleship is 40 to 45,000 tons,
which it wouldn't be.
That's what we just said, though. That's what we just said.
That's what I just said, but I'm an idiot.
But the thing is, there's a reason why they chose 25,000. They didn't choose a percentage. They chose 25,000 tons as a bracket because it's based on larger ships built. So the thing is, it's basically in the nicest way. The ship. What's the ship they're going to use as a bracket at that point? It's probably going to be maximum is going to be Hood, which is going to a ship in existence. If they've gone with 15,000 tons, because there's cruisers, let's say the Hawkins are 15,000 ton 9.2 inch gun cruisers, they've gone with that. That's what they've rolled it up to 10 inches, and they said 15,000 tons flat, like they did with the Hawkins historically, to work out what their ceiling limit. Then what they're going to do is with the battleships is they're just going to go what's the existing ship. Now they could go with the historical 35,000 tons, but they're probably not. They're probably going to round up to 40,000 tons, because remember their whole thing was they were supposed to be making battleships which were powerful but not so powerful that anyone would feel super confident. And everyone knew once they got about 40,000 tons you get too confident. So they said 40,000 tons would probably be the limit.
Yeah, you've got a good point there. I mean, so at that point, 40,000 tons.
And admittedly,
At
yes,
that
you're going to
point-
be building better things, because let's be honest, the Royal Navy, if they still want to build they're building Nelrods at what 37,000 tons.
Yeah, and
So
also
there's probably 20-knot ships for starters for the Nelrods.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Yeah, but I'm also just realizing that if this is the case, and we're talking about the Alaskas are laid down at the time when the US's current generation battleships is still kind of treaty compliant, in this case being the South Dakotas.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, you're talking about a 40,000 ton ship, and at that point, if you're building
A 30,000 ton cruiser.
if you're looking at a battle cruiser technically, but either way,
Yeah.
if you're looking at building a 30,000 ton ship, at that point you're 10,000 tons below. You're too close. You're quite right. You're too close to your current capital ships. If you're going to build a class of 50,000 ton, 12, 16-inch gun armed, 32 knot capital ships, then at that point you may as well cancel the 6 Alaskas and slap another pair of hulls onto the 50,000 ton, 32 knot capital ships.
And let's be
So
honest,
50,000
also the other thing, if you think about the role of the Alaskas, their primary role was supposed to be as escorts for the carriers and cruiser hunter. But what can you build for 15,000 tons?
Yeah, you can build a... Yeah, exactly.
And if you build a couple
Okay,
of
for
those,
the idiot in the room, what can you build for 15,000 tons?
a lot of basically, you know all those problems we like to talk about with the treaty cruisers.
Well,
They're
no.
gone.
Yeah.
I know what you can build 15,000 tons. It's sat over there post what's called a Des Moines.
Yeah, that's literally that's what we're basically talking about. It's the Des Moines class.
And at that point and of course at that point for the fast capital ship roll, you've got 6 50,000 ton quasi long tanners sat there going, "Hi, how are you?"
Yeah, it's just not, and it's the thing is again.
I'm sorry about that.
You had to work through the question, but it's also I can understand why. But the thing is, it's once you go back to the treaty, and you work through from the treaty the impact. I mean,
we had to go back. Yeah, we had to go back to come forwards. Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't quite understand it until I went back and you explained it, and then I suddenly went, oh. That was literally you can almost see it happen in real time.
This is why usually when the interesting thing, of course, is the carrier tonnage impact it would have.
Oh yeah.
Because again, the carriers were 27,000 tons in relation to the cruiser tonnage. That was the limit they set, because you think there are no carriers around at that point of that displacement. So they're setting in relation to the cruiser and the capital ship tonnage. And if you think about it, 10,000 tons take up to 35,000 tons. You've got 25,000 tons of difference, and the carriers sit at 27,000 tons. So they sit 17,000 tons into that 25,000 tons of difference, or roughly 2/3 of the way in. So if you're now 15,000 tons, you now take it up, and your carrier limit becomes what? 32,000 tons, maybe? And suddenly that changes a lot of things, because if you've got your limit is 5 32,000 ton carriers, we all know that 27,000 tons builds you a very decent carrier. That also raises your limit to 160,000 tons worth of carrier. for the British and the
And
Americans.
one thing,
And if you can build something decent on 25 to 1,000 tons, that gets you 6 decent carriers on 25,000 tons, roughly.
And
you
what
think
would
that
be
that
interesting-
covers a lot of sins. Yeah.
what would be interesting to see too is when you get closer to Pearl Harbor, if all of a sudden one of those partially completed Alaska hulls doesn't get converted on the stocks to an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, because they're now suddenly big enough that it's going to be worthwhile. It's going to be really worthwhile converting them if they were that size. So that's
into a kind of super Essex, not quite a Midway, but also definitely not a Lexington.
Probably a better than Shinano.
That's not hard.
If the panel were Pokemon, which Pokemon would they be?
Blastoise or Cyndaquil. I'll take either one.
Honestly,
No, I'm sorry,
no,
Rudon. I don't
Cyndaquil.
actually think you're either.
Cyndaquil. I'm absolutely a Cyndaquil. I just love the little guy.
No, you're not.
You don't get to decide.
Uh,
No, you don't.
Uh,
No, no.
Panel never
no.
said anything like that. You get to decide either.
No,
The
the whole
panel
point is
decides.
what we. No, the
All
panel
right,
decides
Dragon.
what each
What
member-
Pokemon am I? I dread to ask, but
Well, the first one that jumps to mind is Kling Klang.
The heck?
I feel like I'm being insulted.
It's literally a set of gears that one of their best things they're doing is keeping things working and running. It is a steel-type Pokemon, which is a set of gears that primarily results in various different systems and operational capabilities
I'll
running at a
allow
high
it.
speed and high
I
efficiency.
don't want to, but I'll allow it.
You can see why that one makes me think of you immediately.
Not my problem. I tend to try and fix everything.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Ow, where was it?
What are we thinking about for me? Because I was thinking immediately what came to my mind was a Blastoise, but, I might be wrong.
Blastoise are usually pretty good teachers, but they also very much like getting aggressive and shooting things with cannons.
I was thinking more of Regirock.
Yeah, or or maybe
Oh, I
or
was.
Registeel.
I was so tempted because, to quote a certain abridged version of a certain abridged anime, a certain type of lady loves cannons.
I know exactly what you're referring to there, but
Hey, I like me some big guns. What am I supposed to say?
it's understandable.
You like if you've seen it, you know what I mean, but I can't say.
I know
it
exactly
because
what you mean,
linguistics.
but
Yeah, so Clark's a Regirock. Rue is a Kling Klang. What's Fleet?
well, I would say Absol, but Absols are too cute.
Yes.
Ouch.
Well, Absols are known for bringers of disaster. They're
Okay,
actually a very good
that-
Pokemon, but they are known to just bring disaster whenever they are present.
Okay.
This is not an insult, definitely. It's just that this does occur on a shockingly frequent basis.
Well, no,
That's
I'm just saying that Absol's being too cute to be Fleet is a bit of an insult. But now that I see that they bring disaster, I mean, well,
this is
Actually,
my
also-
lot.
Actually,
I would
Foxer,
go
do you
for
think Rotom
actually,
would work?
I think for Fleet, a Darmanitan might be better. I would just
Oh,
look
What
at
are
my-
these
Yes.
words?
Darmanitan could work.
Yeah.
Because they do try and teach others as well. They try and also educate while also being.
Fleet
You know,
is
bigger.
host the pandemic patient zero. Careful,
Also-
Willy Cassie.
I did just realise, Foxo, might actually Rudon not be a Rotom.
Mm.
oh God.
Rotom?
Could I be a Raichu? Could I be something?
You know, she's an
Anyway,
electrician, right?
Yeah,
She's an
Rotom would
electrician.
go
I'm gonna
into.
say now we've had enough time on this question. We can
That's
all
why I'm
agree
dragging
that
with Big Dragon.
we can all agree
I know.
that Fleet,
I'm dead on the
aka
inside after all.
we can all agree that Fleet, aka the host pandemic patient zero, is a Darmination. If you want to look it up, please do. Don't
This
look
is
it
my
up
life now.
if you're very worried about your eyesight, though. But it does fit with
This
the
is
host
my-
aesthetic. Stafford
This
Thompson,
is my life now.
what class
Yes,
or
it is.
what class or displacement of a ship would warrant 6 times 76mm autocannon for an AA battery, along with 4 155mm main guns? That's a cruiser. And that's probably that's pretty much a Tiger class cruiser.
Yeah, that
Is
is
that not
beat for,
practically just a tiger?
yeah,
That is Tiger.
that is beat for beat a tiger.
Yeah.
That is what that is.
Like, yeah, 4 6-inch guns, 6.76 equivalents. So
Draken Red is the next question, I think.
Yeah.
Because the problem is they gave us the specs of tiger, so the answer was tiger.
It does make life easy when you get these things. Thank you for that. That very, very slow-balled Safa. That helped us, refocus. Drakenred, the largest useful destroyer gun in World War II, probably the 5-inch.
Yeah, 5-inch.
Useful
Honestly,
destroyer.
yeah.
Were there any 5.5s?
The only exception I would ever make would be as if the US was somehow mad enough to create a destroyer mount for their fully automatic 6-inch, and somehow build a destroyer around it in 1945-47.
Yeah.
In which case, absolute madmen.
Okay.
I don't know. The German
can I-
6-inch mount was very useful for the British.
Very funny. Can I read out this next question because I have a sort of opening blurb I want to go with as a bit of comedic effect, please, if I may, Dr. Clarke.
Okay. Chat.
Oh no, Fleet's
chat,
going for comedy. Everybody,
nice
hold on to your
way.
butt.
Chat. I'm putting this out as a quick, very quick poll. Should I let Fleet go for this? So it will be let Fleet Fleet burb.
The chat's gonna vote against me. It always does.
We don't know.
I say we let him cook. We let him
Poll
cook.
A poll has started in YouTube. Renan, can you do one in Twitch quickly?
Oh, wow. Okay, apparently the people are. Oh, okay.
So far,
Okay.
they're being nice. They're being kind.
Oh, they are.
There are some voting no. The votes no are going up rapidly, but there are some voting yes. There are 60 viewers currently on YouTube and 8 on Twitch, so we've got 68 votes to be cast. Let's see what comes in. Let's see what the votes are. I'm going to give it about till 10. So I'm going to say... I'm going to watch it on the screen so I can do this. And I'm going to go say 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
You may burn
1.
it, but let the man cook.
Done.
Well, what's the verdict?
And I'm just letting myself chat down on screen. So I make sure I do it in time with the screen, so I'm not doing it early on people. Have to wait for the delay. The end of the poll is ended, and the votes are in. Oh my lord! How many people? What did they vote on Twitch?
69, funny number.
Yeah, we got 69% for yes on YouTube. So
It's the funny number. How could this possibly go wrong?
Fleet.
Okay.
Have a go.
In 1939, Teddy Roosevelt is resurrected as a Spartan II with the best tactical training. How does that go? Well, a few things happen.
No, that's
Well,
not
a
next.
few things-
Fleet. That's the next question.
No, that is the next
Oh.
question.
No, the next question is you have an hour of the Admiralty.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh,
Wait, what?
trust me. That is the next
Wait,
one. Jonathan Moon.
No.
Sometimes Powder Monkey screws up.
Oh,
essentially,
for God's sake.
and
That wasn't.
it reports the questions out of order.
Oh,
Yeah,
for God's sake.
You've got the
Oh,
captain's
amazing
question.
one.
We're on Jonathan Moon's.
Well, I was going
the
off the actual
question?
order in Powder Monkey because I didn't think the thing was.
Well, go off the one you currently got. You've been told you're allowed to, so do it.
No. I was referring to the question after this one.
I have, but
Okay,
unfortunately
we'll
for
let you
you,
start. We'll let you jump question, and we'll go back to Jonathan Moon.
No, I'll
Jonathan
wait.
Moon will be
No,
okay.
no,
Carry on.
I will wait.
Nope.
No, I know we don't break the order. It's your show. I will wait. I will
All right,
wait. So
all
let's
right.
do with Jonathan Moon first.
Okay, you have an hour with the Admiralty, the Treasury, a shipyard of choice, and a chosen designer. For what foreign ship will you get a license build UK production order? When is this?
That is an excellent point,
That's the
actually.
question,
When
Jonathan.
is this?
When is this? Because that's going to
Yes,
change what
tell
I'm
us.
ordering.
If it's the, well, I can sort of do a Cliff Notes So if it's the 1860s, I want to order
Warrior.
Yep. So if it's 1860s, it's Warrior. If it's 1870s,
No, but the trouble is you're supposed to be ordering a foreign ship, so that's the trouble, is what do you order that's going to match up against Warrior in 1860s?
No. Well, no. In the 1860s, I actually order one of the French L'Ocean class ironclads in 1869 because that means the UK can can examine in detail what the French are building in terms of central battery ironclads at the end of the decade.
I suppose.
In the 1870s, it is basically even though she's built in the UK, she's not built for the UK. The massive Ottoman ironclad Mesadaye, because she's an absolutely monstrous central battery ironclad that just good lord, that ship.
Yeah.
In the 1880s, honestly, funnily enough, given how compact but fairly decent they are, the trio, whatever the trio of German ocean-going turret ships is, you know, the ones that the Germans build immediately after they unify.
Yeah.
Because despite the fact that they are somewhat small, they're honestly for the UK they'd make fairly decent overseas flagships, given the UK's vast network of coaling stations. In the 1890s, honestly, I would have my hands on probably first Bismarck, because that armored cruiser is a fairly powerful and potent bit of kit.
Okay.
And I'd also like the ability for the UK to poke exactly what the Germans are doing with their guns and turrets, especially what they're doing with their armored cruisers.
All right.
And also she make a very good one-off flagship for a foreign station, probably the China station or South Pacific. In the 1900s, well, obviously you nick off with Von der Tann, because that means the UK has a direct comparison between the Invincibles and Von der Tann to go, okay, here's what the Germans are doing, here's what we're doing, how do we, go forwards? In the 1910s, you nick off with the Lexingtons because I'm sorry, I'm having your carrier. Do not resist.
In the 1910s.
Or more accurately, I'm having the battle cruiser your carrier will be based on. Do not resist.
In the 1910s.
Oh yeah, they're not laid down till later.
Also, wait. Why would you want the Lexington battle cruiser?
Because you can convert it into a carrier. But anyway, no, Dr. Clark's right. They're not laid down till the 20s.
Yeah, but you don't know that in the 1910s.
Yeah, you probably in the 1910s you probably would finish them as battle cruisers, and oh no.
1910s. Let me think then.
I get there is a right answer, but there's lots of wrong answers in this one. There's only one ship design in the world which is worth nicking in the 1910s. In the 1910s.
Bongos?
No, the British build that.
Oh, Nagato's.
No.
What?
Think, what's the only design in the world which is actually another fast battleship design that's actually being built, which would have probably been successful as a fast battleship for its time period?
The Nagato's?
The Nagato's
in the
aren't
1910s?
They're not fast battleships.
For the time period they
in
are.
the 1910s, what's the fast
There's only one thing. The only thing that jumps to mind is the Francesco Caracolio.
Dragon, as always, excellent answer and correct.
What the?
Teacher's pet.
If you're picking for the British,
right.
The reason why the British wouldn't go with the Colorados is they don't fit the British battle line and the British idea as a doctrine and operation. They've got great 16-inch guns, but that's the only real thing they've got. For the British, the only thing which they need in the 1910s, and this is what you're thinking is, what's the British axe? The British haven't successfully built a fast battleship. Frank Bungle, the trouble is the Congos, the British have built the Congos for the Japanese. So the British know about the Congos, so they don't need that. So basically the only one they need is the Francesco Caracola.
So 1910s. 1920s, that for me would probably be that's actually a pretty tough one. Because the Lexingtons are conversions, they technically don't count because you'd have to build them as the battle cruisers. Neither. Honestly, I'd get the Tosa class fast battleships, basically down to the fact that if we get the designs of the Tosas, the British can absolutely edit them into being acceptable 25 knot decently armored and armed fast battleships that fit with the 25 knot battle line speed of the QEs. They might not be up to standard with they might not be up to standard with the G or N3s, but they're the only things I can think of that will be useful that we can get from overseas that can even be remotely made to fit with British doctrine. The Amagis are too lightly armored and lightly built to be really convertible into decent units, but with the Tosas you can at least fiddle with them enough to make them work.
Why are you immediately going for such large ships? Why aren't you thinking small than that in the 1920s?
I'm just because if we're talking about cruisers in the 20s, we haven't reached the period where the treaty cruiser really becomes the good treaty cruiser period. Because still at the point where trying to fit everything you need on 10,000 tons is a bit difficult. The UK already has good destroyers in the 20s, so we don't need to alter them. The UK already has good submarines in the 20s, so we don't have to get them. The UK doesn't look to build carriers in the 20s and doesn't need new carriers in the 20s, so we don't need them. The only thing I can really think of is capital units for the 20s. Even if we don't get to build them because of Washington. It's the only thing I can think of that would be a useful addition to the UK that it doesn't already have, or that it would be willing to accept.
Interesting.
We've got subs, we've got destroyers, we've got cruisers. Everyone's all wonky in the 20s. We've got carriers, we've got
Doc said interesting.
Well, you see, the thing is, there is a new build carrier available in the 1920s. A built from scratch carrier. And Britain, of course, builds Hermes, but there is one other.
You can't mean her. You can't mean her.
And she gets in underneath the treaty limitations. So in the Washington Naval Treaty, you can get her, and she doesn't count towards your carrier tonnage.
You can't mean her.
Please don't say Wasp.
That overbuilt,
what's she talking about?
incredibly structurally unsound monstrosity?
Which ship you're referring to,
Rougeau?
yes, lead?
No,
You can't mean Rougeau.
Rougeau, no, that's later. We're talking about Hosho. Knight's got there. Thank you, Knight.
Like Hosho, I was thinking, like, why are you going? I was curious why you jumped to Ryuja when Hosho exists, but okay.
because Hosho came before the treaties. When he said treaty limits, I assumed.
Yeah, exactly. So it would be under when the
I'm
treaties do come
aware,
across.
but if he'd have said before treaty limits, I would have clocked on immediately. But he said under, so I assumed he meant.
Come on the prototype carrier thing, so they don't get thrown in the treaties at all.
No, she didn't. Yes, later on, but when she first existed, she was because she's only 7,500 tons.
Yeah,
she's in there. And the interesting thing is, if the British have her from earlier on, then they probably go, "Well, this isn't a good escort carrier." Because let's be honest, she could carry 15 aircraft. She'd have been a new build ship. She's pretty darn useful for them to wander around with and test out as an escort carrier.
Yeah.
She's pretty useful, and actually, then you get her on like any of the capital ships. You get her. That's why I kept talking about the cruisers and the carriers and the things. Was going. There's no point if I'm going to spend an hour with the Treasury. We've spent an hour of my life, and this is no offense to Steve, who's still in the chat, I think somewhere. If I'm going to spend an hour of my life dealing with the Treasury, I want to be something we actually get.
Yeah. So 1930s. For me personally, I am going to march over to the United States, basically grab USS Enterprise, say, I'm taking this ship and all the look that comes with it.
Body.
I'm taking this
remember
ship
again,
and all the
you're
look.
building, but you're building.
You're building, not taking.
You're building the design.
Well, okay, if I'm building it, honestly, 1930s.
I'll allow it.
Hang on a minute. Let me just check something real quick. Yep. Sorry, I'm nicking off with the Iowas. You can't stop me.
You're not nicking off with the Iowas. You're
Wait.
nicking off with their design spec.
And
Yeah,
also,
I know, but nope, they're ordered in 39.
does
They're,
the
they're
but-
ordered in 39. I
right,
can
that's
nick off
fine,
with them.
but I'm not sure. Does Britain need Iowas?
Yes, because well, look, if I'm gonna,
If
if I'm
need
gonna,
them, surely we would have went with Lions,
but Dragon, we did,
but we didn't end up building any.
Yes, but that was down to wartime being what it was.
We still could have built them during wartime.
Yes, but again, the war just didn't work out in a way that they.
Also, if
became...
we're still under naval treaties, especially in the early part of the war, or the 30s,
I would say
you
if
can't
we
build
nick
an
it-
Iowa.
in 1937. If we nick it, it's going to be in North Carolina for me because then we could get that into those before world began.
Yeah, good point. Good point. And of course, we can probably fix the issue with the scouts because we're the Royal Navy.
Because as we'd adapted as built, and we'd probably use our own experience, so it'd probably be slightly different. One of the problems that they had issues which were caused by their combination of their engine, the boilers and the engine turbines and the engines they chose. The British, if they're building it from their designs and using their resources, they're going to choose slightly different things. So it's going to introduce its own issues. Don't get. I'm not saying the British issues are going to be different. There's also the Shikakos as well, which are always an interesting choice. But I would say. This is going to sound strange, but realistically, for the Royal Navy, what it needed to do was build more of its own carriers, rather to fit its own needs because of the infrastructure requirements of supporting ships on the other side of the world from its home, and the thing. So the Shikakos don't really fit, because if you think about it, the Shikako class, do you want to use them in the Mediterranean? No. Do you want to use them in the Pacific if you're the Royal Navy, and if there's any damage, you have to send them all the way back to Britain?
No.
No. So that's the trouble with the Shikakos.
Yeah.
They are great for the Japanese. They don't fit for the Royal Navy. And it's a similar. It's always the things of look at the criteria of the individual nations involved.
Yeah. So for the 40s, I'm sorry, there's only one choice for me. I'm going to look at the. I'm sorry, but it's going to be the similar thing that took me to the Iowas. I'm the Des Moines, the best, arguably the best gun cruiser ever built.
Why?
As surface.
But why does Britain need heavy cruisers in the 40s?
Midways exist.
Well, yeah, but we, like you say, Dr.
Britain
Clarke,
doesn't
the
like
Midways,
heavy cruisers.
We already have the Maltas.
Yeah, but the thing is, we don't get the Maltas completed. We get in this scenario, we're getting whatever we order completed. I go for a Midway.
Oh, fair enough then. If we're getting that, then we'll get a Midway. In that case, then in the 50s I order a Forrestal, in the 60s I order a Kitty Hawk, in the 70s I order a Nimitz, in the 80s I order Ticonderoga.
Okay, Fleet. I'm sorry, fam, but why are you ordering anything bigger than a Forrestal?
Yeah.
By the time you hit the 80s, you're not going to be able to support it.
Well, the thing is, we're getting things built that we order, and the problem is that, well, at that point, then I'm not going to consider what the use case for it is.
Yeah,
I am.
Built is all well and good, but if you can't support it,
you can't
support the asset.
But at that point, I would argue that the Midways are almost, well,
if you've got a Forrestal,
Yes, but
let's put it this way, Runon, if you've got a Forrestal and a Kitty Hawk in service, then you've built up the infrastructure enough. You can and Britain have nuclear submarine program, all those things, so they could theoretically support a Nimitz.
Exactly, that was my thought process.
And basically, your scenario would be we've got Ark Royal, we've got Eagle, we've got a Kitty Hawk, we've got a Kitty Hawk, we've got a Kitty Hawk, we've got a Forrestal. We're now going to get rid of one of those, and then we're probably going to get rid of the Midway, and then we'll replace Midway or something, and then we'll replace that with the Enterprise and that sort of thing.
Yeah, but no, the reason I went with the Nimitz is because Enterprise would take up the 60 slot. I don't want to use that for the Kitty Hawk.
Then you'd order Nimitz, and then you'd order.
Well, I was going to go with a Tycho because I wanted a.
I'd go with a Kirov because the nicest way making a British version of a Kirov would just be cool, and it would give you another nuclear ship.
You know what? Yeah, I'm behind that. That's hilariously funny, and I'm with it.
In that case, wouldn't you go for a British Typhoon?
No, because
just you can argue we've got one of the biggest subs on the planet.
No, because in a nice way, just imagine the surface group shows up. It is a Nimitz, which is a Royal Navy Nimitz, and a Royal Navy Kirov.
Like, I will point out that a Royal Navy Kirov would basically be super Tycho because it would probably have US
Yes.
twin arm launchers in addition to its heavy load of anti-ship missiles.
Oh yes,
So
it
you
would
basically
be.
got a ship. So it's just basically a
What-
Ticonderoga on
What's put on
steroids.
what is put on this Kirov then?
It would
This
just-
British Kirov.
Like, I'm sorry. Hey, Dragon, you see that ship over there? I'm gonna launch 200 harpoons at it and see what happens.
It would be just basically every missile
I'm not
system you can imagine would
exaggerating.
put on it.
Like, I'm not exaggerating. You could fit 200 harpoons in a basic VLS in the same space that you get shipwreck and some of the other missiles.
Yeah, right. No. Sorry, I was.
honest
I was
scenario-
getting them confused with the carrier
the
one,
honest
which has the
scenario-
missiles on the deck.
The honest scenario the Royal Navy would probably build for it would be it would have. They probably would end up getting Aegis as well as the as well as their own, because they have the power to support it. So you could put Sea Dart and Aegis on it, and they might even have. They probably would have VLSs, and the time period they're buying it, they might well get it with VLSs. Instead, and so it's going to be loaded up with missiles. In which case, you possibly get either the VLS variant of the Sea Dart made,
Because
it's
Clarke,
worth
I just had a
it.
horrible thought.
or you
I
might
just had
get
a
the
horrible
VLS.
thought.
You might get the British adopting a standard missile earlier. Standard
yeah,
missile.
You know how I said 200 harpoons?
Yeah.
I just had a horrible thought. 150 VLS Tomahawk instead.
Fleet, I think you're misunderstanding. You'd be talking about something which would probably have somewhere in the region of 286 VLS cells.
Ooh, we getting into the good area with this one.
Also, out of
the-
curiosity,
the-
how are we
the-
doing with questions?
Wait, this is a PG stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? I said good
Um,
area. What
We're currently
We're
past
now-
20 past 12, so
we're
I'm
now
just
at
curious for Runon.
we're now at Sakavdon, and we've got a few questions more, but not many more, I think.
Right.
Okay,
I just want to make
so,
sure that Runon can actually go to bed at a reasonable
Right.
time.
Yes.
Okie dokie. So this is the one I was waiting for.
Yes.
In
I
1939,
apologise
Teddy Roosevelt is resurrected as a Spartan 2 with the best tactical training. How does that go? Well, a few things happen in relatively short order. One, the U.S. Armory notices it is missing an M1 Garand, 2 1937 revolvers, a bunch of hand grenades, a 50 caliber machine gun, 4 belts of ammunition for the 50 caliber.
Only 4?
Yes, trust me, there's a reason for this. About 25 clips for the Garand, and 200 rounds of 45 ammunition for the revolvers. Several things happen in relatively short order. One, Adolf Hitler is found dead with a bullet through his forehead, and the rest of the Nazi leadership suddenly discover themselves exploded when grenades go off underneath wherever they happen to be sitting that particular day. Secondly, Joseph Stalin wakes up in the Kremlin and finds all of his leadership disintegrated by 50 caliber heavy machine gun fire. He didn't even hear the shots go off. He then notices Roosevelt, who punches him in the face, rips off his arm, and then decides to throw him off a cliff. In the Kremlin.
No.
Wait, I'm missing the joke and just
None of
finding
this.
a revenge
Consider-
fantasy against 20th century dictators.
Right.
In a nice way.
It's heavy.
If
Spartan
it-
2?
The trouble is,
Spartan
Spartan
2's
2, as good as he is, he doesn't have
Also-
the ability to globetrot without some
Also, he doesn't even
airlift
have the
capability.
armor.
No.
Teddy! I'm
So-
sorry, it's Teddy Roosevelt. The man
No,
physically
literally, he just gets
cannot be
shot.
stopped.
No, he just gets shot.
I think
Like-
he would probably be able to manufacture some armor for himself. In a nice way, it would probably be steel armor plate. Probably tank grade thicknesses, so
You gave
probably
me
able to
Teddy
take
Roosevelt Spartan. What do you think was going to happen?
probably like
Mm.
he's got the best tactical training. He's a Spartan 2. In the nicest way, I wouldn't be surprised if he does manage to do some interesting commando operations because it's Teddy Roosevelt.
Mm.
But he's probably more going to try to inspire the United States to and be world leadership, and oh Lord help the Japanese.
My
Uh-oh.
my big problem is part of what makes Spartan 2s good is their armor.
And their technology.
Their armor
yes.
was a cut above the rest. So while he's now, basically pinnacle of human might on the planet at this point, he will still get put down by even pistol rounds.
Yes.
So as soon as he encounters
Not
one HMG,
really, though.
yes,
Because remember, they do have essentially inbuilt titanium armor in their bones.
no, they're not not Spartan 2s don't. And also, that
Spartan
doesn't-
2s do. Spartan 2s
and
have the
it
fused
doesn't
rib cage.
but it doesn't protect. Ribcage doesn't protect
Which
them in
has the
general, though.
titanium plates in it.
But that doesn't save them from being shot elsewhere. I don't actually think he might do commando operations. It might be interesting, but I don't think he actually manages to do that much. He just becomes a terrifying US president of, oh, you want to come at me? Fine, then I can literally bench press your car.
Yeah.
Crucia, he picks up a really big stick.
Like, because again, without
Yes.
without the actual tech and armor to back him up, he is just one man.
Yep.
And machine guns tend to make rather Swiss cheese of men.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
the only
so-
thing I can see is,
Hoxton, just move on. We'll move on for now.
Yeah. Knights
I
and
know.
everyone, would it be correct to say that the USS Albacore was the victim of an explosion of unknown origin?
Hmm?
That's
what?
Wasn't that a submarine that sunk?
Let me have a
That's
look.
like a rodent of unusual size.
Fleet's number. Oh, USS Albacore. Let me see. Stricken, 1980. Decommissioned. I am just gonna have a look. To testing. Does he mean which Albacore does he mean? Does he mean the submarine that still exists to this day?
Probably
No,
he probably is
I'm
referring.
guessing
They're
he
probably referring to
means the,
SS218.
The one which is lost off North and Hokkaido, which we presume was mined. So yeah, we presume it's mined. So it's an explosion of, but we don't know. But presumably it was a mining. It could have been. It's unlikely to have been a depth charging, is the belief. She basically she left Pearl Harbor on 24th October 1944. Topped her fuel tanks on Midway on Island at 28th October, and it's never heard of again.
Minor complaint to Jimmy Space.
Mhm.
Why would you give me this nice little command mod and force me to build the hull around it?
Yeah.
Why couldn't you make it so that I could just drop it into the assembled hull?
That's too easy.
And that wouldn't be cute.
So now I have to stop, paint this,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
and then I can build the rest of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that you didn't want it to be easy, did you? Ooh, what about sending an ironclad back to the age of sail? That's an interesting question.
Whoever gets
oh
it
no.
In the War of 1812, that would actually be pretty darn devastating.
Yeah,
It's got
said-
shells,
just-
it's got all sorts of things, so it's got all
just
sorts
very
of
quickly,
weaponry.
the question is from Bud Guy: how well would new Ironsides do in the War of 1812? You've sent
Very,
a
very well.
armored broadside, steam-driven ironclad back to a period where ships do not have shells, where she is functionally invulnerable to pretty much any of the weaponry fired at her, where she can engage whether the weather gauge is with her or not, and where in the War of 1812, given how long the conflict lasts for, it is entirely reasonable that the US Navy, once they realize what she is and once her crew tell them what they are, will be able to keep her mostly operational with supplies of coal and basic maintenance.
Isn't this
Not
basically
really?
just when the
'Cause
British
honestly,
sent an ironclad?
they haven't got the good quality coal at this point,
She doesn't. To be fair,
and they
She
haven't. In
doesn't-
the nicest way, they haven't got the internal. You and I have both been over this before. In the War of 1812, they haven't got the infrastructure to move it around. So it depends on which port she gets to in the United States. Whether she, because in the nicest way, you and I can both think of quite big ports where if she got to, she was functionally going to not get coal. Because if she ends up in San Francisco, anything on the west coast,
well, yeah, but she wouldn't end up well.
you
Well,
know,
if she
there's
ends up on
no.
the west- yeah.
How well would New Ironsides do in the War of 1812? It's going to depend on where she is.
If she's on the East Coast, she's fine. If she's on the West Coast, she's
Even in
just
the East
useless.
Coast, do you really? Is she really fine in all the ports on the East Coast?
As long as it isn't any of the minor ports in the Deep South, as long as she operates out of the areas.
As long as she's on a port which has a major river running through it where they can bring the supplies down, she's okay.
Yeah, which would be New York, Boston, which, to be fair, is where she probably would be.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
the
Newport
trouble is,
News.
even then, that means with that limitation, the British can still run the table everywhere else.
Yes, but she would probably cruise up. She'd probably retain enough coal to cruise up and down under sail power. Remember, she wouldn't move under steam. If
Yes,
she
but
was
under sail,
cruising.
she was a extremely bad sailor.
I mean, true, but she can still move.
She can move, but what I'm saying
Yeah,
is
but
that
all the arm and arm, like if you are so outclassed in the mobility portion of the past a certain point, the other two legs of protection and firepower kind of stop mattering.
basically, if she moves too far away from her safety net of her base with her resupplies, she's in trouble. So she is going to rule, and she is going to rule, and a nicest way. If they rip her apart and copy her and trying to build multiple of them, that's going to be a real advantage for them.
Mm-hmm.
But also, there's also going to be a problem of what happens if they bring back the knowledge of what happens with the Civil War, which is going to be interesting because you don't know who her crew's going to be. So that could all have all impacts. So this is basically going to be, as Steve Clarke put, it's going to be a Fabian strategy the British will have to evolve. Because whilst, yes, she has a lot of firepower, and she has very capable, she has lots of shell jungles and all these things, if the British have enough third rates versus her, she could end up getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, this is very true.
And to capture her, the value of capturing her, if the British can do it, will be worthwhile enough. The British will be prepared to capture lose third rates to do so.
Yeah.
So the thing is, she's going to be powerful and she's going to be scared. Could rule the waves, but she's also going to introduce a lot of out of context problems which are going to come into this. How prepared are the British going to be to lose third rates to capture her? It's going to be a question of time. And also, where does she appear and where's her operating area and how well can they support her? Because again, they can have the ideas for how to support her, but it's going to be access to the quality coal. Because you and I both know that if they, in the nicest way, the older engines they sort up more quickly anyway. And if you have the bad quality, if you don't have the good quality coal, the anthracitic coal,
As long as, well, to be fair, as long as the old engines will burn.
They will burn the older coal,
as...
yes, but in the nicest way, they'll also soot out more, so they'll need to be cleaned more often.
That's very true, but I will point out that a lot of the older simple expansion engines are a lot less. They've got by definition, because of the way they are, and because of the perceptiveness of the designers to the possibility of their engines silting up and a desire to make sure they were easily maintained. As long as she doesn't get brown coal, even she could quite easily function relatively well on bituminous or semi-bituminous.
Yes, she
and that's
can,
fine.
but it's still going to have an effect.
Oh, it is, but it's not going to be debilitating.
Yeah,
she's just going to be less efficient.
Honestly, the thing is, this is something that me and Fleet often get into, especially on ramblings, because people often come with this question. So questions along these lines. If you're dealing with a scenario whereby you're taking a piece of technology and you're taking it back 40 or so years, the trouble is often not operating it. The trouble is infrastructure supporting it. And the thing is, with this, is it could rule the world quite easily if the Americans have the infrastructure available. But the thing is, they're not going to have the infrastructure available. The infrastructure is going to take time to build. You can't snap.
They basically need to find. Yeah, they basically need to find a dockyard that can hold her. They need to find a way to resupply her ammunition, and they need to secure a decent supply in at least 3 ports of semi-bituminous coal.
The other problem you've got to deal with is the fact is if you put her in a dockyard and you can hold her, etc., if she has to be dry docked or anything, that is going to be target numero uno for an amphibious operation from the British.
And because the British can, if they have a little bit of run-up room, ensure local superiority at any point on the American coastline, if they're willing to pay for it, which with this kind of target they would be willing to pay for it.
Yep.
Because if the British capture New Ironsides, then for the British that's a fast track to a warrior.
Yep. Or more accurately, a British version of Gloire.
No.
Because it would still be. It would still be being designed with British design tradition.
You have to realize the contextual difference of why the Warrior came out the Warrior and the Glar came out the Glar. It's different in roles envisaged for them.
Well,
Okay, the Warrior is conceived
Well,
around long-range cruising as a frigate of action, right?
Yes.
What's
Yes,
the
I
Glar
accept
conceived
that.
around? What is the Glar conceived?
She's supposed to stand in the line of battle in areas close littorally to France and pound away at the enemies
And
of
so
France.
that's why you get the difference in styling and
Yes.
shaping. So in essence, way,
Yes.
when you say Glar, it would come out.
No,
it would still come out as a Warrior for the British.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. Given what the British will be given with this ship, given the fact that the engine technology the British would put into a version of a vessel in this period, probably the late 1820s, 1830s, would be less efficient. Given that they would have the example of Ironsides to go off of a proven technology that would work, the first generation of and especially given the fact that other countries may be looking to follow suit more rapidly than usual, I foresee that the first British ironclad would be something more along the lines of Gloire than Warrior. The second generation would absolutely be a vessel. Okay, we've got one that works to dominate home waters and ensure that the Royal Navy is supreme in home waters. Now let's build an ironclad to go and do things a little bit further afield in America or in the Mediterranean. And that would be a Warrior alike.
Fleet. What's the major important fleet for the Royal Navy in this period?
The Mediterranean.
Yeah.
And the home fleet as well, given that France exists and is sat right there.
Yeah, that they want to cover both sides of France, don't they? Which is the fleet they're always more worried about? The one where they have overwhelming numerical superiority ensured by their fleet, or the other fleet which, if it turned up in the local areas, might give the French some numerical superiority?
The Mediterranean. I would also point out, however, that
which are they going to build their new ironclad around? The idea of
the problem you have with that is that the technology of the
it's not the technology; it's the hull shaping. And you have to remember the Royal Navy have precedence of this. What has happened to every single ship they've captured from the French? When they capture it, what do they do?
They work themselves to pieces far more quickly than the Royal Navy likes.
Well, what do they do with them once they take them into their yards? Do they copy them, or do they rebuild their design to the Royal Navy specs?
They rebuild them to Royal Navy specs.
What do they do the rigging?
Rework it, don't they?
Yeah. So the thing is, you're arguing for the Royal Navy going against every single habit they've ever had in this period and copying the Ironsides perfectly.
Well, not perfectly, but just... It's more just I'm thinking technologically, you can't build something... You haven't got the settings improvements. We don't have...
In 1814...
We don't have the... Well... Not to the level that enabled a ship like the raw scale of Warrior, and with the hull form that she had, based off a Mersey class frigate.
No, but you do have, let's see, 2 generations predecessor of her around. If you go back in class construction.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'd forgotten the Royal Navy was getting into big frigates, weren't they? Yeah, just at this point. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Real good.
It's okay, Boop. We all make mistakes.
I'd call me Boop again, and
Okay, Boop.
Don't worry.
That dragon! I swear to goodness gravy.
It's good to have Fleet here because I get to explain the things. And I get to explain the points, and always have the point. So it's good to have them. But it's a case of, and it reminds me sometimes I need to explain myself more. But it wouldn't be a full scale Warrior, but it would be more Warrior-esque than Gloire-esque, because that was the style of frigate the Royal Navy was starting to pursue at this point. They had already had one class which was sort of like it at this period. The thing is, though, you have to remember most of those frigates don't get involved in the War of 1812, though, because they are mostly being used to cover the Mediterranean. Here's always the question of where is the Royal Navy A team during the War of 1812, 1814? They are barring the vessels which are being deployed to do the what's called the spacey trade and the silver trade from South America, so they can buy stuff from China and keep that global trade going. They are in the Mediterranean or on the Channel Fleet, and then the ones turning off of the American coast are very much the C team with a smattering of the Bs. A smattering of the Bs, because. Let's be honest, of the threats, whilst the US Navy are very capable, compared to the French Navy, they don't have the same potential because Congress hasn't been funding them enough ships.
We're
Very tiny.
Foxo! Oh, goody. The last two games, each member of the panel played get merged together. What's the premise of the game each member gets?
Congrats, you've just invented Warhammer Chaos Gate Demon Hunters again. Because the last two games I played were Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2 and a game called Tactical Breach Wizards.
I played Hearts of Iron 4 and Hearts of Iron 4, so I get Hearts of Iron 4.
No, you've got to have a game before, after. No, wouldn't it be Rule the Waves in Hearts of Iron 4?
Yeah.
Nope, Hearts of Iron 4.
You played Hearts of Iron 4, but then what was the other game that you had played before Hearts of Iron 4?
It was another match of Hearts of Iron 4.
No, that's not what it means. It's what is the like that?
Yeah,
It's not matches. It's actual game.
That
Not
would be
session, game.
that would be Hearts of Iron 4 merged with Railway Empire. That's oh, that's fun.
Hey, look,
That's
it's still not the weirdest game mix up we have here.
That's really fun.
Actually, mine's going to be odd because mine would be Star Thunder, a combination of Star Trek Online and War Thunder.
Mine's even going to be odder. But I'm going to... Foxo, you let yours first, lady. Let's hear yours.
I don't know. I don't know how cursed mine would be. Mine would be Crusader Kings, but Minecraft.
Yes, it would be.
Mine's going to be slightly weirder. Mine's going to be Timberborn Dreadnought.
Yeah. To be honest, I've said
Timberborn and
those.
Ultimate Dreadnoughts.
I have said those beavers should have battleships.
Yeah, I know.
Especially
but
the
in
Iron
the
Teeth
nicest
one,
way.
Iron Tooth.
The nicest way, Timberborn Dreadnought.
I don't know. That sounds cool to me.
Oh, that sounds...
Oh my god!
That would be
Just looking at
cursed.
chat, War Thunder plus Helldivers.
That would be.
That would be so
That would
fun.
be interesting.
Okay.
Mini Wario.
Oh. Okay, Knights of Fun. How much can the slowness in building the Fords and other ships like the Constellation be in part blamed on the failure to invest in infrastructure shipbuilding skills? 100%, almost entirely. But also it's the way they're structuring contracts.
I will say with the Fords, they're being paid to maintain excess capacity than what they need to build the Fords.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at slowness in terms of time to completion, it's partially a part of infrastructure, but also make sure you're not scaling it over available manpower at 100.
Yeah. All right. Next question, Stafford. What wood could the next HMS Renown be?
Ooh.
Boomer
Well,
Unlikely.
or an 83.
Probably a destroyer.
There's been a Resolution class submarine. She already was a boomer. She's not in the next class of boomers. The next class of submarines should probably be the B class because we've just had the Astutes, so the A's, so they'll probably be Bs. The next ascends, so that won't be them. So yeah, if it's going to be anything, it would be a Type 83, probably. If it's going to come again anytime soon. G-Tan. Can the US build more Zumwalts now with the Arleigh guns, radar, and leave the space on board for later upgrades? They'd have to rebuild all the structure which they had to build them because they got rid of it all. So they could, but it's going to be very expensive and pretty much cost the same as building the next generation destroyers anyway. Which, by the way, have now got to the point to which they're almost as heavy as the Zumwalts.
Which was always going to be likely to be fair.
Yes, so in nicest way, it's why I always argue you should have just kept building the frigating Zumwalts and just turn them into just to put it Arleigh Burke versions on them. It's just
But governments don't work on long-term hindsight. They work on short-term cost saving. We all know this.
Yeah. Foxo, in return for Warspite's return, you must convert HMS Renown 1938 into a viable modern surface combatant. How would you do it, and what would she look like?
As someone with experience converting 1930s and 40s era battleships into modern surface combatants through the Red Fleet timeline, I can actually answer this question in fairly great detail.
I don't think you can, because didn't the Red Fleet
They can't,
timeline ships
mate.
sink in port?
No. So basically what you've got is you're talking about a full life extension program, basically. So you're talking about you basically remove the superstructure. The only thing that really is retained is the forward two twin 15-inch gun turrets.
Yeah.
All of the secondaries are taken out. All of the engineering space is taken out. She's given gas turbines
Yeah.
and the drivetrain for that, which also increases her power generation dramatically, which is incredibly important. She gets a new superstructure forward just behind her primary battery. Then you have a good deal of space, probably about 10 to 20 meters, where there is no weapon systems or sensors at all. There's only the main, bridge superstructure. Then you'd have the main mast.
You
that
could
would support
stick
the
some
radar.
4.5-inch guns or something in those spaces. You could. They
No,
would work.
that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yes, you'll probably have two single 4.5 mounts either side of on the wings, either side of the main superstructure. Then you'd have the main mast that would carry the. So actually, the mast would not be part of the bridge superstructure. So it would be back from the bridge.
Yeah.
In order to give enough space for the shock of the big 15-inch guns going off to not affect the electronics. Obviously, you'd have the engines also rafted as well to try and reduce noise. You'd have probably two banks.
Runon, can you get? Can you have a chat with? Oh, thank you. You already responded to Careful Cassie. Thank you.
You've already got so obviously the rear turret being removed, and we will honestly, given that I'm doing a full rebuild, I'm going to cut off her. I'm going to extend her stern outwards into a transom stern, partially to increase her hydrodynamic performance, but also partially to allow me to fit a helicopter deck more easily aft, along with a hangar for
if
three.
you remove the 15-inch turret, considering the space back there, and what you're doing to the superstructure, you've got the space before the transom stern, but you might as well do it.
Yeah, well, no, the transom stern is something I wanted to do anyway for hydrodynamic performance, but it will also help with the helicopter deck anyway. I'm thinking space for one recovery and one takeoff, and hangar space for 4 helicopters at surge and 3 plus repairing space at normal load.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking in terms of VLS, so I'm thinking 2 banks of the VLS bank that the Type 45s currently have. So either side of so you'd have 2 banks of 2 on the wings, along the edges of the ship, basically taking the place of the rearmost 4.5 mounts.
Realistically, why aren't you just going for Mark 41 VLS, taking off the Type 26?
Basically because I'm going to use the
Please tell me you're not going to stick multiple different types of or multiple different types of VLS, because that's just asking for a.
He loves the host. Why wouldn't he have
that's asking for a maintenance nightmare.
No, I was thinking in terms of cost, but honestly, if I'm doing this, I was trying to keep costs down, and I'm thinking, well, you're going for broke. Stick 41 on. Yeah, so we'll just stick probably about 80 cells per side, so 160 cell VLS overall, so 160 cell Mark 41 in total. And then of course I'll probably also carry. Remind me again. Do we have Seawiz on any of our assets? And if so, what do we use?
We use Phalanx.
So in that case, then I'll carry probably 4 Phalanx. One just behind, so 1 just in front of the main mast. 2 either side, 2 on each wing, probably midships, and 1 over the top of the helicopter hangar.
Yeah.
For full 360 coverage. And probably going to aim for a speed of about 31 knots, so it'll be a reduction in speed from what Renown can do, actually. But then again, bearing in mind what the requirements of a modern ship is, the importance of power generation matters more than the increase in speed. And also, to be fair, 31 knots in a modern large service combatant is absolutely fine.
Why do you think she's going to reduce in speed?
Well, no, it's not that she's going to reduce in speed. It's just that that's the speed I'm aiming for. She'll probably achieve more than that.
Yeah. Broadly speaking, mostly agreed, but honestly, I'd have gone for probably a central 96 cell and two 64 cells on the wings, so I'd have given her slightly more or less.
Yeah, honestly, that's the even better fit. Also, you could all thank Seedodders for this one because he's been rapidly acknowledging me in terms of like we've worked through almost every service combatant in the 20th century and rebuilds for all of them, so I have like a wealth of knowledge on this stuff.
I would probably, I would have to say, depending when she came back, she'd get either a twin 4.5 or a single 4.5. She'd probably get a couple of them.
It says viable modern service combatant, so I'm assuming present day, so that's single 4.5.
Yeah, or 5-inch, because we are putting 5-inch on Type 26. So I'd probably try and get 4 5-inch. I'd also be tempted to try and how do I put this? I'd probably also put some 57mm or 40mm on her from the Type 31s. I'd decide which one would probably be better. Again,
I mean, that's an extra. It's an extra layer.
I'd want 4 of those along with 4 close-in weapon system.
Yeah, it's an extra layer of it's an extra layer of point defense, which is not a bad thing.
You have the space. And
yeah,
frankly,
it's an extra layer.
You're basically turning her into a porcupine.
You've basically, and at that point, what you've got is an incredibly powerful surface action group leader, because not only can she project power in terms of missile defense, being probably one of the UK's only Aegis combatants.
Yeah.
Given her VLS and ability to carry Aegis, but she can also provide full ASW coverage for her task group with her helicopters.
Shibra,
I thought you all 45s were Aegis.
Shibra, you can fit the Type 45s don't use a different system, not Aegis, but it's just as good. You'd probably go with a Type 45 system, honestly. You don't need to use Silver VLS. Mark 41 VLS doesn't limit you from using CAM. You can use that on Mark 41. But as I was talking about the other night, you have to get strike length cells. And the thing is, in Renown, she's a deep enough hull that all your Mark 41's VLS cells will be strike length, so you can use the silver systems. But
also, I would point out
the difference is because of how Mark 41 is designed and how you have to build the cells. But the other interesting thing is she's big enough she could probably load her own cells quite easily.
Yeah, I would also point out if we're using Mark 41, why aren't we adopting standard missile?
Probably.
US won't sell it
because a nice way will still probably have CAM, and we might use standard missile, but we also might still use our Asters, because that's homogeneous with the rest of the fleet.
Yeah, good point. That's a really excellent point. I'm just basically in terms of
CAM is for the Brit because in a nice way, if you're using CAM across the rest of the fleet, the equivalent to it would be ESSM, the Enhanced Sea Sparrow. So.
Yeah,
you're basically going for the British. Why would you have one ship with ESSM and the rest with CAM?
Yeah, good point. I've just seen that dragon. You poor sod. I suppose we can discuss that on Ramblings tomorrow.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Why?
Don't worry. If there's one thing Fleet is very, very good at, it's tearing apart fictional designs that make no logical sense.
It's not an actual design yet. It's something I've been allowed to do. But yes.
Me and Dragon are gonna have to get going.
Go on.
It's been nice being with
How many questions do we have left, Runon?
I
can't say.
That's the last one.
Oh,
okay, nice.
It's the last question. So,
Brilliant.
Dragon, Foxo, do you want to stay for the last question?
Yeah, sure.
Can do.
Why was the former Yukazi declared a write-off when she was driven harder ground by a Tofu in 1969, when by all rights she should have been repairable? Cost.
Also cost, and also to be blunt, 69. By that point, she's an incredibly old ship.
Yeah, she's not worth it.
And also, if the thing is, if you repair her, you have to pay money to repair it, and it might be cheaper. But if you say, "Oh no, she's a write-off," the government then has to pay for a new ship, which is much more capable.
Yep, and your maintenance costs will be lower too.
Yep.
Well, at least for a little bit.
That's basically the long and short of it. It's that simple. It's shenanigans and just practicality.
I mean, you can repair anything
just to
if
clarify
you really want to.
thanks to the Polish, you can fit cam in pretty much Mark 41 VLS and all those things. They funded all that, and it's all been funded. So the cam can, all the variants of cam can pretty much be fitted into Mark 41. You just have to get the right cells. Okay. I was talking about this. When was I talking about this? I was explaining this the other night on something. Was it in Discord after the video on Thursday?
Possibly. I do remember you talking about it, and I wasn't present for Friday catch.
I think it was on Discord on Thursday night, Thursday evening. Yeah, but yeah, the UCAS, basically there's no point. It's cost and age. It's cost and value for what you're gonna get. So with that, I think we finished all the questions for the evening. We have been live for nearly 5.5 hours. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Thank you, Dr. Dan. Thank you, Dragon. Thank you, Foxo. Thank you, Runon. And thank you, of course, Fleet, who's been happily been my very kind sparring partner. And it's always nice to have him, and it's always well-intentioned because he's good at what he does.
The thing is, every time me and Dr. Clarke spar against each other, even if I'm wrong, it still means that we get that a lot more information is put forward than would otherwise be relayed. So therefore, everyone wins.
Yes, and it's not quite as
my
long-winded.
brain.
It's not quite as long-winded as when me and Drac are sparring against each other, because that turns into a 3-hour video just between the two of us on one topic.
Uh-huh.
I twist the sparky wires.
Okay, so thank you very much, everyone, for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and we will. Any questions which we haven't got to today, please remember them, and we'll be back again next week. Pretty much, what I've worked out is that on the 23rd. I get back at home to Red Roof at about 11 o'clock at night on the trains, if they're on to time. So whilst there's a possibility that I might actually sleep after 3 days of running Justin Craig Centres up in London, there is a possibility that I might miss the Dreadnought, the Ultimate Dreadnoughts on the Sunday morning, which we hopefully, this might be the first game we get to run the whole way through. You never know, before they do an update and we wipe the whole game. And I know they're not supposed to, but so far I'm paranoid enough to believe that it will come and get me. So that may or may not happen, but hopefully it will do. But what will definitely happen is the Bruships on that Sunday. So there'll be Bruships as far as I can see in the Bruship. There's going to be no Sunday where there'll be no Bruships. Up until we get to April, and then there could be a weirdness, but we'll see what happens in April. In April, I think I'm home in time. So thank you very much for being here. Hope you all enjoyed. Hope to see you again next week for more questions. And Ramblings is tomorrow, so please look that out. There is a lot more videos coming out. I have to finish recording the Admiralty video, because that's to come out tomorrow. So I'll do that before I go to bed tonight. And thank you very much, everyone, for taking care. Hope you enjoyed, and thank you, everyone, for being here. Toodles.
See you all tomorrow for Ramblings.
Take care.
Bye-bye, folks.
Wrong image. That was torturing people. That's the right image.
Night.
Take care, everyone.